1. I awoke to darkness. I was hungry, starving, and I was in pain. There was nothing in my world but hunger and pain. No other people, no other time, no other feelings. I was lying on something hard and uneven, and it hurt me. One side of me was hot, burning. I tried to drag myself away from the heat source, whatever it was, moving slowly, feeling my way until I found coolness, smoothness, less pain. It hurt to move. It hurt even to breathe. My head pounded and throbbed, and I held it between my hands, whimpering. The sound of my voice, even the touch of my hands, seemed to make the pain worse. In 2 places my head felt crusty and lumpy and almost soft. And I was so hungry. The hunger was a violent twisting inside me. I curled my empty, wounded body tightly, knees against chest, and whimpered in pain. I clutched at whatever I was lying on. After a time, I came to understand, to remember, that what I was lying on should have been a bed. I remembered little by little what a bed was. My hands were grasping not at a mattress, not at pillows, sheets, or blankets, but at things that I didn't recognize at first. Hardness, powdered, something light and brittle. Gradually, I understood that I must be lying on the ground, on stone, earth, and perhaps dry leaves. The worst was, no matter where I looked, there was no hint of light. I couldn't see my own hands as I held them up in front of me. Was it so dark then? Or was there something wrong with my eyes? Was I blind? I lay in the dark, trembling. What if I were blind? Then I heard something coming toward me, something large and noisy, some animal. I couldn't see it, but after a moment, I could smell it. It smelled not exactly good, but at least edible. Starved as I was in no condition to hunt. I lay trembling and whimpering as the pain of my hunger grew and eclipsed everything. It seemed that I should be able to locate the creature by the noise it was making. Then, if it wasn't frightened off by the noise I was making, maybe I could catch it and kill it and eat it. Or maybe not. I tried to get up, fell back, groaning, discovering all over again how badly every part of my body hurt. I lay still, trying to keep quiet, trying to relax my body and not tremble. And the creature wandered closer. I waited. I knew I couldn't chase it, but if it came close enough, I might really be able to get my hands on it. After what seemed a long time, it found me. It came to me like a tame thing, and I lay almost out of control, trembling and gasping and thinking only, food. So much food. It touched my face, my wrist, my throat, causing me pain somehow each time it touched me, and making noises of its own. The pain of my hunger won over all my other pain. I discovered that I was strong in spite of all the things that were wrong with me. I seized the animal. It fought me, tore at me, struggled to escape, but I had it. I clung to it, rode it, found its throat, tasted its blood, smelled its terror. I tore at its throat with my teeth until it collapsed. Then, at last, I fed, gorged myself on the fresh meat that I needed. I ate as much meat as I could. Then, my hunger sated and my pain dulled. I slept alongside what remained of my prey. When I awoke, my darkness had begun to give way. I could see light again, and I could see blurred, shadowy shapes that blocked the light. I didn't know what the shapes were, but I could see them. I began to believe then that my eyes had been injured somehow, but that they were healing. After a while, there was too much light. It burned not only my eyes, but my skin. I turned away from the light, dragged myself and my prey farther into the cool dimness that seemed to be so close to me, but took so much effort to reach. When I had gone far enough to escape the light, I fed again, slept again, awoke, and fed. I lost count of the number of times I did this. But after a while, something went wrong with the meat. It began to smell so bad that, even though I was still hungry, I couldn't make myself touch it again. In fact, the smell of it was making me sick. I needed to get away from it. I remembered enough to understand that it was rotting. Meat rotted after a while, it stank, and the insects got into it. I needed fresh meat. My injuries seemed to be healing, and it was easier for me to move around. I could see much better, especially when there wasn't so much light. I had come to remember sometime during one of my meals that the time of less light was called night, and that I preferred it to the day. I wasn't only healing, I was remembering things. And now, at least during the night, I could hunt. My head still hurt, throbbed dully most of the time, but the pain was bearable. It was not the agony it had been. I got wet as soon as I crawled out of my shelter where the remains of my prey lay rotting. I sat still for a while, feeling the wetness, water falling on my head, my back, and into my lap. After a while, I understood that it was raining very hard. I could not recall feeling rain on my skin before, water falling from the sky, gently pounding my skin. I decided I liked it. I climbed to my feet slowly, my knees protesting the movement with individual outbursts of pain. Once I was up, I stood still for a while, trying to get used to balancing on my legs. I held on to the rocks that happened to be next to me, and stood looking around, trying to understand where I was. I was standing on the side of a hill, from which rose a solid, vertical mass of rock. I had to look at these things, let the sight of them remind me what they were called. The hillside, the rock face, the trees, pine, that grew on the hill as far as the sheer wall of rock. I saw all this, but still, I had no idea where I was, or where I should be, or how I had come to be there, or even why I was there. There was so much that I didn't know. The rain came down harder. It still seemed good to me. I let it wash away my prey's blood and my own, let it clean off the crust of dirt that I had picked up from where I had lain. When I was a little cleaner, I cupped my hands together, caught water in them, and drank it. That was so good that I spent a long time just catching rain and drinking it. After a while, the rain lessened, and I decided that it was time for me to go. I began to walk down the hill. It wasn't an easy walk at first. My knees still hurt, and it was hard for me to keep my balance. I stopped once and looked back. I could see then that I had come from a shallow hillside cave. It was almost invisible to me now, concealed behind a screen of trees. It had been a good place to hide and heal. It had kept me safe, that small, hidden place. But how had I come to be in it? Where had I come from? How had I been hurt and left alone, starving? And now that I was better, where should I go? I wandered, not aware of going anywhere in particular, except down the hill. I knew no other people, could remember no other people. I frowned, picking my way among the trees, bushes, and rocks over the wet ground. I was recognizing things now, at least by category. Bushes, rocks, mud. I tried to remember something more about myself, anything that had happened to me before I awoke in the cave. Nothing at all occurred to me. As I walked, it suddenly occurred to me that my feet were bare. I was walking carefully, not stepping on anything that would hurt me, but I could see and understand now that my feet and legs were bare. I knew I should have shoes on. In fact, I knew I should be dressed. But I was bare all over. I was naked. I stopped and looked at myself. My skin was scarred, badly scarred, over every part of my body that I could see. The scars were broad, creased, shiny patches of mottled red-brown skin. Had I always been scarred? Was my face scarred? I touched one of the broad scars across my abdomen, then touched my face. It felt the same. My face might be scarred. I wondered how I looked. I felt my head and discovered that I had almost no hair. I had touched my head, expecting hair. There should have been hair. But I was bald, except for a small patch of hair on the back of my head. And higher up on my head, there was a misshapen place, an indentation that hurt when I touched it, and seemed even more wrong than my hairlessness or my scars. I remembered discovering, as I lay in the cave, that my head felt lumpy and soft in two places, as though the flesh had been damaged and the skull broken. There was no softness now. My head, like the rest of me, was healing. Somehow I had been hurt very badly, and yet I couldn't remember how. I needed to remember, and I needed to cover myself. Being naked had seemed completely normal until I became aware of it. Then it seemed intolerable. But most important, I needed to eat again. I resumed my downhill walk. Eventually, I came to flatter, open land, farmland, with something growing in some of the fields and other fields already harvested or empty for some other reason. Again, I was remembering things, fragments, understanding a little of what I saw, perhaps just because I saw it. Off to one side, there was a collection of what I gradually recognized as the burned remains of several houses and outbuildings. All of these had been burned so thoroughly that, as far as I could see, they offered no real shelter. This had been a little village surrounded by farmland and woods. There were animal pens and the good smells of animals that could be eaten, but the pens were empty. I thought the place must once have provided comfortable homes for several people. That felt right. It felt like something I would want, living together with other people instead of wandering alone. The idea was a little frightening, though. I didn't know any other people. I knew they existed, but thinking about them, wondering about them, scared me almost as much as it interested me. People had lived in these houses sometime not long ago. Now plants had begun to grow and to cover the burned spaces. Where were the people who had lived here? Had I lived here? It occurred to me that I had come to this place hoping to kill an animal and eat it. Somehow, I had expected to find food here. And yet, I remembered nothing about this place. I recognized nothing except in the most general way, animal pens, fields, burned remnants of buildings. So why would I expect to find food here? How had I known to come here? Either I had visited here before, or this place had been my home. If it was my home, why didn't I recognize it as home? Had my injuries come from the fire that destroyed this place? I had an endless stream of questions and no answers. I turned away, meaning to go back into the trees and hunt an animal, a deer, I thought suddenly. The word came into my thoughts, and at once I knew what a deer was. It was a large animal. It would provide meat for several meals. Then I stopped. As hungry as I was, I wanted to go down and take a closer look at the burned houses. They must have something to do with me, or they would not hold my interest the way they did. I walked down toward the burned buildings. I might at least be able to find something to wear. I was not cold. Even walking in the rain had not made me cold, but I wanted clothing badly. I felt very vulnerable without it. I did not want to be naked when I found other people, and I thought I must, sooner or later, find other people. 8 of the buildings had been large houses. Their fireplaces, sinks, and bathtubs told me that much. I walked through each of them, hoping to see something familiar, something that triggered a memory about people. In one, at the bottom of a pile of charred rubble, I found a pair of jeans that were only burned a little at the bottoms of the legs, and I found 3 slightly burned shirts that were wearable. All of it was too large in every way, too broad, too long. Another person my size would have fit easily into the shirts with me. And there were no wearable underwear, no wearable shoes. And, of course, there was nothing to eat. Feeding my hunger suddenly became more important than anything. I put on the pants and 2 of the shirts. I used the 3rd shirt to keep the pants up, tying it around my waist and turning the tops of the pants down over it. I rolled up the legs of the pants, then I went back into the trees. After a time, I scented a doe. I stalked her, killed her, ate as much of her flesh as I could. I took part of the carcass up a tree with me to keep it safe from scavenging animals. I slept in the tree for a while. Then the sun rose, and it burned my skin and my eyes. I climbed down and used a tree branch in my hands to dig a shallow trench. When I finished it, I lay down in it and covered myself with leaf litter and earth. That and my clothing, I folded one of my shirts over my face, proved to be enough of a shield to protect me from sunlight. I lived that way for the next 3 days and nights, eating, hunting, examining the ruin during the night, and hiding myself in the earth during the day. Sometimes I slept. Sometimes I lay awake, listening to the sounds around me. I couldn't identify most of them, but I listened. On the 4th night, curiosity and restlessness got the better of me. I had begun to feel dissatisfied, hungry for something other than deer flesh. I didn't know what I wanted, but I went exploring. That was how, for the first time in my memory, I met another person. Chapter 2. It was raining again, a steady, gentle rain that had been coming down for some time. I had discovered a paved road that led away from the burned houses. I had walked on it for some time before I remembered the word road, and that led to my remembering cars and trucks, although I hadn't yet seen either. The road I was on led to a metal gate, which I climbed over, then to another, slightly wider road, and I had to choose a direction. I chose the downslope direction and walked along for a while in contentment until I came to a 3rd, still wider road. Again, I chose to go downhill. It was easier to walk along the road than to pick my way through the rocks, trees, underbrush, and creeks, although the pavement was hard against my bare feet. A blue car came along the road behind me, and I walked well to one side so that I could look at it, and it would pass me without hitting me. It couldn't have been the first car I had ever seen. I knew that because I recognized it as a car and found nothing surprising about it. But it was the first car I could remember seeing. I was surprised when the car stopped alongside me. The person inside was, at first, just a face, shoulders, a pair of hands. Then I understood that I was seeing a young man, pale-skinned, brown-haired, broad, and tall. His hair brushed against the top of the inside of his car. His shoulders were so broad that even alone in the car he looked crowded. His car seemed to fit him almost as badly as my clothing fitted me. He lowered his window, looked out at me, and asked, "Are you all right?" I heard the words, but at first they meant nothing at all. They were noise. After a moment, though, they seemed to click into place as language. I understood them. It took me a moment longer before I realized that I should answer. I couldn't remember ever speaking to another person, and at first, I wasn't sure I could do it. I opened my mouth, cleared my throat, coughed, then finally managed to say, "I am. Yes, I am all right." My voice sounded strange and hoarse to my own ears. It wasn't only that I couldn't recall speaking to anyone else. I couldn't remember ever speaking at all. Yet it seemed that I knew how. "No, you're not," the man said. "You're soaking wet and filthy and... God, how old are you?" I opened my mouth, then closed it again. I didn't have any idea how old I was or why my age should matter. "Is that blood on your shirt?" he asked. I looked down. "I killed a deer," I said. In all, I had killed 2 deer, and I did have their blood on my clothing. The rain hadn't washed it away. He stared at me for several seconds. "Look, is there someplace I can take you? Do you have family or friends somewhere around here?" I shook my head. "I don't know. I don't think so." "You shouldn't be out here in the middle of the night in the rain," he said. "You can't be any more than 10 or 11. Where are you going?" "Just walking," I said, because I didn't know what else to say. Where was I going? Where would he think I should be going? Home, perhaps. "Home," I lied. "I'm going home." Then I wondered why I had lied. Was it important for this stranger to think that I had a home and was going there? Or was it only that I didn't want him to realize how little I knew about myself, about anything? "I'll take you home," he said. "Get in." I surprised myself completely by instantly wanting to go with him. I went around to the passenger side of his car and opened the door. Then I stopped, confused. "I don't really have a home," I said. I closed the door and stepped back. He leaned over and opened the door. "Look," he said, "I can't leave you out here. You're a kid, for God's sake. Come on, I'll at least take you someplace dry." He reached into the back seat and picked up a big piece of thick cloth. "Here's a blanket. Get in and wrap up." I wasn't uncomfortable. Being wet didn't bother me, and I wasn't cold. Yet I wanted to get into the car with him. I didn't want him to drive away without me. Now that I'd had a few more moments to absorb his scent, I realized he smelled really interesting. Also, I didn't want to stop talking to him. I felt almost as hungry for conversation as I was for food. A taste of it had only whetted my appetite. I wrapped the blanket around me and got into the car. "Did someone hurt you?" he asked when he had gotten the car moving again. "Were you in someone's car?" I was hurt, I said. I'm all right now. He glanced at me.
Are you sure? I can take you to a hospital.
I don't need a hospital, I said quickly, even though at first I wasn't sure what a hospital was. Then I knew that it was a place where the sick and injured were taken for care. There would be a lot of people all around me at a hospital. That was enough to make it frightening. No hospital. Another glance.
Okay,
he said.
What's your name?
I opened my mouth to answer, then closed it. After a while, I admitted, I don't know what my name is. I don't remember. He glanced at me several times before saying anything about that. After a while, he said,
Okay, you don't want to tell me then. Did you run away? Get tired of home and strike out on your own?
I don't think so, I frowned. I don't think I would do that. I don't remember, really, but that doesn't feel like something I would do. There was another long silence.
You really don't remember? You're not kidding?
I'm not. My injuries are healed now, but I still don't remember things. He didn't say anything for a while. Then,
You really don't know what your own name is.
That's right.
Then you do need a hospital.
No, I don't. No.
Why? The doctors there might be able to help you.
Might they? Then why did the idea of going among them scare me so? I knew absolutely that I didn't want to put myself into the hands of strangers. I didn't want to be even near large numbers of strangers. No hospital, I repeated. Again, he didn't say anything, but this time there was something different about his silence. I looked at him and suddenly believed that he meant to deliver me to a hospital anyway, and I panicked. I unfastened the seatbelt that he had insisted I buckle and pushed aside the blanket. I turned to open the car door. He grabbed my arm before I could figure out how to get it open. He had huge hands that wrapped completely around my arm. He pulled me back, pulled me hard against the little low wall that divided his legs from mine. He scared me. I was less than half his size, and he meant to force me to go where I didn't want to go. I pulled away from him, dodged his hand as he grasped at me, tried again to open the door, only to be caught again. I caught his wrist, squeezed it, and yanked it away from my arm. He yelped, said, "Shit!" and managed to rub his wrist with the hand still holding the steering wheel.
What the hell's wrong with you?
He demanded. I put my back against the door that I had been trying to open. Are you going to take me to the hospital even though I don't want to go? I asked. He nodded, still rubbing his wrist.
The hospital or the police station, your choice.
Neither. Being turned over to the police scared me even more than the idea of going to the hospital did. I turned to try again to get the door open. And again, he grasped my left upper arm, pulling me back from the door. His fingers wrapped all the way around my upper arm and held me tightly, pulling me away from the door. I understood him a little better now that I'd had my hands on him. I thought I could break his wrist if I wanted to. He was big, but not that strong. Or at least, I was stronger. But I didn't want to break his bones. He seemed to want to help me, although he didn't know how. And he did smell good. I didn't have the words to say how good he smelled. Breaking his bones would be wrong. I bit him. Just a quick bite and release on the meaty part of his hand where his thumb was.
God damn it!
He shouted, jerking his hand away. Then he made another grab for me before I could get the door open. There were several buttons on the door, and I didn't know which of them would make it open. None of them seemed to work. That gave him a chance to get his hand on me a third time.
Be still, he ordered,
and gave me a hard shake.
You'll kill yourself. If you're crazy enough to try to jump out of a moving car, you should be in a mental hospital.
I stared down at the bleeding marks I'd made on his hand, and suddenly I was unable to think about anything else. I ducked my head and licked away the blood, licked the wound I had made. He tensed, almost pulling his hand away. Then he stopped, seemed to relax. He let me take his hand between my own. I looked at him, saw him glancing at me, felt the car zigzag a little on the road. He frowned and pulled away from me, all the while looking uncertain, unhappy. I caught his hand again between mine and held it. I felt him try to pull away. He shook me, actually lifting me into the air a little, trying to get away from me, but I didn't let go. I licked at the blood welling up where my teeth had cut him. He made a noise, a kind of gasp. Abruptly, he drove completely across the road to a spot where there was room to stop the car without blocking other cars, the few other cars that came along. He made a huge fist of the hand that was no longer needed to steer the car. I watched him draw it back to hit me. I thought I should be afraid, should try to stop him, but I was calm. Somehow, I couldn't believe he would hit me. He frowned, shook his head. After a while, he dropped his hand to his lap and glared at me.
"What are you doing?"
he demanded, watching me, not pulling away at all now, but looking as though he wanted to, or as though he thought he should want to. I didn't answer. I wasn't getting enough blood from his hand. I wanted to bite him again, but I didn't want him afraid or angry. I didn't know why I cared about that, but it seemed important. Also, I knew hands weren't as good for getting blood as wrists and throats were. I looked at him and saw that he was looking intently at me.
"It doesn't hurt anymore,"
he said.
"It feels good, which is weird. How do you do that?"
"I don't know," I told him. "You taste good."
"Do I?"
He lifted me, squeezed past the division between the seats to my side of the car, and put me on his lap. "Let me bite you again," I whispered. He smiled.
"If I do, what will you let me do?"
I heard consent in his voice, and I hauled myself up and kissed the side of his neck, searching with my tongue and my nose for the largest blood source there. A moment later, I bit hard into the side of his neck. He convulsed, and I held on to him. He writhed under me, not struggling, but holding me as I took more of his blood. I took enough blood to satisfy a hunger I hadn't realized I had until a few moments before. I could have taken more, but I didn't want to hurt him. He tasted wonderful, and he had fed me without trying to escape or to hurt me. I licked the bite until it stopped bleeding. I wished I could make it heal, wished I could repay him by healing him. He sighed and held me, leaning back in his seat and letting me lean against him.
"So what was that?"
he asked after a while.
"How did you do that? And why the hell did it feel so fantastic?"
He had enjoyed it, maybe as much as I had. I felt pleased, felt myself smile. That was right somehow. I'd done it right. That meant I'd done it before, even though I couldn't remember. "Keep me with you," I said, and I knew I meant it the moment I said it. He would have a place to live. If I could go there with him, maybe the things I saw there would help me begin to get my memory back, and I would have a home.
"Do you really not have anywhere to go or anyone looking for you?"
he asked. "I don't think I have anyone," I said. "I don't remember. I need to find out who I am and what happened to me and everything."
"Do you always bite?"
I leaned back against him. "I don't know."
"You're a vampire, you know."
I thought about that. The word stirred no memories. "What's a vampire?" He laughed.
You bite, you drink blood?"
He grimaced and shook his head.
"My God, you drink blood."
"I guess I do." I licked at his neck.
And you're way too young,
he said.
Jailbait. Super jailbait.
Since I didn't know what jailbait was, and I had no idea how old I was, I didn't say anything.
Do you remember how you got that blood on your clothes? Who else have you been chewing on?
I killed a deer. In fact, I killed 2 deer.
Sure you did.
Keep me with you. I was watching his face as I said it. He looked confused again, worried, but he held me against his body and nodded.
Yeah,
he said.
I'm not sure how I'm going to do that, but yeah. I want you with me. I don't think I should keep you. Hell, I know I shouldn't. But I'll do it anyway.
I don't think I'm supposed to be alone, I said. I don't know who I should be with, though, because I can't remember ever having been with anyone.
So you'll be with me.
He smiled, and his confusion seemed to be gone.
I'll need to call you something. What do you want to be called?
I don't know.
Do you want me to give you a name?
I smiled, liking him, feeling completely at ease with him. Give me a name, I said. I licked at his neck a little more.
Renee,
he said.
A friend of mine told me it meant reborn. That's sort of what's happened to you. You've been reborn into a new life. You'll probably remember your old life pretty soon, but for now, you're Renee.
He shivered against me as I licked his neck.
Damn, that feels good,
he said. Then,
I rent a cabin from my uncle. If I take you there, you'll have to stay inside during the day. If he and my aunt see you, they'll probably throw us both out.
I can sleep during the day. I won't go out until dark.
Just right for a vampire,
he said.
How did you kill those deer?
I shrugged, ran them down and broke their necks.
Uh-huh. Then what?
Ate some of their meat, hid the rest in a tree until I was hungry again. Ate it until the parts I wanted were gone.
How did you cook it? It's been raining like hell for the past few days. How did you find dry wood for your fire?
No fire. I didn't need a fire.
You ate the deer raw?
Yes.
Oh, God, no you didn't.
Something seemed to occur to him suddenly.
Show me your knife.
I hesitated. Knife?
To clean and skin the deer.
A thing? A tool?
A tool for cutting, yes.
I don't have a knife. He held me away from him and stared at me.
Show me your teeth,
he said. I bared my teeth for him.
Good God,
he said.
Are those what you bit me with?
He put his hand to his neck.
You are a damned vampire.
Didn't hurt you, I said. He looked afraid. He started to push me away, then got that confused look again and pulled me back to him. Do vampires eat deer? I asked. I licked at his neck again. He raised a hand to stop me, then dropped the hand to his side.
What are you, then?
He whispered. And I said the only thing I could. I don't know. I drew back, held his face between my hands, liking him, glad that I had found him. Help me find out. Chapter 3. On the drive to his cabin, the man told me that his name was Wright Hamlin and that he was a construction worker. He had been a student in a nearby place called Seattle at something called the University of Washington for 2 years. Then he had dropped out because he didn't know where he was heading or even where he wanted to be heading. His father had been disgusted with him and had sent him to work for his uncle who owned a construction company. He'd worked for his uncle for 3 years now, and his current job was helping to build houses in a new community to the south of where he'd picked me up.
I like the work,
he told me as he drove.
I still don't know where I'm headed, but the work I'm doing is worth something. People will live in those houses someday.
I understood only that he liked the work he was doing. As he told me a little about it, though, I realized I would have to be careful about taking blood from him. I understood, or perhaps remembered, that people could be weakened by blood loss. If I made Wright weak, he might get hurt. When I thought about it, I knew I would want more blood, want it as badly as I had previously wanted meat. And as I thought about meat, I realized that I didn't want it anymore. The idea of eating it disgusted me. Taking Wright's blood had been the most satisfying thing I could remember doing. I didn't know what that meant, whether it made me what Wright thought of as a vampire or not. I realized that to avoid hurting Wright, to avoid hurting anyone, I would have to find several people to take blood from. I wasn't sure how to do that, but it had to be done. Wright told me what he remembered about vampires, that they're immortal unless someone stabs them in the heart with a wooden stake, and yet, even without being stabbed, they're dead or undead, whatever that means. They drink blood, they have no reflection in mirrors, they can become bats or wolves, they turn other people into vampires either by drinking their blood or by making the convert drink the vampire's blood. This last detail seemed to depend on which story you were reading or which movie you were watching. That was the other thing about vampires. They were fictional beings, folklore. There were no vampires. So what was I? It bothered Wright that all he wanted to do now was keep me with him, that he was taking me to his home and not to the police or to a hospital.
I'm going to get into trouble,
he said.
It's just a matter of when.
What will happen to you? I asked. He shrugged.
I don't know. Jail, maybe. You're so young. I should care about that. It should be scaring the hell out of me. It is scaring me, but not enough to make me dump you.
I thought about that for a while. He had let me bite him. I knew from the way he touched me and looked at me that he would let me bite him again when I wanted to. And he would do what he could to help me find out who I was and what had happened to me. How can I keep you from getting into trouble? I asked. He shook his head.
In the long run, you probably can't. For now, though, get down on the floor.
I looked at him.
Get down now. I can't let my uncle and aunt or the neighbors see you.
I slid from the seat and curled myself up on the floor of his car. If I had been a little bigger, it wouldn't have been possible. As it was, it wasn't comfortable. But it didn't matter. He threw the blanket over me. After that, I could feel the car making several turns, slowing, turning once more, then stopping.
Okay,
he said.
We're at the carport behind my cabin. No one can see us.
I unfolded myself, got back up onto the seat, and looked around. There was a scattering of trees, lights from distant houses, and next to us, a small house. Wright got out of the car, and I looked quickly to see which button or lever he used to open the door. It was one I had tried when he was threatening to take me to a hospital or the police. It hadn't worked then, but it worked now. The door opened. I got out and asked, "Why wouldn't it open before?"
I locked it,
he said.
I didn't want you smearing yourself all over the pavement.
What?
I locked the door to keep you safe. You were trying to jump from a moving car, for God's sake. You would have been badly hurt or killed if you had succeeded.
Oh. He took me by the arm and led me into his house. Once I was inside, I looked around and immediately recognized that I was in a kitchen. Even though I could not recall ever having been in an intact kitchen before, I recognized it and the things in it. The refrigerator, the stove, the sink, a counter where a few dishes sat on a dish towel, a dish cabinet above the counter, and beside it, a second cabinet where my nose told me food was sometimes stored. I remembered the blackened refrigerators and sinks at the burned ruin. but this was what a kitchen should look like when everything worked. The kitchen was small, just a corner of the cabin, really. Beyond it was a wooden table with 4 chairs. Alongside the kitchen on the opposite side of the cabin was a small room. A bathroom I saw when I looked in. Beyond the bathroom was the rest of the cabin, a combination living room-bedroom containing a bed, a chest of drawers, a soft chair facing a stone fireplace, and a small television on top of a black bookcase filled with books. I recognized all these things as soon as I saw them. I went through the cabin, touching things, wondering about the few that I did not recognize. Wright would tell me and show me. He was exactly what I needed right now. I turned to face him again. Tell me what else to do to keep you out of trouble.
Just don't let anyone see you, he said. Don't go out until after dark and don't...
He looked at me silently for a while.
Don't hurt anyone.
That surprised me. I had no intention of hurting anyone. All right, I said. He smiled.
You look so innocent and young. But you're dangerous, aren't you? I felt how strong you are. And look what you've done to me.
What have I done?
You bit me. Now you're all I can think about. You're going to do it again, aren't you?
I am. He drew an uneven breath.
Yeah, I thought so. I probably shouldn't let you.
I looked up at him. He took another breath.
Shit, you can do it right now if you want to.
I rested my head against his arm and sighed. It might hurt you to lose more blood so soon. I don't want to hurt you.
Don't you? Why not? You don't even know me.
You're helping me, and you don't know me. You let me into your car, and now into your house.
Yeah. I wonder how much that's going to cost me.
He put his hand on my shoulder and walked me over to the table. There he sat down and drew me close so that he could open one of my filthy shirts, then the other. Having reached skin, he stroked my chest.
No breasts,
he said.
Pity. I guess you really are a kid. Or maybe... Are you sure you're female?
I'm female, I said. Of course I am. He peeled off my 2 shirts and threw them into the trash can.
I'll give you a t-shirt to sleep in,
he said.
One of my t-shirts should be about the size of a nightgown for you. Tomorrow, I'll buy you a few things.
He seemed to think of something suddenly. He took my arm and led me into the bathroom. There, over the sink, was a large mirror. He stood me in front of it and seemed relieved to see that the mirror reflected 2 people instead of only 1. I touched my face and the short fuzz of black hair on my head, and I tried to see someone I recognized. I was a lean, sharp-faced, large-eyed, brown-skinned person. A complete stranger. Did I look like a child of about 10 or 11? Was I? How could I know? I examined my teeth and saw nothing startling about them until I asked Wright to show me his. Mine looked sharper, but smaller. My canine teeth, Wright told me they were called that, were longer and sharper than his. Would people notice the difference? It wasn't a big difference. Would it frighten people? I hoped not. And how was it that I could recognize a refrigerator, a sink, even a mirror, but fail to recognize my own face in the mirror? I don't know this person, I said. It's as though I've never seen her before. Then I had another thought. My scars are gone.
What?
He asked.
What scars?
I was all scarred. A few nights ago, 3 nights before this one, I was scarred. I remember thinking that I must have been burned all over. And I couldn't see for a while when I first woke up, so maybe my eyes were scarred too. I sighed. That's why I hurt so much, and why I was so hungry and so tired. All I've done is eat and sleep. My body had so much healing to do.
Scars don't vanish just because wounds heal,
He said.
especially not burn scars.
He pushed up the sleeve of his right arm to display a shiny, creased patch of skin bigger than my hand.
I got this when I was 10, fooling around our barbecue pit. Caught my sleeve on fire.
I took his arm and looked at the scar, touched it. I didn't like it. It felt the way my own skin had when I examined my scars. I had the feeling I should be able to make his scars go away too, but I didn't know how. I turned his hand to look at the bite mark I'd made, and he gasped. The wound seemed to be healing as it should, but he snatched his arm from me and examined the hand.
It's already healing,
he said. It should be healing, I said. Are you hungry?
Now that you mention it, I am. I had a big meal at a cafe not far from the job site, but I'm hungry again.
You should eat.
Yeah, but I'm not into raw meat.
Eat what's right for you. Eat what your body wants.
But you ate raw meat to heal?
He asked. His words triggered something in me. A memory. It felt real, true. I spoke it aloud. All I need is fresh human blood when I'm healthy and everything's normal. I need fresh meat for healing injuries and illnesses, for sustaining growth spurts, and for carrying a child. He put his hands on my shoulders.
You know that? You remember it?
I think so. It sounds right. It feels right.
So then,
he said,
what are you?
I looked up at him, saw that I had scared him, and took one of his huge hands between mine. I don't know what I am. I don't know why I remembered just now about flesh and blood. But you helped me do it. You asked me questions and you made me look into the mirror. Maybe now, with you to help me, I'll remember more and more.
If you're right about what you've remembered so far, you're not human,
he said. What if I'm not? I asked. What would that mean?
I don't know.
He reached down and tugged at my jeans.
Take these off,
he said. I undid the shirt that I had twisted and tied around me to keep the jeans up. Then I took them off. He first seemed frozen with surprise that I had done as he said. Then, slowly, he walked around me, looking.
Well, you're a girl, all right,
he whispered. At last, he took me by the hand and led me back to the main room of the cabin. He led me to the chest of drawers next to the bed. There, in the top drawer, he found a white T-shirt.
Put this on,
he said, handing it to me. I put it on. It fell past my knees, and I looked up at him.
You tired?
He asked.
You want to go to sleep?
Not sleepy, I said. Can I wash? I hadn't minded being dirty until the clean shirt made me think about just how dirty I was.
Sure,
he said.
Go take a shower. Then come keep me company while I eat.
I went into the bathroom, recognized the shower head over the bathtub, and figured out how to turn the shower on. Then I took off the T-shirt and stepped in. It was a hot, controlled rain, wonderful for getting clean and feeling better. I stayed under the shower longer than necessary just because it felt so good. Then, finally, I dried myself on the big blue towel that was there, and that smelled of Wright. I put the T-shirt back on and went out to Wright, who was sitting at his table, eating things that I recognized first by scent, then by sight. He was eating scrambled eggs and chunks of ham together between thick slices of bread.
Can you eat any of this?
Wright asked as he enjoyed the food and drank from a brown bottle of beer. I smiled. No, but I think I must have known people who ate things like that because I recognized them. Right now, I'll get some water. That's all I want.
Until you want to chew on me again, huh?
I got up to get the water and touched his shoulder as I passed him. It was good to see him eat, to know that he was well. It made me feel relieved. I hadn't hurt him. That was more important to me than I'd realized. I sat down with a glass of water and sipped it.
"Why'd you do that?"
he asked after a long silence.
"Why'd you let me undress you like that?"
"You wanted to," I said.
"You would let anyone who wanted to do that?"
I frowned, then shook my head. "I bit you. Twice."
"So?"
"Taking my clothes off with you is all right."
"Is it?"
I frowned, remembering how badly I had wanted to cover myself when I was naked in the woods. I must have been used to wearing clothes in my life before the cave. I wanted to be dressed as soon as I knew I was naked. Yet, when Wright had taken my shirts, I hadn't minded. And I hadn't minded taking off the jeans when he asked me to. It had felt like what I should do. "I don't think I'm as young as you believe," I said. "I mean, I may be, but I don't think so."
"You don't have any body hair at all,"
he told me. "Should I?" I asked.
"Most people over 11 or 12 do."
I thought about that. "I don't know," I said finally. "I don't know enough about myself to say what my age might be or even whether I'm human. But I'm old enough to have sex with you if you want to." He choked on his sandwich and spent time coughing and taking swallows of beer. "I think you're supposed to," I continued, then frowned. "No, that's not right. I mean, I think you're supposed to be free to, if you want to."
"Because I let you bite me?"
"I don't know. Maybe."
"A reward for my suffering."
I leaned back, looking at him. "Does it hurt?"
"You know damn well it doesn't."
He drank a couple of swallows more, then stood up, took my hand, and led me to his bed. I sat on the bed, and he started to pull the t-shirt over my head. "No," I said, and he stopped and stood looking at me, waiting. "Let me see you." I pulled at his shirt and unbuttoned one of the buttons. "You've seen me." He nodded, finished unbuttoning his shirt, and pulled his undershirt over his head. His broad chest was covered with a mat of brown hair so thick that it was almost like fur, and I stroked it and felt him shiver. He kicked off his shoes and stripped off his pants and underwear. There was a great deal more fur on him everywhere, and he was already erect and eager. I had seen a man this way before. I could not remember who he had been, could not recall a specific face or body. But all this was familiar and good to me, and I felt my own eagerness and growing excitement. I pulled the t-shirt over my head and let him push me back onto the bed, let him touch me while I petted and played with his fur and explored his body until, gasping, he caught my hands and held them. He covered me with his huge, furry blanket of a body. He was so tall that he took care to hold himself up on his elbows so that my face was not crushed into his chest. He was very careful at first, afraid of hurting me, still afraid that I might be too young for this, too small. Then, when it was clear that I was not being hurt at all, when I had wrapped my arms and legs around him, he forgot his fears, forgot everything. I forgot myself, too. I bit him again just beneath his left nipple and took a little more blood. He shouted and squeezed the breath from me. Then he collapsed on me, empty, spent. It bothered me later, as he lay sleeping beside me, that I had taken more blood. If I didn't find another source of blood soon, I would weaken him too much. I got up quietly, washed, and put on his t-shirt. I would not let myself be seen, but I had to go out and look around. I had to see who and what else might be nearby. Chapter 4. Wright lived in an area where houses were widely scattered along a road. They sat well back from the road, and sometimes they were surrounded by trees. It was as though the people in each of these houses were pretending they lived alone in the woods. Most of the other houses were much larger than Wright's cabin. His closest neighbor was one of these larger houses, a 2-story house made of wood, painted white, and now full of light. This must be where Wright's aunt and uncle lived. I could hear people talking downstairs and music coming from upstairs. Best to let these people alone, at least until they slept. 3 houses away, there were no lights, and the people were already asleep. I could hear the soft, even breathing of 2 of them upstairs in a front bedroom. I went around the house looking for a quiet way in. The house had plenty of windows, but the ones on the lower floor were closed and locked. On one side, though, where the trees screened the house from the road and the neighbors, I found a little platform next to a second-floor window, and the window was partly open. I stared up at the platform, recognizing it, remembering that it was called a balcony, but knowing nothing about it beyond that. Things kept coming to me in this frustrating, almost useless way. I shook my head in annoyance and decided that I could leap the distance from the ground to the balcony. I'd made longer leaps on my 2 deer hunts, and the balcony at least wasn't moving. But I was concerned that I might make too much noise. Well, if I awoke more than one person, I would run. If I were quick enough, maybe no one would catch me. That's when I remembered that more might happen to me than just capture. I might be shot. I recalled being shot once before, perhaps more than once. This, like the balcony, proved to be another of my limited, nearly useless slivers of memory. I remembered the hammering impact of the bullet. I remembered that it hurt me more than anything had ever hurt me. But who had shot me? Why? Where had I been when it happened? Did it have something to do with my winding up in the cave? Nothing. No answers. Just slivers of memory tormenting me. I stood back slightly from the balcony, seeing and understanding how far it was, how I must grasp the somehow familiar wrought iron, hold it, and haul myself up. It was like watching a deer and figuring out where to leap so that I could seize it, or at least run it down with the least effort. I stooped, looked up at the place on the balcony where I intended to land, jumped, landed there, caught the wrought iron railing, pulled myself up and over it. Then I froze. Had anyone heard me? I didn't move for several seconds, not until I was sure no one was moving nearby. The breathing I could hear was the even, undisturbed breathing of sleeping people. The room I slipped into was occupied by one person, a woman sleeping alone. I crept closer to her bed and took a deep breath. This woman didn't smell as enticing as Wright had. She was older, no longer able to have children, but not yet truly old. For her age, though, she was healthy and strong, and from what I could see of her body stretched out on the bed, she was almost as tall as Wright, but slender. I didn't like her age, and I thought she was too thin, but her height and her good health beckoned to me. And her aloneness was good somehow. There were other people in the house, but none of them had been in her room for a long time. She didn't smell of other people. Perhaps it was only because she had bathed, but I got the impression that no one had touched her in a long while. Most important, though, she could feed me without harm to herself. Wright was larger and could give more blood, but this woman had possibilities. I needed to know several more people like her. I moved closer to the bed and the sleeping woman, and knew suddenly that there was a gun in the room. I smelled it. It was a terrifyingly familiar smell. I almost turned and ran out. Being shot had apparently done me more harm than I realized. It had left me an irrational fear to deal with. The pain had been very bad, but I was not in danger of being shot now.
No one was holding this gun. It was out of sight somewhere, perhaps in one of the drawers of the little table that sat next to the head of the woman's bed. I stood still until my fear quieted. I would not be shot tonight. When I was calm, I lay down beside the woman and covered her mouth with my hand as she awoke. I held onto her with my other arm and both my legs as she began to struggle. Once I was sure of my hold on her, I bit into her neck. She struggled wildly at first, tried to bite me, tried to scream. But after I had fed for a few seconds, she stopped struggling. I held her a little longer, to be sure she was subdued. Then, when she gave no more trouble, I let her go. She lay still, eyes closed. I fed slowly, licking rather than sucking. I wasn't hungry. Perhaps tomorrow I would come back and take a full meal from her. Now I was only making certain of her, seeing to it that she would be here, available to me when I needed her. After a while, I whispered to her, "Is it good?" She moaned, a satisfied little sound. "Leave your balcony door unlocked from now on, and don't tell anyone about me." "You'll come back?" "Shall I?" "Come back tomorrow. Maybe. Soon." She started to turn to face me. "No," I said. "No, stay as you are." She obeyed. I licked at her neck for a while, then asked, "What's your name?" "Theodora Hardin." "I'll see you again, Theodora. Don't go. Not yet." I left her, content that she would welcome me when I came back. I wandered up and down both sides of the road until I had found 4 more, 2 men and 2 women, who were young enough, healthy enough, and big enough. One by one, I collected them. I would stay with Wright, but go to these others when I needed them. Were they enough? I didn't know. I went back to Wright's cabin, still wide awake, and sat at his table. I wanted to think about what I had done. It bothered me somehow that it had all been so easy, that I had had no trouble taking blood from 6 people, including Wright. Once I had tasted them, they enjoyed the way I made them feel. Instead of being afraid or angry, they were first confused, then trusting and welcoming, eager for more of the pleasure that I could give them. It happened that way each time. I didn't understand it, but I had done it in a comfortable, knowing way. I had done it as though it was what I was supposed to do. Was there something in my saliva that pacified people and pleasured them? What else could it be? It must also help them heal. Wright had been surprised with how quickly his hand was healing. That meant healing must normally take longer for him. And that meant I could at least help the people who helped me. That felt important. On the other hand, it felt wrong to me that I was blundering around, knowing almost nothing, yet involving other people in my life. And yet, it seemed I had to involve them. I hadn't hurt anyone so far, but I could have. And I probably would, unless I could remember something useful. I thought back as far as I could remember, closed my eyes, and thought myself back to the blindness and pain of the little cave. I had emerged from it almost like a child being born. Should I go back there? Could I even find the place now? Yes, I thought I could find it. But why go back? Could there be anything there that would help me remember how I'd gotten there? I had gone from the cave down to the site of the burned houses. I had found nothing that looked familiar at the houses, but maybe it would help me to know when the houses burned and why and who had done it. Also, it might help to know who had lived at the houses. I found no burned bodies, although there had been places that smelled of burned flesh.
So maybe the people who lived there had been hurt but had gotten away, or maybe they had been killed and were taken away. If I had lived there, I had certainly gotten away. Maybe in the confusion of the fire, we'd gotten separated. But why hadn't the others, whoever they were, looked for me, searched the forest and the hillside? Why had I been left to fend for myself after being so badly injured? Maybe they were all dead. I went back again to my memory of the cave. I had awakened in terrible pain, blind, lost, naked. And then some animal had come to me, had come right up to me, making me a gift of its flesh. And I had killed it and eaten it. I thought about the animal and its odd behavior. Then, in memory, I saw the remains of the animal scattered around the cave. I had seen it briefly just before I left the cave. I had been able to see then, but I had not been aware enough to understand what I was seeing. What I had killed and eaten in the cave had not been an animal. It had been a man. I had not seen his face, but I had seen his short, straight black hair. I had seen his feet, his genitals, one of his hands. A man. He had come up through the trees and spotted me in the shallow cave. He came to me. He touched my face, sought a pulse in my wrist, then my throat. It hurt when he touched me because my burns were still raw. He had whispered something. I hadn't understood the words at the time, hadn't even understood that they were words. He bent over me. I could feel him there, warm. A large, edible-smelling patch of warmth, so tempting to my starving, damaged body and to my damaged mind. Close enough to touch. And I grabbed him, and I tore out his throat, and I ate him. I was capable of that. I had done that. I sat for a long time, stunned, not knowing what to think. The words that the man had whispered when he found me were, "Oh my God, it's her. Please let her be alive." That was what he said just before I killed him. I put my head down on the table. The man had known me. He had cared about me. Perhaps I had had a relationship with him like the one I was developing with Wright. I must have had such relationships with someone, several someones. How could I have killed such a person? I couldn't kill Wright, could I? I'd been with him for only one night, and yet there was a bond between us. But I had not recognized the other man. I couldn't see his face, had no memory of ever seeing his face, but his scent should have told me what he was. How was it that he had smelled only like food to me, and not like a person at all?
End of Disc 1. Disc 2.
I heard Wright wake up, heard his breathing change. After a moment, he got up and came over to me. The room was dim, but not dark. There was a window in the kitchen area where the moonlight shone in.
"What's going on?"
he asked. He put his hands on my shoulders and rubbed me pleasantly. I sat up. "I've been trying to remember things," I said.
"Any luck?"
"Pain, hunger, bad things. Nothing from before I woke up hurt and blind in the cave. I couldn't tell him about the man I'd killed. How could I ever tell him about a thing like that?"
"Give it time,"
he said.
"You'll get it back. If you'd see a doctor."
"No, no hospital, no doctor."
"Why?"
"Why?" I stood up, turning to face him. He stepped back, startled, and I realized I had moved too quickly, faster than he expected me to move. No matter. It helped me make my point. "Right? I don't know what I am, but I'm not like you. I think maybe I look a lot more human than I am. I don't want to draw attention to myself. Maybe have people try to lock me up because they're afraid of me.
For God's sake, girl, no one's gonna lock you up.
No? I look like a child. I might be locked up for my own safety even if they weren't afraid of my differences. You thought I was a child. He grinned.
I don't anymore.
Then he hugged himself, hands rubbing his furry forearms a little. I realized that he had gotten cold standing naked in the unheated room while he talked with me. Come back to bed and get warm, I said. He got back into bed, pulling me against him as I slid in beside him. Can you get information for me? I asked.
Information?
About memory and not being able to remember things.
Amnesia,
he said, and just like that, the word was familiar to me. Amnesia, yes, and about vampires, I said. Most of what you told me, I don't think it has anything to do with me, but I do need blood. Maybe there are bits of truth mixed into the movies and folk tales.
I'd like to know how old you are,
he said. When I know, I'll tell you. But right? Don't tell anyone about me. Don't tell your friends or your family or anyone.
You know I wouldn't. I'm more likely to get into trouble than you are if anyone found out about you.
I think your trouble would be shorter-lived than mine, I said.
I won't say a word.
After a while, I thought of something else. There was a fire, right? Some houses surrounded by farmland and woods. 8 houses, not far from where you picked me up. Do you remember hearing about it? He shook his head.
Sounds big, but no, I don't remember hearing anything about it. Do you know when the fire happened?
No. I found the ruin when I was able to get up and walk around. There weren't any bodies or bones or anything. It was just a burned-out ruin.
How close is it to where I picked you up?
I don't know. I had been wandering away from it since just after sundown when I met you. I wasn't going anywhere in particular. I was feeling frustrated. I'd been hunting, eating, sleeping, and going over the ruin for 3 days, not even knowing what I was looking for. I shook my head against the pillow. I believe I could find the place because I've been there. It seems that I have a very good memory for the little I've done and sensed in the past few days.
Maybe this weekend you could show me the ruin.
All right.
Meanwhile, it's almost time for me to get up and get ready for work.
It's not dawn yet.
Yeah, how about that? But before I go, I'm going to show you how to use my computer. Do you remember computers?
I frowned, then nodded. I remember what they are, like refrigerators, but I don't think I know how to use one.
Like refrigerators?
I mean, sometimes when you say something or I see something, like when I saw your refrigerator, I know what it is, what it's for, but I don't remember how I know or if I've ever had one.
Okay, let's get you online and you can gather some information yourself.
We got up again, and he put on a white terry-cloth robe and put one of his vast plaid shirts on me. I wasn't cold, but I didn't mind. His computer was a slender laptop that he took from the back of the black bookcase where I had not noticed it. He opened it on his kitchen counter where there was an electrical outlet and a phone jack. He turned it on, making sure I saw everything he did and what he typed in to get online. Then he shut everything down and made me do it. It all felt vaguely familiar to me. I was comfortable with it. When I'd gone through the process, he was happy.
I don't use the thing much anymore,
he said.
I thought for a moment I'd forgotten my password.
It occurred to me just then that his memory would improve. I managed not to say it, but yes, his memory should improve because I was with him. Because now and then I would bite him, injecting whatever I injected into people when I bit them. I didn't say anything about it because I didn't want him to ask me questions I couldn't answer, like what other changes might be in store for him.
I'm going to stop by the library on my way home,
he said.
I'll see what I can find for you about vampires and amnesia. Maybe I can even scare up something on your fire.
Thank you. He grinned.
We aim to please.
He went off to take a shower and get dressed. By the time he came out, clean and shaved, dressed in blue jeans and a red plaid shirt like the one I had on, I had already looked through a huge amount of nonsense about vampires. Apparently, they were in fashion with some people. There were television shows, movies, plays, and novels about them. There were groups devoted to talking about them endlessly in online chat groups. There were even people who tried to look the way they thought a vampire should look. A cloaked figure with long, sharp teeth and long, dark hair.
Anything useful?
Wright asked me. Nothing, I said. Worthless stuff. He nodded.
Stay away from the TV stuff and movies. Go with folklore and mythology, maybe anthropology. And there are some medical conditions I've heard of. There's one that makes people so allergic to sunlight that they only go out at night, and maybe superstitious people of the past thought they were vampires. There's also a disease or a psychological condition that makes people think they're vampires.
You mean they're insane?
I don't know. If a psychiatrist found out what you eat and drink, he might think you're insane.
Even if I bit him? He looked away.
I don't know. I think that might convince him whether he liked it or not. Renee, are you going to go unconscious during the day?
I'll probably sleep for a while.
But will it be normal sleep? I mean, would you be able to wake up if the house were on fire or if someone broke in? Not that either of those things is likely.
I just sleep, I said. Normal sleep. The sun hurts my eyes and my skin, and I seem to prefer to sleep during the day, the way you prefer to sleep at night. I don't catch fire or turn to ash or dust or anything like what I've read about so far on your computer. Anything that would wake you up would wake me up.
Okay, good. Lock the door when I leave. Nobody should be coming in here when I'm not home. If someone knocks, ignore them. If the phone rings, don't answer it.
He started to leave, then turned back, frowning.
Ordinary sun exposure burns your skin even though you're black?
I stopped. I had been about to protest that I was brown, not black, but before I could speak, I understood what he meant. Then his question triggered another memory. I looked at him. I think I'm an experiment. I think I can withstand the sun better than others of my kind. I burn, but I don't burn as fast as they do. It's like an allergy we all have to the sun. I don't know who the experimenters are, though, the ones who made me black. He became intensely interested.
Do you know if the experimenters were like you? Sort of vampires? Or were they like me?
Don't know. I looked at him. But keep asking me things. Whenever you think of a question, ask me. Sometimes it helps. He nodded, then kissed me.
I've got to go.
Breakfast? I said.
I ate it last night. I'll pick up something on the way to work. I've got to go grocery shopping this evening. It's a good thing you don't eat.
And he went out the door and was gone. Chapter 5. I spent most of the day at the computer making no real progress. There were diseases that people might once have mistaken for vampirism. One of them was called porphyria. It was probably what Wright thought of as a sun allergy disease. In fact, it was a group of diseases caused by pigments that settled in people's teeth, bones, and skin. The worst of the porphyriac diseases made people so vulnerable to light that they developed huge sores as parts of their flesh eroded away. They might lose their noses or their lips or patches of their cheeks. They would look grotesque. That was interesting, but it awakened no memories in me. After all, I had already proved that if I were badly burned or wounded, I would heal. There were river-borne microorganisms that caused people to develop problems with their memories, just as there were microorganisms that could cause people to look hideous and, in the past perhaps, be mistaken for vampires. But that had nothing to do with me either. Whoever and whatever I was, no one seemed to be writing about my kind.
Perhaps my kind did not want to be written about. I wandered from site to site, picking up more bits of interesting but useless information. Finally, I switched to hunting through information about recent fires. I found a couple of articles that probably referred to what I was coming to think of as my fire. They said the houses had been abandoned. The fire had happened 3 weeks ago and had definitely been arson. Gasoline had been splashed about liberally, then set alight. Fortunately, the fire had not spread to the surrounding forest, as it probably would have if the houses had truly been abandoned. There would have been plenty of bushes, vines, grasses, and young trees to carry the fire straight into the woods. Instead, there had been a broad clearing around the houses, and there had been farm fields, stubbly and bare. The houses had not been abandoned. I was not wrong about the sense of burned flesh that I had found here and there in them. Those houses were close to the cave where I had awakened. I had gone straight to them from the cave, as though my body knew where it was going, even though my memory was gone. I must have either been living in one of those houses or visiting one, and there had definitely been other people around at the time of the fire. Why would the articles deny this? Wright had said we could go back to the ruin on the weekend. According to the computer, today was Thursday. The weekend was only a day away. I wanted to go back now, on foot, and comb through the ruin again. I was more alert and aware now. My body had finished healing. Maybe I could find something. But it was daytime, almost noon. I felt tired from all my running around the night before, and stiff from sitting for hours at the computer. I turned it off, got up, and decided to soak for a while in the tub before I went to bed. That may have been a mistake. Someone knocked on the door while I was filling the tub. I turned the water off, afraid they'd already heard it, afraid they would know someone was in the cabin when it was supposed to be empty. The knock came again, and a woman's voice called out, "Wright? Are you home?" I kept quiet. After a while, I heard her go away. I soaked nervously in the water I had already drawn and went to bed. When Wright got home, long after sunset, he brought groceries, an everything pizza, a library book about vampires written by an anthropologist, and some clothing for me. There were 2 pairs of jeans, 4 t-shirts, socks, underwear, a pair of Reebok athletic shoes, and a jacket with a hood. Everything except the shoes were a little big. Somehow, he'd gotten shoes that were just the right size. He'd held each of my feet in his hands, and that must have helped. And he'd bought a belt. That would keep the jeans up. The rest of it worked fine, even though it was a little large. "You're even smaller than I thought," he said. "I'm usually pretty good at estimating the size of things I've seen and handled."
"I'm lean," I said. "I feed on blood most of the time. I don't think I could get fat."
"Probably not."
He stowed the groceries in his refrigerator, then turned and looked at me.
"My neck is completely healed."
I thought it would be.
I mean, no scar. Nothing. No scar on my hand, either.
I went to him and looked for myself. "Good," I said when I had seen. "I don't want to leave you all scarred. How do you feel?"
"Fine. I thought I might feel a little weak, like I did when I donated blood, but I'm fine. I don't think you took very much."
"I think I probably took more than I should have from you yesterday. Who did you donate blood to?"
"Friend of mine was in a car wreck. They saved him, but he lost a lot of blood."
"He took blood from you?"
"No, nothing like that. Do you know what a transfusion is?"
I thought about it, and then realized that I did know. In the hospital, blood was sent from a container directly into your friend's veins.
"That's right, but it wasn't my blood. He and I aren't even the same blood type. I just gave to offset a little of what he had used."
He bent, picked me up, and kissed me.
"It isn't nearly as much fun as what you do."
I had already found that I enjoyed any skin-to-skin contact with him. For a few moments, I gave myself up to that enjoyment. Then, reluctantly, I drew back. "Someone was here today," I said. "A woman came to the door while I was filling the tub for a bath. I think she heard the water running. She knocked and called your name."
"Older woman?"
he asked. "I couldn't see her."
"My aunt, maybe. My aunt and uncle live in the big house out front."
He gestured toward the front of the cabin with the arm that wasn't holding me. Then he put me down.
"You probably saw it last night. They had company, so it was all lit up."
"Can she get in here? Does she have a key?"
"Yeah, my uncle does anyway. But they don't snoop. I think you'll be okay in here."
I wasn't so sure, but I let it go. If the woman ever came into the cabin while Wright was at work, I would bite her. Then she would accept my being here, keep it secret, feed me, and then maybe help me find some of the answers I was looking for. "I'm glad we're going back to the site of the fire this weekend," I said. "I found articles that said the place was abandoned and that vandals set it afire."
"Good work,"
he said.
"I thought you'd find something online."
"But why would it say that?" I demanded. "I'm sure it wasn't abandoned. In fact, I'm pretty sure I was there. It was close to the cave where I woke up, and not really close to anything else." He thought about that, then shook his head.
"I found articles at the library that said the same thing,"
he said.
"They were from 2 small newspapers in the area. The reporters wouldn't have any reason to lie."
I shook my head. "If I can find them, I can get them to tell me why they lied. But first, I want to go to the ruin. I'm connected with that place somehow. I'm sure I am. And right, the clothing I was wearing when you found me, I got it at one of the burned houses. It had been folded and put away, maybe in a drawer or on a shelf. When I found it, it was at the bottom of a big pile of half-charred clothing, and it had only been burned a little. Why should an abandoned house have piles of clean, folded clothing in it?" Wright nodded.
"I'll take you back there then,"
he said.
"Saturday?"
"Friday night." I stood on tiptoe and still could not reach him. I was annoyed for once that he was so tall, but he picked me up again and held me against him. I bit him a little at the base of his throat, drew a few drops of blood. It wasn't necessary, but we both enjoyed it. He stood still, holding me, letting me lick at the wound. After a while, he sighed.
"Okay, Friday. Are you going to let me eat my pizza while it's hot?"
I licked once more, then pulled away from him reluctantly and slid down his body. "Eat," I said, and picked up the vampire book. "I'll read and wait for you." The book was interesting, but not that helpful. Many cultures seem to have folklore about vampires of one kind or another. Some could hypnotize people by staring at them. Some read and controlled people's thoughts. It would be handy to be able to do things like that. Easier than biting them and waiting for the chemicals in my saliva to do their work. Not all vampires drank blood, according to the book. Some ate flesh, either from the living or from the dead. Some took in a kind of spiritual essence or energy, whatever that meant. All took something from their subjects, usually not caring how they injured the subject. Many killed their subjects. Many were dead themselves, but magically reanimated by the blood, flesh, or energy they took. One feeding usually meant the taking of one life. And that made no sense, at least for those who took blood. Who could need that much blood? Why kill a person who would willingly feed you again and again if you handled them carefully? No wonder vampires in folklore were feared, hated, and hunted. Then my thoughts drifted back to the man I had killed at the cave. I killed and fed as viciously as any fictional vampire. I ate a man without ever recognizing him as a man. I'd not yet read of a vampire doing that, but I had done it. Did others of my kind do such things? Had I done such a thing before? Had someone found out about us and tried to kill us back at the ruin? That would seem almost just. But what about the other people who had been at the ruin? Had they been like Wright or like me? Had the ruin been a nest of vampires? I could still remember the scents I had found here and there around the ruin where flesh had been burned. Now I tried to sort through them, understand who was who. After a while, I understood that some of them had been like me and some like Wright. Vampires and other people living and dying together. What did that mean? Wright got up, came to stand beside me, and took the book out of my hands. He laid it open, its pages face down on the table.
"I think I'm strong enough to take you on now,"
he said. Perhaps he was, but I took only a few drops more of his blood while I enjoyed sex with him. It seemed necessary to take small amounts of his blood often. I felt a need for it that was something beyond hunger. It was a need for his blood specifically, no one else's. I took it slowly and gave him as much pleasure as I could. In fact, I took delight in leaving him pleasurably exhausted. I went out later when Wright was asleep and took a full meal from Theodora. She was smaller and older than Wright, and she would probably feel a little weak tomorrow, tired perhaps. "What work do you do?" I asked her when she looked ready to drift off to sleep. "I work for the county library," she said. Then she laughed. "It doesn't pay very well, but I enjoy it." And then, as though my question had opened the door for her to talk to me, she said, "I didn't think you were real. I thought I'd dreamt you." "I could be just a dream," I said. I stroked her shoulder and licked the bite. I wondered what work was done in libraries, then knew. I had been in libraries. I had memories of rooms filled with books. Theodora worked with books, and with people who used books. "You're a vampire," she said, breaking into my thoughts. "Am I?" I went on licking her bite. "Are you going to kill me?" she asked, as though she didn't care what the answer might be, and there was no tension in her. "Of course not. But you shouldn't go to work tomorrow. You might be a little weak." "I'll be all right. I don't like to take time off." "Yes, you will be all right. Stay home tomorrow." She said nothing for a moment. She moved restlessly against me, moved away, then came back, accepting again, at ease. "All right. Will you come back to me again? Please come back." "In a week, maybe." "That long?" "I want you healthy." She kissed me. After a moment of surprise, I kissed her back. I held her, and she seemed very comfortable in my arms. "Be real," she said. "Please be real." "I'm real," I told her. "Sleep now. I'm real, and I'll come to you again. Sleep." She went to sleep, happily fitted against me, one arm over and around me. I lay with her a few moments, then slipped free and went home to Wright's cabin. On Friday evening after dark, Wright drove me back along the road where he had found me. The road was almost as empty on Friday as it had been when I walked it, barefoot and soaking wet. One or two cars every now and then. At least it wasn't raining tonight.
"I picked you up near here,"
Wright said. I looked around and couldn't make out much beyond his headlights. "Pull off the road when you can, and turn your lights off," I said.
"You can see in the dark like a cat, can't you?"
he asked. "I can see in the dark," I said. "I don't know anything about cats, so I can't compare myself to them." He found a spot where there was room to pull completely off the road and park. There, he stopped and turned off his headlights. Across the road from us there was a hillside, and on our side of the road, a steep slope downward toward a little creek. This was a heavily wooded area, although there was a clear-cut area not far behind us.
"We're not far from the national forest,"
he said.
"We're running parallel to it. Does anything look familiar?"
"Nothing yet," I said. I got out of the car and looked down into the trees, letting my eyes adjust to the darkness. I had walked this road. I began to walk it now, backtracking. After a while, Wright began to follow me in the car. He didn't turn his lights on, but seemed to have no trouble seeing me. I began to jog, always looking around, knowing that at some point it would be time for me to turn off onto a side road and go down into the woods. I jogged for several minutes, then, on impulse, began to run. Wright followed until finally I spotted the side road that led to the ruin. I turned, but he didn't. When he didn't follow, I stopped and waited for him to realize he'd lost me. It seemed to take a surprisingly long time. Finally, the car came back, lights on now, driving slowly. Then he spotted me, and I beckoned to him to turn. Once he had turned, I went to the car and got in.
"I didn't even see this road,"
he said.
"I had no idea where you'd gone. Do you know you were running about 15 miles an hour?
"I don't know what that means," I said.
"I suspect it means you should try out for the Olympic Games. Are you tired?"
"I'm not. It was a good run, though. What are the Olympic Games?"
"Never mind. Probably too public for you. For someone your size, though, that was a fantastic run."
"It was easier than running down a deer."
"Where are we going? Don't let me pass the place."
"I won't." I not only watched, I opened my window and smelled the air. "Here," I said, "this little road coming up."
"Private road,"
Wright said.
"Open the gate for me, would you?"
I did, but the gate made me think for a moment. I had not opened a gate going out. I had climbed over it. It wasn't a real barrier. Anyone could climb it or walk around it or open it and drive through. Wright drove through, and I closed the gate and got back into the car. Just a few moments later, we were as close to the ruin as it was safe to drive. There were places where rubble from the houses lay in the road, and Wright said he wanted to be careful with his tires.
"This was a whole community,"
he said,
"plus a lot of land."
I led him around, showing him the place, choosing the easiest paths I could find, but I discovered that he couldn't see very well. The moon wasn't up yet, and it was too dark for him. He kept stumbling over the rubble, over stones, over the unevenness of the ground. He would have fallen several times had I not steadied him. He wasn't happy with my doing that.
"You're a hell of a lot stronger than you have any right to be,"
he said. "I couldn't carry you," I said. "You're too big. So I need to keep you from getting hurt." He looked down at me and smiled.
"Somehow, I suspect you would find a way to carry me if you had to."
I laughed in spite of myself.
"You're pretty sure this was your home, then?"
I looked around. I'm not sure, but I think it was. I don't remember. It's just a feeling. Then I stopped. I'd caught a scent that I hadn't noticed before, one that I didn't understand. "Someone's been here," I said. "Someone—" I took a deep breath, then several small, sampling breaths. Then I looked up at Wright. "I don't know for sure, but I think it may have been someone like me."
"How can you tell?"
"I smell him. It's a different scent. More like me than like you, even though he's male."
"You know he's male? You can tell that from a smell?"
"Yes. Males smell male. It isn't something I could miss. You smell male." He looked uncomfortable.
"Is that good or bad?"
I smiled. "I enjoy your scent. It reminds me of all sorts of good feelings." He gave me a long, hungry look.
"Go have the rest of your look around on your own. You'll finish faster without me. Suddenly, I want to get out of here. I'm eager to get back home."
"All right," I said. "We can go as soon as I find out about our visitor."
"This other guy, yeah."
Suddenly, he sounded less happy. He may be able to tell me about myself, right? He may be my relative. He nodded slowly.
Okay. When was he here?
Not that long ago. Last night, I think. I need to know where he came from and where he went. Stay here. I won't go far, but I need to follow the scent.
I think I'll come with you after all.
I put my hand on his arm. You said you'd wait. Stay here, right? He stared at me, clearly unhappy, but after a moment he nodded.
Watch yourself,
he said. I turned away from him and began to zigzag through the rubble until I felt I had the direction of the scent, the direction from which the man had come and in which he had gone. It was like a thread that drew me. I followed it as quickly as I could to the opposite end of the ruin and beyond through a stand of trees and on to a broad, open meadow. It ended there. I walked through the trees and into the meadow, confused, no longer understanding what I was looking for. I found marks on the ground, marks that were wrong for a car or a truck. There were 2 of them, long, narrow indentations, too narrow and far apart to be tire marks. The word helicopter occurred to me suddenly, and I found that I knew what a helicopter was. I had a picture of one in my mind. Clear bubble, rotor blades on top, metal structure sweeping back to the tail rotor, and 2 long runners instead of wheels. When had I ever seen such a thing? Had a helicopter landed here then? Had a man of my people gotten out and looked around the ruin, then gotten back into the copter and flown away? That had probably happened. I couldn't think of any reason why it would be impossible. Would he come back then? Was he my relative? Had he been looking for me? Or had he had something to do with setting the fire? If I had stayed in the area instead of wandering out to the highway and getting into Wright's car, I might have already been in contact with people who knew who I was, knew much more about me than I did. Or I might have been hurt again or killed. I walked around where the copter had landed, looking to see whether anything had been dropped or thrown away, but there was nothing except that faint, ghostly scent. Then I caught another scent, fresh this time, 2 scents. Another person, a male like Wright, but not Wright, and there was a gun of some kind. Where had the man come from? The wind, what there was of it, came to me from beyond where the helicopter had landed. That was how I had come to notice the scent of the first stranger. This new man must have passed me on his way to the ruin. If he had passed far enough away, I wouldn't have noticed, focused as I was on the helicopter and its occupant. But now I thought he must be somewhere near Wright. He and his gun must be somewhere near Wright. I turned, ran back through the trees toward Wright. I spotted the man with the gun before I got near him. He was moving closer to Wright, not making himself known, watching Wright from hiding. I meant to confront the man with the gun and perhaps take his gun away. I was intensely uncomfortable with his having it and being able to see Wright while Wright could not see him. I saw him as I emerged from the trees. I saw him raise the gun, a rifle, long and deadly looking. He pointed it at Wright, and I was too far away to stop him. I ran flat out as fast as I could. I headed toward Wright and tried to put myself between him and the gun. I expected to be shot at any moment, but I had time to hit Wright in his midsection and knock him down, knock the air out of him just as the rifle went off. Then, with Wright safely on the ground, I went after the shooter. He fired once more before I reached him, and this time, in spite of my speed, he hit me. An instant later, I hit him with my whole body, and while I could still think, while I was aware enough to be careful, I sank my teeth into his throat and took his blood. Only his blood. Chapter 6. I didn't care whether I hurt or killed the gunman. I had knocked him unconscious when I hit him. Now I took his blood because he'd spilled mine, and because suddenly I was in pain. Suddenly I needed to heal. He was lucky I was aware enough not to take his flesh. Moments later, I heard Wright's uneven steps coming toward me, and I was afraid. I went on taking the gunman's blood because it seemed to be the least harmful thing I could do at the moment. I let the man go when Wright stood over us. I looked up at him then and, to my relief, did not in the slightest want to eat him. He stared at me, eyes wide.
"Are you shot?"
he asked. "My right leg," I said. He was on his knees, lifting me, pulling my jeans down to examine my bloody leg. It hurt almost too much. I screamed, but I didn't harm him.
"I'm sorry," he said. "I'm so sorry. I thought you might be bleeding, losing too much blood."
He hesitated.
"Why aren't you bleeding more?"
"I don't ever bleed much."
"Oh."
He stared at the wound.
"That makes sense, I guess. Your body would know how to conserve blood if anyone's did. The bullet went all the way through. You have to go to a doctor now."
I shook my head. "I'll heal. I just need meat. Fresh meat." He looked at the gunman.
"It's a shame you can't eat him."
I stared down at him. "I can," I said. The gunman didn't wash himself often enough, but he was young and strong. His bite wound was already beginning to close. He wasn't going to die, even though I'd taken quite a bit more blood from him than I would from Wright or Theodora. If he had managed to shoot Wright, I would have made sure he died. "I can," I repeated, "but I really don't want to." Wright smiled a little as though he thought I was joking. Then, still looking at the wound, he said,
"Renee, you'll get an infection. There are probably all kinds of germs already crawling around in that wound, and maybe pieces of your genes, too. Look, I'll get you fresh meat if you'll just see a doctor."
"No doctor. I've been shot before. Some of the wounds I woke up with in the cave were bullet wounds. I need fresh meat and sleep, that's all. My body will heal itself." There was a long silence. I lay where I was, feeling leaden, wanting to sleep. I had taken perhaps twice as much blood from the gunman as I would have dared to take from Wright or Theodora, and I still wasn't satisfied. I needed to sleep for a while, though, and let my body heal a little before I ate flesh. The gunman would awaken thirsty and weak, maybe feeling sick. And how did I know that? It was one more sliver of memory, incomplete, but at least this time not useless.
"Shall I take you home?"
Wright asked finally.
"I can stop at the store for a couple of steaks."
I shook my head. "I don't want to be with you when I wake up. I'll be too hungry. I might hurt you."
"I don't think there's much chance of that,"
he said with just a hint of a smile. He didn't understand. "I'm serious, Wright. I could hurt you. I might not be thinking clearly when I wake up."
"What do you want me to do?"
"Look around for a sheltered place here in the ruins. I'll need to be out of the sun when it comes up. You might have to heap some of the rubble up around me to make enough shade."
"You want me to leave you here? You want to spend, what, tonight and tomorrow out here?"
"I will spend tonight and tomorrow out here. Come back for me Sunday morning before sunrise."
"But there's no need."
"Don't buy steaks unless you want them for yourself. I'll hunt. There are plenty of deer in the woods."
"Renee."
"Build a shelter," I said. "Put me in it. Then go home. Come back Sunday morning before sunrise." There were several seconds of silence. Finally, he said,
"What about this guy?"
He nudged the gunman with his foot.
"What do we do with him? Why did he want to shoot you anyway? Was it just because you scared him?"
"Me?" I said, surprised. "He was aiming at you when I hit you. I couldn't reach him in time to stop him from shooting you. That's why I knocked you down, so he'd miss. Then I went after him." He took a moment to absorb this.
"God, I didn't know what the hell happened. What if he'd killed you?"
"He could have, I guess, but I didn't think he'd be fast enough, and he wasn't."
"He shot you."
"Annoying," I said. "It really hurts. You'd better take his gun and keep it.
Good idea.
He picked it up. Find me a place that will be out of the sun. Otherwise, I'll have to heal a burn as well as a bullet wound. He nodded.
Okay, but you haven't answered. What about him?
He nodded toward the gunman. I'll talk to him. I want to know why he tried to shoot you.
You aren't afraid to have him here?
I don't want him here, but he's here. I'll try not to hurt him, but if I do, I do.
When you're asleep, he might decide to finish what he started.
He won't. As long as you've got his rifle, he can't.
You bit him. That's why you aren't afraid of him, isn't it?
I'm afraid for him. I'm afraid I might not be able to stop myself from killing him.
You know what I mean.
I did know what he meant. He was beginning to understand his relationship with me, as I had already begun to understand it. Because I bit him, he'll obey me, I said. He won't hurt me if I tell him not to. He fingered the place where I'd last bitten him and stared down at me. I took a deep breath. I think you can still walk away from me, right? If you want to, I said. I wet my lips. If you do it now, you can still go.
Be free of you?
He asked. If you want to be free of me, yes. I'll even help you.
Why? You want to get rid of me?
You know I don't.
But you want to help me leave you.
He made it a flat statement, not a question. If that's what you want.
Why?
I took a deep breath, trying to stay alert. Because I think it would be wrong for me to keep you with me against your will.
You think that, do you?
Again, it wasn't a real question, so I didn't bother to answer it.
How?
He asked. What?
How can you help me leave you?
I can tell you to go. I think I can make it, maybe not comfortable, but at least possible for you to go and have your life back and just forget about me.
I didn't know what it would be like with you. I didn't know I would feel almost as though I can't make it without you.
I know. I closed my eyes in pain. I didn't know what I was starting when I bit you the first couple of times. I didn't remember. I still don't remember much, but I know the bites tie you to me. That comforted me, that you were with me. But now, maybe you don't want to be with me. If that's what you've decided, tell me. Tell me now, and I'll try to help you go. There was nothing from him for a long time. I felt as though I were drifting. My body wanted to go to sleep, demanded sleep, and somehow I did doze a little. When he put his palm against my face, I jerked awake.
I'm going to take you to one of the chimneys,
he said.
I'll make a shelter for you there.
If you want to go, I said, you should tell me now. I paused. I won't be able to stay awake long. And, right, if you don't take this chance, I don't think you'll be able to leave me. Ever. I won't be able to let you, and you couldn't stand separation from me. I know that much. Even now, it's probably hard for you to make the decision, but you should go if you want to go. It's all right.
It's not all right,
he said. Right, it is. You should...
No.
He shook his head.
Don't tell me that. Do not tell me that.
He grasped my face between his hands, made me look at him. What shall I do? I asked.
I don't know. I don't want to lose you.
Freedom, right? Now or never.
I don't want to lose you. I truly don't. I've only known you for a few days, but I know I want you with me.
I kissed his hand, glad of his decision. It would have been hard to let him go. Perhaps the hardest thing I could recall doing. I would have done it, but it would have been terrible. All I could do now was make things as safe as possible for both of us. Okay, then. Choose a good spot and build a shelter around me. Something that won't let the sun in. He walked around the ruin, stumbling and cursing now and then, but not falling. Eventually, he found a reasonably intact little corner with 2 wall fragments still standing. That was better than a chimney because it was less of a potential trap. There was no part of it that I couldn't break through if I had to. It might once have been part of a closet. I drifted off to sleep while he was cleaning the debris out of it. I awoke again when he lifted me and put me in the corner. Once I had found a comfortable position, he walled me in with stones, pieces of charred wood, tree branches, and pipe. After a while, the little shelter he was building was perfect for keeping the sun out. When he finished, he reached in through the small opening he'd left and woke me up again. "Go home," I told him, and before he could protest, I added, "Come back Sunday morning. I'll have found something to eat by then. Deer, rabbits, something."
Just in case, I'll bring you a steak or 2.
All right. I wouldn't be wanting the steaks, but it had finally occurred to me that getting them and bringing them would make him feel better.
What can we do to make you safer from this idiot?
He asked about the still unconscious shooter. "Take the gun. That will be enough."
He could knock this shelter down at high noon while you're asleep.
"If he does that, I'll kill him. I'll have no choice. I'll get a nasty sunburn, and it will take me a little longer to heal, but that's the worst. Let me sleep, right?" I listened and heard him leave. He didn't want to, but he left. 2 or 3 hours later, the man who'd shot me finally woke up. He coughed several times and cursed. That's what woke me, the noise he made. Because I didn't dare confront him yet, I kept quiet. He got up, stumbled, fell, then staggered away, his uneven steps fading as he moved away from me. He didn't seem to notice that his rifle was gone, and he didn't come near my little enclosure at all. I slept through the rest of the night and the day. By the time the sun went down, I was starving, literally. My body had been hard at work repairing itself, and now it had to have food. I pushed away the wall of rubble that Wright had built and stood up. I was trembling with hunger as I fastened the jeans that Wright had pulled up after he examined my leg, but had left loose for comfort. I took a few deep breaths, then first limped, then walked, then jogged off in the one direction I didn't smell human beings. Hunting steadied me, focused me, and hunting was good because it meant I would eat soon. I wound up eating most of someone's little nanny goat. I didn't mean to take a domestic animal, but it was all I found after hours of searching. It must have escaped from some farm. Better the goat than its owner. Relieved and sated, I began hiking back toward the ruin to wait for Wright. Then I caught the scent of other people nearby. Farms. I had avoided them while I was hunting, but now I let myself take in the scents and sort them out, see whether I recognized any of them. And I found the gunman. It wasn't midnight yet, too early for Wright to have arrived. I had time to talk to the man who had caused me so much pain and nearly cost Wright his life. I turned toward the farm and began to jog. I came out of the woods and ran through the farm fields toward the scent. It came from a one-story gray farmhouse with a red roof. That meant I might be able to go straight into the room where the gunman was snoring. There were 3 other people in the house, so I would have to be careful. At least everyone was asleep. I found a window to the gunman's bedroom, but it was closed and locked. I could think of no way to open it quietly. The doors were also locked. I went around the house and found no open door or window. I could get into the house easily, but not quietly. I went back to the gunman's bedroom window, a big window.
I pulled my jacket sleeve down over my hand and closed my hand around the sleeve opening so that my fist was completely covered. This was made easier by the fact that the jacket, like the rest of my clothing, was a little too big. With one quick blow, I broke the window near where I saw the latch. Then I ducked below the windowsill and froze, listening. If people were alerted by the noise, I wanted to know at once. There was no change in anyone's breathing except the gunman's. His snoring stopped, then began again. I waited, not wanting there to be too many alien sounds too close together. Then I reached in, turned the window latch, and raised the window. The window opened easily, silently. I stepped in and closed it after me. At that point, the man in the bed stopped snoring again. The colder air from outside had probably roused him. As quickly as I could, I crossed the room to the bed, turned his face to the pillow, grabbed his hands, dropped my weight onto him, and bit him. He bucked and struggled, and I worried that if he kept it up, he would either buck me off or force me to break his bones. But I had already bitten him once. He should be ready to listen to me. "Be still," I whispered, "and be quiet." And he obeyed. He lay still and silent while I took a little more of his blood. Then I sat up and looked around. His door was closed, but there were people in the room next to his. I had heard their breathing when I was outside. 2 people. On the other hand, because his closet and theirs separated the 2 rooms, I could barely hear them now. Maybe they wouldn't hear us. "Sit up and keep your voice low," I said to the gunman. "What's your name?" He put his hand to his neck. "What did you do?" he whispered. "What's your name?" I repeated. "Riley Curtis." "Who else is in this house?" "My brother, my sister-in-law, their kid." "So this is their house?" "Yeah. I got laid off my job, so they let me stay here." "All right. Why did you shoot me, Riley?" He squinted, trying to see me in the dark, then reached for his bedside lamp. "No," I said. "No light. Just talk to me." "I didn't know what you were," he said. "You just shot out of nowhere. I thought you were some kind of wildcat." He paused. "Hey, do that thing again on my neck." I shrugged. Why not? He would definitely be sick the next day, but I didn't care. I took a little more of his blood while he lay back trembling and writhing and whispering over and over, "Oh my God, oh my God, oh my God." When I stopped, he begged, "Do it some more. Jesus, that's the best feeling I've ever had in my life." "No more now," I said. "Talk to me. You said you shot me because I scared you." "Yeah. Where'd you come from like that?" "Why were you aiming your rifle at the man? He didn't scare you." "Had to." "Why?" He frowned and rubbed his head. "Had to." "Tell me why." He hesitated, still frowning. "He was there. He shouldn't have been there. It wasn't his property." "It wasn't yours either." This was only a guess, but it seemed reasonable. "He shouldn't have been there." "Why was it your job to drive him off or kill him?" Silence. "Tell me why." After 3 bites, he should have been eager to tell me. Instead, he almost seemed to be in pain. He held his hand between his hands and whimpered. "I can't tell you," he said. "I want to, but I can't. My head hurts." Something occurred to me suddenly. "Did you see the man in the helicopter?" He put his face into the pillow, whimpering. "I saw him," he said, his voice muffled, barely understandable. "When did he come? Thursday night?" He looked up at me, gray-faced, and rubbed his neck, not where I had bitten him, but on the opposite side. "Yeah, Thursday." "Did he see you, talk to you?" He moaned, face twisted in pain. He seemed to be about to cry.
"Please don't ask me. I can't say. I can't say."
The man, the male of my kind, had found him, bitten him, and ordered him to guard the ruin and not tell anyone why he was doing it. But what was there to guard? What was there to shoot a person over? In spite of myself, I began to feel sorry for Raleigh. His head probably did hurt. He was torn between obeying me and obeying the man from the helicopter. That kind of thing wasn't supposed to happen. Just thinking about it made me intensely uncomfortable, and of course, I didn't know why. I waited, hoping to remember more. But there was no more, except that I began to feel ashamed of myself, began to feel as though I owed Raleigh an apology. "Raleigh."
"Yeah."
"It's all right. I won't ask you about the man in the helicopter anymore. It's all right."
"Okay."
He looked as though he hadn't taken a breath for too long, and now, suddenly, he could breathe again. He also looked like he was no longer in pain. "I want to meet the man in the helicopter," I said. "If he comes to you again, I want you to tell him about me."
"Tell him what?"
"Tell him I bit you. Tell him I want to meet him. Tell him I'll come back to the burned houses next Friday night. And tell him I didn't know that you knew him. If he asks you any questions about me, it's okay to answer. All right?"
"Yeah. What's your name?"
"Good question. Don't bother about a name. Describe me to him. I think he'll know. And don't tell anyone else about either of us. Make up lies if you have to."
"Okay."
I started to get up, but he caught my hand. Then he let it go.
"That thing you did,"
he said, touching the spot I'd bitten.
"that was really good."
"It will probably make you feel weak and sick for a while," I said. "I'm sorry for that. You'll be all right in a couple of days."
"Worth it,"
he said. And I left feeling better, feeling as though he'd forgiven me. Whoever I was before, it seemed I had had strong beliefs about what was right and what wasn't. It wasn't right to bite someone who had already been claimed by another of my kind. Certainly it hadn't been all right to drain Raleigh to the point of sickness when he wasn't truly responsible for shooting me. Why on earth would one of my own people take the chance of being responsible for a pointless shooting, perhaps even a death? I jogged back toward the ruin. 8 chimneys, much burned rubble, a few standing timbers and remnant walls. That's what was left. Why did it need guarding? The guarding should have come before the fire, when it might have done some good. Finally, I jogged over to the unblocked part of the private road, coming out where Wright and I had parked the night before. I heard him coming, heard him stop down at the gate, then start again. I waited, making sure it was his car and not some stranger's. The moment I recognized the car and caught his scent, I could hardly wait to see him. The instant he stopped the car, I pulled the passenger door open and slid inside. He was there, smelling worried and nervous. And somehow, he didn't see me until I was sitting next to him, closing the door. He jumped, then grabbed me and yanked me into a huge hug. I found myself laughing as he examined me, checked my leg, then the rest of me. "I'm fine," I said, and kissed him, and felt alarmingly glad to see him. "Let's go home," I said at last. "I want a hot bath, and then I want you." He held me in his lap, and I was surprised that he had managed to move me there without my realizing it.
"Anytime," he said. "Now, if you like."
I kissed his throat. "Not now. Let's go home." Chapter 7. A week later, we went back to the ruin. I wanted Wright to park the car beside the gate to the private road. I thought it would be safest for him to stay with the car while I went in alone. But I had told him the little that Raleigh Curtis had told me, and Wright was adamant. He was going with me. You don't know what this guy will do, he said. What if he just grabs you and takes you away with him? Hell, what if he's the one who torched those houses to begin with?
He's one of my kind, I said. Even if he doesn't know anything about me, he'll probably know someone who does. Or at least he can tell me about my people. I have to know who I am, right, and what I am.
Then I have to go with you, he said, and I think I'd better take my nice new rifle along.
I had not made any effort to get Raleigh Curtis's rifle back to him. If he didn't have it, he couldn't shoot some exploring stranger with it. Wright had kept the gun and had gone out and bought bullets for it.
This guy is a man of your kind, he told me. An adult male who is probably a lot bigger and stronger than you. I'm telling you, Renee, he might just decide to do what he wants with you no matter what you want.
He was afraid of losing me, afraid this other man would take me from him. He might be right. And he was probably right in thinking that the man would be bigger and stronger than I was. That last possibility was enough to make me want Wright to stay with me and keep the gun handy. We left his cabin well before sunset because he wanted to get a look at the ruin in something more than starlight. To be sure he would be able to see well, he took along a flashlight zipped in his jacket pocket, the pocket that wasn't full of bullets. With my jeans, my shirt, and my hooded jacket, I was reasonably well covered up so I didn't mind the daylight. It was a gray day anyway, with rain threatening but not yet falling. That kind of light was much easier on my eyes than direct sunlight. He won't be there yet, I told Wright as he drove. If he's coming, he'll show up after sundown.
If?
Wright asked. Maybe Raleigh didn't see him and couldn't pass along my message. Maybe he's not interested in meeting me. Maybe he had something else to do.
Maybe you're getting nervous about meeting him,
Wright said. I was, so I didn't answer.
You should have gotten Raleigh's phone number. Then you could have called and asked him if he'd passed on your message.
He might not tell me, I said. I'm not sure I'd trust him to tell me the truth on the phone. I stopped suddenly and turned to face him. Wright, listen, if this guy bites you, you tell him whatever he wants to know. Do that, okay? He shook his head.
I don't think I'll be letting him bite me.
But if he does.
Okay.
And after a moment,
you don't want me to suffer like Raleigh did, is that it?
I don't want you to suffer. He gave me a strange little smile.
That's good to know.
We went on for a few minutes, then turned down the side road. By the time we reached the gate, we should have been close enough to the ruin for me to get a good scent picture of it, if only the wind had been blowing toward us. Wait here, I said when we reached the gate. I'm going to make sure Raleigh or someone else isn't waiting for us with another gun. He grabbed me around the waist.
Whoa, he said. You don't need to be shot again.
I was half out of the car, but I stopped and turned back toward him into his arms. I'll circle around and get whatever scents there are, I said. Stay here. Don't make noise unless you need help. And I slipped away from him. I ran around the area, stopping now and then, trying to hear, see, and scent everything. As I expected, there was no helicopter yet. Raleigh had not been near the place recently. Someone else had, but I didn't recognize his scent. It was a young man, not of my kind, not carrying a gun. But he wasn't there now. No one was there now. I went back to the gate where I'd left Wright and managed to surprise him again. He'd gotten out of the car and was leaning against the gate.
Good God, woman, he said when I caught his arm. Make some noise when you walk.
I laughed. No one's there. This whole night might turn out to be a waste of time, but let's go in anyway. We got back into the car and drove in. At the ruin, we spent our time looking through the rubble and finding a few unburned or partially burned things: a pen, forks and spoons, a pair of scissors, a small jar of buttons. I recognized everything I found, until I discovered a small, silver-colored thing on the ground near where Wright had piled burned wood to wall me into my shelter. It must have been under the wood that I had pushed aside when I broke out,
It's a crucifix,
Wright told me when I showed it to him.
It must have been worn by one of the people who lived here. Or maybe the arsonist lost it.
He gave a humorless smile.
You never know who's liable to turn out to be religious.
But what is it? I asked. What's a crucifix? I kept running across that word when I was reading about vampires, but none of the writers ever explained what it was except to say that it scared off vampires. He put it back into my hand.
This one's real silver, I think. Does it bother you to hold it?
It doesn't. It's a tiny man stuck to a tiny T-shaped thing, and there's a loop at the top. I think it used to be attached to something.
Probably a chain, he said. Another perfectly good vampire superstition down the drain.
What?
This is a religious symbol, Renee, an important one. It's supposed to hurt vampires because vampires are supposed to be evil. According to every vampire movie I've ever seen, you should not only be afraid of it, but it should burn your skin if it touches you.
It isn't hot.
I know. Don't worry about it. It's just movie bullshit.
He went to look around the chimneys and examine broken, discolored remains of water heaters, sinks, bathtubs, and refrigerators. As I looked around, I realized that some of the houses were missing sinks and tubs, and I wondered. Perhaps people had come here when Raleigh wasn't on guard and taken them away. Or perhaps Raleigh and his relatives had taken them. But why? Who would want such things? Then Wright found something outside the houses more than half buried in the ground near one of the chimneys. A gleaming gold chain with a little gold bird attached to it. A crested bird with wings spread as though it were flying.
I'm surprised something like this is still here,
he said.
I'll bet plenty of people have been through here picking up souvenirs.
He wiped the thing on his shirt, then let it slide like liquid into my hand. Pretty, I said, examining it.
Let me put it on you.
I thought about whether I wanted the property of a person who was probably dead around my neck, but then shrugged, handed it back to him, and let him put it on me. He wanted to, and he seemed to like the effect once it was on.
Your hair is growing out,
he said.
This is just what you need to decorate yourself a little.
My hair was growing out, crinkly and black and about an inch long, and my head was no longer disfigured by broken places. I'd had Wright trim the one patch of hair that hadn't been burned off, so that now it was all growing out fairly evenly. I thought I almost looked female again. Did you ever think I was a boy? I asked him. I mean, when you stopped for me on the road that first time.
No, I never did,
he said.
I should have, I guess. You were almost bald and wearing filthy, ill-fitting clothes that could have been a man's. But when I first saw you in the headlights, I thought, what a lovely, elfin little girl. What in hell is she doing out here by herself?
Elfin?
Like an elf. According to some stories, an elf is a short, slender, magical being, another mythical creature. Maybe I'll run into one of them on a dark road someday.
I laughed. Then I heard the helicopter. He's coming, I said. It's early for him to be awake and out. He must be eager to meet me.
I don't hear a thing,
Wright said.
But I'll take your word for it. Shall I get out of sight?
No. You couldn't hide your scent from him. Let's wait over by that largest chimney. It was a big brick chimney that rose from a massive double fireplace. It might shelter us if our visitor decided to try to shoot us. The copter didn't bother about landing in the meadow this time. I wondered why he had landed there before. Habit? Or was this stranger someone who would have come to visit the 8 houses when they were intact and occupied? The copter, looking like a large, misshapen bug, landed in what Wright said must have once been a big vegetable garden. He had been able to identify several of the scorched, mostly dead plants. The copter crushed a number of the survivors, cabbages and potatoes mostly. The pilot jumped out, ducked under the rotors, and looked around. Once he spotted us, he came straight toward us. Wright, who had been checking the rifle, now stood straight, watching the stranger intently. I watched him too. He was a tall, spidery man,
empty-handed, and visibly my kind, except that he was blond and very pale-skinned. Not just light-skinned like Wright, but as white as the pages of Wright's books. Even so, apart from color, if I ever grew tall, I would look much like him. Tall and lean, probably not elfin at all.
Shori?
The man asked. I liked his voice at once, and he smelled safe somehow. I mean, his scent made me feel safe, although I couldn't say why. Then I realized that he was looking at me, had spoken to me. And what had he meant by that one word? I stood away from the chimney.
How did you survive, Shori? Where have you been?
He was calling me Shori. I let out a breath. You know me then, I said.
Of course I do. What's the matter with you?
I breathed a little more, trying to decide what to say. The truth seemed humiliating somehow, admitting such a significant weakness to this stranger, telling him that I knew nothing at all about myself. But what else could I do? I said, I woke up weeks ago in a cave not far from here. I have no memory of anything that happened before then. And I don't know you. He reached out to me, but I stepped back out of his reach. I don't know you, I repeated. Off to one side, I saw Wright come to attention. He didn't point the rifle at the stranger, he pointed it downward. He held it across his body in both hands, his right forefinger near the trigger, so that aiming it at the man would only be a matter of moving it slightly. The man dropped his hand to his side. He glanced at Wright, then seemed to dismiss him.
My name is Iosif Petrescu, he said. I'm your father.
I stood staring at him, feeling nothing for him. I didn't know him, and yet he might be telling the truth. How could I know? Would he lie about such a thing? Why? And I'm Shori?
The name your human mother gave you is Shori. Your surname is Matthews. Your Aina mothers were distant relatives of mine named Mateescu, but in the 1950s, when there was a great deal of suspicion about foreign-sounding names, they decided to anglicize the name to Matthews.
My mother's? He looked around at the rubble.
Listen, he said. We don't have to talk here in the midst of all this. Come to my home.
I lived here?
You did, yes. You were born here. Doesn't this setting stir any memories?
No memories. Only a feeling that I'm somehow connected to this place. I came here when I was able to leave the cave where I woke up, but I didn't know why. It was as though my feet just brought me here.
Home, he said. For you, this was home.
I nodded. But you don't live here? He looked surprised.
No, we don't live males and females together as humans do.
End of Disc 2. Disc 3.
I swallowed, then asked the question I had to ask. What are we?
Vampires, of course. Not that we call ourselves by that name.
He smiled, showing his very human-looking teeth except for the canines, which looked a little longer and sharper than the other people's, as my own did. If his teeth were like mine, they were all sharper than other people's. They had to be. He said,
We have very little in common with the vampire creatures Bram Stoker described in Dracula, but we are long-lived blood drinkers.
He looked at Wright.
You knew what she was, didn't you?
Wright nodded.
I knew she needed blood to live.
Iosif sighed, then spoke wearily as though he were saying something he had to say too many times before.
We live alongside, yet apart from human beings, except for those humans who become our symbionts. We have much longer lives than humans. Most of us must sleep during the day, and yes, we need blood to live. Human blood is most satisfying to us, and fortunately, we don't have to injure the humans we take it from. But we are born as we are. We can't magically convert humans into our kind. We do keep those who join with us healthier, stronger, and harder to kill than they would be without us. In that way, we lengthen their lives by several decades.
That got Wright's attention.
How long?
He asked.
How long will you live? Yes.
Yosef took a deep breath, then said,
Barring accident or homicide, chances are you'll live to be between 170 and 200 years old. 200? I will? Healthy years? Yes. Your immune system will be greatly strengthened by Shori's venom, and it will be less likely to turn on you and give you one of humanity's many autoimmune diseases. And her venom will help keep your heart and circulatory system healthy. Your health is important to her. Sounds too good to be true. It is mutualistic symbiosis. You know you're joined with her.
Wright nodded.
It scares me a little. I wanted to be with her. Need to be with her, even though I don't really understand what I'm getting into.
After a moment, he asked,
How long do your kind live? Long,
Yosef said.
Although we're not immortal any more than you are. How old do you think your Shori is? I've been calling her Renee,
he said.
I'm Wright Hamlin, by the way. How old is she? I thought she was maybe 10 or 11 when I met her. Later, I knew she had to be older even though she didn't look it. Maybe 18 or 19?
Yosef smiled without humor.
That would make things legal, at least.
Wright's face went red, and I looked from him to Yosef, not understanding.
Don't worry, Wright,
Yosef said after a moment.
In fact, Shori is a child. She has at least one more important growth stage to go through before she's old enough to bear children. Her childbearing years will begin when she's about 70. In all, she should live about 500 years. Right now, she's 53.
Wright opened his mouth, but didn't say anything. He just stared, first at Yosef, then at me. I knew that Wright was 23, sexually mature, and aware of much that went on in the world. If Yosef was telling the truth, I was over twice Wright's age, and yet I knew almost nothing. Someone had taken away most of my 53 years of life. Who did this? I asked, gesturing at the ruin. Who set the fire? Did anyone else survive?
I wasn't here,
Yosef said.
I don't know who did it, and I haven't found any other survivors. I've arranged for the other people who live in this area to keep their eyes open.
That got my attention. You were careless. Raleigh Curtis wasn't just keeping his eyes open. He was going to shoot Wright. He did shoot me.
Accident. He didn't know you were one of us. If he'd seen you clearly, he wouldn't have fired.
Why would he want to shoot Wright?
He didn't know Wright was with you.
Yosef, why shoot anyone over this rubble? Only the people who did this should be punished. He stared at me.
Someone burned your mothers and your sisters as well as all of the human members of your family to death here. They shot the ones who tried to get out, shot them and threw most of them back into the fire. How you escaped, I have no idea. But we found the others burned, broken. My people and I found them. We were coming for a visit, and we actually arrived before the firemen, which meant we were able to get control of them and see to it that they recalled this place as abandoned. When the fire was out, we cleaned up and covered up, because we didn't want the remains examined by the coroner. We searched the area for several nights, hunting for survivors, and questioning the local humans, finding out what they knew, and seeing to it that they only remembered things that wouldn't expose or damage us. In fact, the neighbors didn't know anything, so we didn't catch the killers. We thought, though, that some of them might come back to enjoy remembering what they'd done. Criminals have done that in the past.
To enjoy the memory of killing? How many people? I demanded.
78. Everyone except you.
I wet my lips, looking away from him, remembering the cave. Maybe only 77, I said. I wanted badly not to say it, but somehow, not saying it would have made me feel even worse. Yosef touched me, put his hand on my chin, and turned my head so that I faced him. He or someone else had done that before. It felt familiar and steadying. He had straight, collar-length white blonde hair framing his sharp, narrow face and large gray eyes with their huge, dark-adapted pupils. He still didn't look familiar. I didn't know him. But his touch no longer alarmed me. I said, "Someone found me as I was waking up in the cave. I don't know how long I'd been there, several days at least. But finally, I was regaining consciousness and someone found me. I didn't know at the time that it was a person, a man. I didn't know anything except I killed him." I couldn't bring myself to say the rest, that I'd not only killed the man, but eaten him. It shamed me so much that I moved my face away from his fingers, took a step back from him. I still don't know who he was, but I remember the sounds he made. I heard them clearly, although at the time I didn't even recognize what he said as speech. Later, when I was safe with Wright, I was able to sort through the memories and understand what he said. I think he knew me. I think he'd been looking for me.
"What did he say?"
Wright asked. He had moved closer to me. It was terrible that he was hearing this. I shut my eyes for a moment, then answered his question. He said, "Oh my God, it's her. Please let her be alive." There was silence. Yosef sighed, then nodded.
"He wasn't from here, Shori. He was from my community."
I looked at him and saw his sorrow. He knew who the man was, and he mourned him. I shook my head. "I'm sorry." To my surprise, Wright pulled me against him. I leaned on him gratefully.
"I sent my people out to hunt," Yosef said. "We thought you would have survived if anyone did. Only one of my men didn't come back from the search. We never found him. Where is your cave?"
I turned to look around, then described as best I could where the cave was. "I can take you there," I said. Yosef nodded.
"If his remains are still there, I'll have them collected and buried."
"I'm sorry," I repeated, my voice not much more than a whisper. He stared at me, first with anger and grief, then it seemed only with sorrow.
"You are, aren't you? I'm glad of that. You've forgotten who and what you are, but you still have at least some of the morality you were taught."
After a while, Wright asked,
"Why do you think she had a better chance of surviving?" "Her dark skin," Yosef said. "The sun wouldn't disable her at once. She's a faster runner than most of us in spite of her small size. And she would have come awake faster when everything started. She's a light sleeper compared to most of us, and she doesn't absolutely have to sleep during the day." "She said she thought she was an experiment of some kind,"
Wright said.
"Yes, some of us have tried for centuries to find ways to be less vulnerable during the day. Shori is our latest and most successful effort in that direction. She's also, through genetic engineering, part human, We were experimenting with genetic engineering well before humanity learned to do it, before they even learned that it was possible.
We who? I asked.
Our kind. We are Aina. We are probably responsible for much of the world's vampire mythology, but among ourselves, we are Aina.
The name meant no more to me than his face did. It was so hard to know nothing, absolutely nothing all the time. I hate this, I said. You tell me things, and I still don't feel as though I know them. They aren't real to me. What are we? Why are we different from human beings? Are we human beings? Are we just another race?
No, we're not another race. We're another species. We can't interbreed with them. We've never been able to do that. Sex, but no children.
Are we related to them? Where do we come from?
I think we must be related to them, he said. We're too genetically similar to them for any other explanation to be likely. Not all of us believe that, though. We have our own traditions, our own folklore, our own religions. You can read my books if you want to.
I nodded. I'll read them. I wonder if they'll mean anything to me.
You've probably suffered a severe head injury, Yosef said. I've heard of this happening to us before. Our tissue regenerates, even our brain tissue. But memories? Well, sometimes they return.
And sometimes they don't.
Yes.
I know I had a head wound. More than one. The bones of my skull were broken, but they healed. How can we survive such things? He smiled.
There's a recently developed belief among some of our younger people that the Aina landed here from another world thousands of years ago. I think it's nonsense, but who knows? I suppose that idea is no worse than one of our oldest legends. It says we were placed here by a great mother goddess who created us and gave us earth to live on until we became wise enough to come home to live in paradise with her. Actually, I think we evolved right here on Earth alongside humanity, as a cousin species like the chimpanzee. Perhaps we're the more gifted cousin.
I didn't know what to think, or say, about any of that. All right, I said. You said the Aina people live in single-sex groups, men with men and women with women.
Adults do, yes. Young males leave their mothers when they're a little older than you are now. They live the last years of their childhood and all of their adult years with their fathers. I'm the only surviving son of my father's family, so my sons have only one father. Our human symbionts may be of either sex, but among us, sons live with brothers and fathers. Daughters live with their mothers and sisters. In a case like this, though, since you're not fully adult, you would be welcome to join my community for a while, until you get your memories back or relearn the things you need to know, and until you come of age.
I live with Wright.
Bring him with you, of course, and any others you've come to need. I'll have a house built for you and yours.
I looked at Wright, and was not surprised to see that he was shaking his head.
I have a job, he said. Hell, I have a life. Renee, Shori, will be all right with me.
Yosef stared at him with an expression I couldn't read.
And you will teach her about her people and their ways? He said. You'll teach her history, and help her into the adulthood she is approaching? You'll help her find mates and negotiate with their family when the time comes?
He stood straight and gazed down at Wright. He wasn't that much taller than Wright, but he gave the impression of looking down from a great height.
Tell me how you will do these things, he said.
Wright glared at him, his expression flickering between anger and uncertainty. Finally, he looked away. After a moment, he shook his head.
Where?
He asked.
A few miles north of Darrington. I'd want to keep my job, Of course, why not? It's a long way. We'd have a house? You'd be guests in my house until your house is finished. We're interested in keeping Shori safe and teaching her what she needs to know to get on with her life. You're already a greater part of her life than you realize. I want to be with her. I want you with her. But tell me, what's your life been like with her? What do your friends and neighbors think about your relationship with her?
Wright opened his mouth, then closed it again. He stared at Yosef angrily. Yosef nodded.
You've been hiding her. Of course you have, lest someone think you were having an improper relationship with a child. Once you're living with us, there will be no need to hide. And to us, there is nothing improper about your relationship.
Chapter 8. That same night, Yosef flew Wright and me up to see the community that was to become our new home. As we arrived, we could see from the air 5 large, well-lit, 2-story houses built along what was probably another private road. There were also 2 barns, several sheds and garages, animal pens and fields and gardens, all a few miles north of the lights of a small town. Darrington, I assumed. Yosef promised to fly Wright and me back to the ruin later that night so that we could pick up Wright's car and go back to his cabin. If things went as Yosef intended, we would move in a week. He gave us each a card that showed his address and phone numbers and that gave directions for driving to his community. He said he would send a truck and 2 people to help load Wright's things onto it. Anything that didn't fit in our temporary quarters could be stored in one of the barns until our house was ready.
You live in such out-of-the-way places,
Wright complained.
This is even more isolated than the other one. I'm going to have a hell of a commute. I don't know whether it's going to be possible.
Yosef ignored him. When we landed on a large paved area not far from the largest of the houses, he said,
You need to know that it's best to avoid cities. Cities overload our senses. The noise, the smells, the lights. They overload us in every possible way. Some of us get used to it, but others just get sick. That's a surprise,
Wright said.
The movies I've seen and the books I've read say vampires like cities, that their large populations make it easy for vampires to be anonymous.
Yosef nodded.
Vampires in books and movies usually seem to be trying to kill people or trying to turn them into vampires. Since we don't do either of those things, we don't need cities. Fortunately.
Yosef turned and jumped out of his side of the helicopter, while Wright slid out the other side, then reached in and lifted me out. Then Wright quickly caught up with Yosef and stood in his path like a human wall.
I want to know what's going to happen to me,
he said.
I need to know that.
Yosef nodded.
Of course you do.
He glanced at me.
How long have you 2 been together?
11 days, I said.
My God,
Wright said.
11 days? Is that all? I feel as though I've had her with me for so much longer than that. And yet you're healthy and strong,
Yosef said.
And you obviously want to keep her with you. I do. I'm not entirely sure that it's my idea, but I do. What will I become, though? What have I become? You said she'll find a mate. What happens to me, then? You are her first symbiont, the first member of her new family. Her mating can't change that. She'll visit her mates and they'll visit her, but you'll live with her. No one could separate the 2 of you now without killing you, and no one would try. Killing me? Why would I die? What would I die of? Of the lack of what she provides. But what? Come into the house, Wright. I'll see that you get all the answers you need. You might not like them all, but you have a right to hear them.
We walked from the side to the front of the large house. Yosef's community was clearly nocturnal. The Aina were naturally nocturnal, and their symbionts had apparently adjusted to being awake at night. There were lights on in all the houses, and people, human symbionts and their children, I guessed, moved around, living their lives. A red-haired woman was backing a car out of a garage. She had a small, red-blonde baby strapped into a special seat in the back. 2 little boys were raking leaves and pausing now and then to throw them at one another. They were my size, and I wondered how old they were. A little girl was sweeping leaves from a porch with a broom that was almost too big for her to manage. A man was on a ladder, doing something to the rain gutter of one of the houses. Several adults stood talking together in one of the broad yards. Wright and I followed Yosef into the biggest house and found ourselves in a room that stretched from the front to the back of the house. Wright's whole cabin might have filled a third of it. There were several couches, several chairs, large and small, and several little tables scattered around the room. Yosef said,
"We meet here on Sunday evenings or when there's something that needs community-wide discussion."
There was a broad picture window on the backyard side of the great room. It ran across the top half of the wall from one end of the room to the other. At one of the end walls, there was a huge fireplace where a log burned with much snapping and sparking. Books filled built-in bookcases on the 2 remaining walls. In a corner near the fireplace, 2 men and a woman, all human, sat at a small table, their heads together, talking quietly. There were steaming cups of coffee on the table. There was no light in the room except the fire. Yosef walked us over to the 3 people.
"Brooke, Yale, Nicholas."
They looked up, saw me, and were on their feet at once, staring.
"Shori!"
the woman said. She came around her chair and hugged me. She was a stranger as far as I was concerned, and I would have drawn away from any possibility of a hug, but she smelled of Yosef. Something in me seemed to accept her. She smelled of someone I had decided was all right.
"My God, girl,"
she said. "Where have you been? Yosef, where did you find her?" Both men looked at me, then at Wright. One of them smiled.
"Welcome,"
he said to Wright.
"Looks like Shori was able to take care of herself."
Yosef put his hand on my shoulder as the woman let me go.
"Is any of this familiar to you? Do you know these people, this house?"
I shook my head. I like the room, but I don't remember it. I looked at the 3 people, and I'm sorry, but I don't remember any of you either. All 3 of them stared at Yosef.
"She was very badly injured," he said. "Head injuries. As a result, she's lost her memory, and she was alone until she found Wright Hamlin here. I'm hoping her memory will return." "Don't you have your own medical people?"
Wright asked.
"People who know how to help your kind?" "We do," Yosef said. "But for Ina, that tends to mean someone to fix badly broken bones so that they heal straight, or binding serious wounds so that they heal faster."
"You don't want to see what they mean by a serious wound,"
one of the men said.
"Intestines spilling out, legs gone, that sort of thing."
"I don't,"
Wright agreed.
"Shori told me she had been badly burned as well as shot. But she healed on her own. Not a scar."
"Except for not knowing herself or her people," Yosef said. "I would call that a large scar. Unfortunately, it's not one we know how to fix."
"Did I have friends here?" I asked. "People who might know me especially well?"
"Your 4 brothers are here," he said.
He looked at the 3 humans.
"Look after Wright for a while," he said. "Answer fully any questions he asks. He's with Shori now. He's her first, but he knows almost nothing."
He took my arm and began to lead me away.
"Renee?"
Wright said to me, and I stopped. It eased something in me to hear him call me by the name he had given me.
"You okay?"
he asked. I nodded. "Yell if you need me. I'll hear." He nodded. He looked as though my words eased something in him. I followed Yosef down a long hallway.
"These bedrooms belong to me and my human family,"
he told me.
"They're the 3 you just met and 5 others who aren't here right now. They've all been with me for years. 8 is a good number for me, although at other times in my life I've had 7 or even 10. I'm wealthy enough to care for all of them if I have to, and they feed me. They're free to hold jobs away from the community, even live elsewhere part-time, and sometimes they do. But at least 3 of them are always here. They work out a schedule among themselves."
We went through a door at the end of the hallway and out onto a broad lawn. I stopped in the middle of the lawn. "Do they mind?" I asked.
"Mind?"
"That you need 8. That none of them can be your only one." I paused. "Because I think Wright is going to mind."
"When he understands that you have to have others?"
"Yes."
"He'll mind. I can see that he's very possessive of you, and very protective."
He paused, then said,
"Let him mind, Shori. Talk to him. Help him. Reassure him. Stop violence. But let him feel what he feels and settle his feelings his own way."
"All right."
"I suspect this kind of thing needs to be said more to my sons than to you, but you should hear it, at least once. Treat your people well, Shori. Let them see that you trust them, and let them solve their own problems, make their own decisions. Do that, and they will willingly commit their lives to you. Bully them, control them out of fear or malice or just for your own convenience, and after a while, you'll have to spend all your time thinking for them, controlling them, and stifling their resentment. Do you understand?"
"I do, yes. I've made him do things, but only to keep him safe. Mostly to keep him safe from me. Especially when Raleigh Curtis shot me." He nodded.
"That sort of thing is necessary whether they understand or not. How many do you have other than Wright?"
"I've drunk from 5 others, but Wright doesn't know about any of them." I paused, then looked at him. "I don't know whether they've come to need me. How will I be able to tell about the others? Will you look at them and tell me?"
"It isn't sight," he said. "It's scent. Did you notice Brooke's scent?"
"She smelled of you."
"And Wright smells of you, unmistakably. The scent won't wash away or wear away. It's part of them now. That should give you some idea of how we hold them."
Some chemical in our saliva?"
"Exactly. We addict them to a substance in our saliva, in our venom, that floods our mouths when we feed. I've heard it called a powerful hypnotic drug. It makes them highly suggestible and deeply attached to the source of the substance. They come to need it. Brooke and Wright both need it. Brooke knows, and by now, Wright probably knows too."
"And they die if they can't have it?"
"They die if they're taken from us or if we die, but their death is caused by another component of the venom. They die of strokes or heart attacks because we aren't there to take the extra red blood cells that our venom encourages their bodies to make. Their doctors can help them if they understand the problem quickly enough, but their psychological addiction tends to prevent them from going to a doctor. They hunt for their Ina, or any Ina, until it's too late."
"Until they die, or until they're badly disabled?"
"Yes. And even if they find an Ina not their own, they might not survive. They die unless another of us is able to take them over. That doesn't always work. Their bodies detect individual differences in our venom, and those differences make them sick when they have to adapt to a new Ina. They're addicted to their particular Ina and no other. And yet we always try to save their lives if their Ina symbiont has died. When I realized what had happened to your mother's community, I told my people to look for wounded human symbionts as well as for you. I knew my mates were dead. I found the places where they died, found their scents and small fragments of charred flesh.
I gave him a moment to remember the dead and to deal with his obvious pain. I found that I almost envied his pain. He hurt because he remembered. After a while, I said, "You didn't find anyone?"
We didn't find anyone alive. Hugh Tang, the man you killed, found you, but we didn't know that.
"All dead," I whispered. "And for me, it's as though they never existed."
"I'm sorry," he said. "I can't even pretend to understand what it's like for you to be missing so much of your memory. I want to help you recover as much of it as possible. That's why we need to get you moved into my house and dealing with people who know you."
He hesitated.
To do that, we need to clear away the remnants of the life you've been living with Wright. So think, which of the humans you've been feeding from has begun to smell as much like you as Wright does?
I carefully reviewed my last contact with each of the humans who had fed me. "None of them," I said. "But there's one. She's older, too old to have children. But I like her. I want her." He gave me a long, sad look.
Your attentions will keep her healthy and help her live longer than she would otherwise. But with such a late start, she won't live much past 100. And it's going to be really painful for you when she dies. It's always hard to lose them.
"Can she stay here?"
Of course. There's a large guest wing on the side of the great room opposite my family rooms. You and yours can live there in comfort and privacy until we get your house built.
"Thank you."
You'll need more than 2 humans.
"I don't like the others that I've been using. I needed them, but I don't want to keep them." He nodded.
It goes that way sometimes. I'll introduce you to others. I know adult children of our symbionts who have been waiting and hoping to join an Ina child. Some of them can't wait to join us. Others can't wait to leave us. But before you meet them, you'll have to spend the next week going once more to each of the ones you don't want. You'll have to talk to them, tell them to forget you, and become just a romantic dream to them. Otherwise, chances are they'll look for you. They don't need you, but they'll want you. They might waste their lives looking for you.
"All right." We began to walk again. He said,
I'm taking you to see your youngest brother, Stefan, because you were close to him. You spent the first 25 years of your life with him at your mother's community. The 2 of you were always phoning each other after Stefan moved here. While you're with him, though, don't mention Hugh Tang.
"All right."
Did you kill Hugh because you'd gone mad with hunger? Did you eat him?
"Yes."
I thought so. He was Stefan's symbiont. He had met you several times, and Stefan chose him to be part of the search party because he knew Hugh would recognize you. I'll tell your brother what happened later.
We entered one of the smaller houses through the back door. In the kitchen, we found 3 women working. One was stirring and seasoning something in a pot on the stove, one was searching through a huge double-doored refrigerator, and one was mixing things in a large bowl.
Esther, Celia, Darrell,
Yosef said, gesturing toward each of them as he said their names, so that I would know who was who. 2 of them, Esther and Celia, had skin as dark as mine, and I looked at them with interest. They were the first black people I remembered meeting. And yet, the genes for my dark skin had to have come from someone like these women. The women turned to look at us, saw me, and Esther whispered my name. "Shori! Oh, my goodness!" But they were all strangers to me. Yosef told them what had happened to me while I examined each face. I could see that they knew me, but I didn't know them. I felt tired all of a sudden, hopeless. I followed Yosef into the living room where he introduced me to my youngest brother, Stefan, and to more of his human symbionts, 2 men and 2 women. The symbionts left us as soon as they'd greeted me and heard about my memory loss. I did not know them, didn't know the house, didn't know anything. Then I did know one small thing, something I deduced rather than remembered. I could see that Stefan was darker than Yosef, darker than Wright. He was a light brown to my darker brown, and that meant, "You're an experiment too," I said to him when we'd talked for a while.
"Of course I am," he said. "I should have been you, so to speak. We have the same black human mother."
I smiled, comforted that I had been right to believe that one of my mothers had been a black human. Did I know her?
"You were her favorite. Whenever I did something wrong, she'd shake her head and say I wasn't really what she had in mind anyway."
He smiled sadly, remembering.
"She said I was too much like Yosef."
"And someone murdered her," I said. "Someone murdered them all."
"Someone did."
"Why? Why would anyone do that?" He shook his head.
"If we knew why, we might have already found out who. I don't understand how this person was able to kill everyone, except you. Our Aina mothers were powerful. They should have been much harder to kill."
"Could it have happened because humans thought we were vampires?" I asked. "I mean, if they thought we were killing people, they might have—"
"No," Stefan and Yosef said together.
Then Yosef said,
"We live in rural areas. People around us know one another. They know us, or think they do. No one had died mysteriously in my mate's home territory except my mates themselves and their community."
"I don't mean that we have been killing people," I said. "I mean, what if someone saw one of us feeding and drew the wrong conclusions?" Yosef and Stefan looked at one another. Finally, Yosef said,
"I don't believe that could have happened. Your mothers and sisters were even more careful than we are."
"I don't believe humans could have done it," Stefan said. "I was burned and shot," I said. "Anyone can use fire and guns." Yosef shook his head.
"I questioned several of the people who live near your mother's community. There was nothing wrong, no trouble, no suspicions, no grudges."
"When I went to the ruin today," I said, "someone had been there. He was human, young, unarmed, and he'd walked all around the ruin. Did you notice?"
"Yes. He prowls. He lives in your general area, but down toward the town of Gold Bar. He's 16, and I suspect he prowls without his parents' knowledge."
He shook his head.
"We combed the area very thoroughly. He was one of the people we checked. He didn't know anything. No one knows anything."
I sighed. They don't, and I don't. I looked from one lean, sharp face to the other, realizing that they had drawn away from me a little, and now they looked oddly uncomfortable. They fidgeted and glanced at one another now and then. I said, "Tell me about my family, my mothers. How many mothers did I have anyway? Were they all sisters except for the human one? How many sisters did I have?"
"Our mothers were 3 sisters,"
Stefan said,
"and 1 human woman who donated DNA. Also, there were 2 elder mothers, our mother's surviving mothers. The 2 elder mothers were the ones who made it possible for us, you in particular, to be born with better than usual protection from the sun and more daytime alertness."
"They integrated the human DNA with our own somehow?"
"They did, yes. They were both over 350 years old, and biology fascinated them. Once their children were mated, they studied with humans from several universities and with other Aina who were working on the problem. They understood more about the uses of viruses in genetic engineering than anyone I've ever heard of, and they understood it well before humans did. They were fantastic people to work with and talk to."
He paused, shaking his head.
I still can't believe that they're dead. That someone would murder them that way.
Could their work be the reason they were murdered? I asked. Did anyone object to it or try to stop it?
Stefan looked at Yosef, and Yosef shook his head.
I don't believe so. Shori, our people have been trying to do this for generations. If you could remember, you'd know what a celebrity you are. People traveled from South America, Europe, Asia, and Africa to see you and to understand what our mothers had done.
There are Aina in Africa, and they haven't done this?
Not yet.
Was anyone visiting just before the fire?
Don't know,
Yosef said.
I hadn't spoken to your mothers for a week and a half. When I phoned them in the early morning and told them I wanted to visit the next night, they said they would be expecting me. They said if I came, I had to stay a few days.
He smiled, apparently taking pleasure in his memories. Then his expression sagged into sadness.
They told me to bring at least 5 symbionts. I took them at their word. The next night, I gathered 5 of my people and drove down there. Vasily had wanted to use the helicopter for something, so I took one of the bigger cars. When I got there, I found smoke and ashes and death.
He paused, staring out into nothing.
Once I'd understood it, I called home to get Stefan and Radu to come down with some of their symbionts to help clean things up, to hunt for survivors, and to keep our secrets secret.
So that was how Hugh Tang had wound up at the cave looking for me. What have you learned since then? I asked. He turned away from me, paced a few steps away, then the same few back.
Nothing.
The word was a harsh whisper.
Not one goddamn thing.
I sighed. Suddenly, I'd had enough. I think I need to go home, I said. Let's go get right, and you can take us back to the ruin.
You are home.
He stood in front of me and looked down at me with an expression I couldn't read, except that it wasn't an altogether friendly expression.
You must think of this place as your home.
I will, I said. I'll be glad to come back here and learn more about my life, my family. But I'm tired now. I feel I need to go back to things that feel familiar.
I was hoping to convince you to stay here until tomorrow night,
he said. I shook my head. Take me back.
Shori, it would be best for you to stay here. Wright has hidden you successfully for this long, but if anything went wrong, if even one person spotted you with him and decided to make trouble—
You promised to give us a week, I said. That was the first promise you made me. He stared down at me. I stared back. After a while, he sighed and turned away.
Child, I've lost everyone but you.
Stefan said,
All of our female family is dead, Shori. You're the last.
I wanted more than ever to go home, to be away from them and alone with Wright. And yet they pulled at me somehow. My father and my brother. They were strangers, but they were my father and my brother. I'm sorry, I said. I need to go.
We Aina are sexually territorial, Yosef said, and you're a little too old to be sharing territory with the adult males of your family, with any adult Aina male since you're too young to mate. That's what's bothering you.
You mean I feel uncomfortable with you and Stefan just because you're male?
Yes.
Then how can I live here?
Let's go back to Wright. I think you'll feel better when you're with him.
He led me away from Stefan toward a side door. I looked back once, but Stefan had already turned away. Is he feeling territorial too? I asked.
No. He's willing for you to be here because he fears for you, and for himself. And you're not mature yet, so there's no real danger.
Danger? He led me through the door, and we headed back across the lawn. Danger, Yosef?
We are not human, child. Male and female Aina adults don't live together. We can't. Mates visit, but that's all.
What is the danger?
As your body changes, and especially as your scent changes, you will be perceived more and more as an available adult female.
By my brothers? He nodded, looking away from me. By you? Another nod.
We won't hurt you, Shori. Truly we won't. By the time you come of age, I'll have found mates for you. I was already talking to the Gordon family about you and your sisters. Now I intend to sell your mother's land. That money should be enough to give you a start at a different location when you're a little older.
I don't think I want to live here.
I know, but it will be all right. It will only be until you look more adult. Your brothers and I have our genetic predispositions, our instincts, but we are also intelligent. We are aware of our urges. We can stand still even when the instinct to move is powerful.
You said I'm a child.
You are, now more than ever with your memory loss. You can play sexually with your symbionts, but you're too young to mate. You can't yet conceive a child, and you're not yet as large or as strong as you will be. Your scent right now is interesting, but for us, it's more irritating than enticing.
We went back into his house. You'll take us back to the ruin tonight, I told him. You said you would. Were you speaking the truth?
I was, but I shouldn't have said it. I'm afraid for you, Shori.
But you'll do it. There was a long silence. Finally, he agreed.
I will.
We went down the long hallway again and into the great room. There, Wright sat alone in one of the large chairs. The other 3 humans had left him. I went up to him, wanting to touch him from behind, wanting to lay my hands on his shoulders, but not doing it. I wondered what Yosef's symbionts had said to him, what they had made him feel about being with me. I walked around and stood in front of him, looking down, trying to sense his mood. He looked up at me, his face telling me only that he was not happy.
What happens now?
He asked. We go home, I said. He looked at Yosef, then back at me.
Yeah? Okay.
He got up, then spoke to Yosef.
You're letting her go? I didn't really believe you would do that.
You thought I was lying to you?
Yosef said.
I thought your paternal feelings might kick in and make you keep her in spite of your promise.
She's tough and resilient, but I fear for her. I'm desperate to keep her.
So?
She wants to go, and I understand why. Keep her hidden, right? Except for my people and hers, I don't believe anyone knows she's alive. I even got that boy Raleigh Curtis to forget about her. Keep her hidden and bring her back to me on Friday.
Wright licked his lips.
I don't understand, but I'll bring her back. Even though you don't want to? Yes.
They looked at each other, each wearing a similar expression of weariness, misery, and resignation. I took Wright's hand, and the 3 of us went out to the copter. Wright said nothing more. He let me hold his hand, but he did not hold mine. Chapter 9. Wright and I didn't talk until we reached the car. We had flown all the way back to the ruin in silence, had said goodbye to Yosef and watched him fly away. When we got into the car and began our drive home, Wright finally said,
You have others already, don't you? Other symbionts.
Not yet, I said. I've gone to others for nourishment. I can't take all that I need from you every night. But I haven't... none of the others...
None of the others are bound to you yet.
Yes.
Why am I?
I wanted you. I touched his shoulder, rested my hand on his upper arm. I think you wanted me too. From the night you found me, we wanted each other. He glanced at me.
I don't know. I never really had a chance to figure that out.
You did. When I was shot, I gave you a chance. It was very hard for me to do that, but I did it. I would have let you go. Helped you go.
And you think I could have just gone away and not come back? I had to leave you lying on the ground bleeding. You insisted on it. How could I not come back and make sure you were all right?
You knew I would heal. I told you you weren't bound to me then. I offered you freedom. I told you I wouldn't be able to offer it again.
I remember,
he said. He sounded angry.
But I didn't know then that I was agreeing to be part of a harem. You left that little bit out.
I knew what a harem was. One of the books I'd read had referred to Dracula's 3 wives as his harem, and I'd looked the word up. You're not part of a harem, I said. You and I have a symbiotic relationship, and it's a relationship that I want and need. But didn't you see all those children? I'll have mates someday, and you can have yours. You can have a family if you want one. He turned to glare at me, and the car swerved, forcing him to pay attention to his driving.
What am I supposed to do? Help produce the next generation of symbionts?
I kept quiet for a moment, wondering at the rage in his voice. What would be the point of that? I asked finally.
Just as easy to snatch him off the street, eh?
I sighed and rubbed my forehead. Yosef said the children of some symbionts stay in the hope of finding an Aina child to bond with. Others choose to make lives for themselves outside. He made a sound, almost a moan. For a while, he said nothing. Finally, I asked, "Do you want to leave me?"
Why bother to ask me that? He demanded. I can't leave you. I can't even really want to leave you.
Then what do you want? He sighed and shook his head.
I don't know. I know I wish I had driven past you on the road 11 nights ago and not stopped. And yet, I know that if I could have you all to myself, I'd stop for you again, even knowing what I know about you.
That would kill you. Quickly.
I know.
But he didn't care, or he didn't think he would have cared. What did those 3 people tell you? I asked. What did they say that's made you so angry and so miserable? Was it only that I take blood from several symbionts instead of draining one person until I kill him?
That probably would have been enough.
I rested my head against his arm so that I could touch him without looking at him. I needed to touch him. And yet, he had to understand. I've fed from you and from 5 other people, 3 women and 2 men. I'll keep one of the women if she wants to stay with me. I think she will. The others will forget me or remember me as just a dream.
Did you sleep with any of them?
Did I have sex with them, you mean? No. Except for the one woman, I fed and came back to you. I stayed longer with her because something in her comforts and pleases me. Her name is Theodora Harden. I don't know why I like her so much, but I do.
Swing both ways, do you?
I frowned, startled and confused by the terrible bitterness in his voice. What?
Sex with men and with women?
With my symbionts, if both they and I wanted. For the moment, that's you.
For the moment.
I reached up to slip my hand under his jacket and shirt to touch the bare flesh of his neck. It was unmarked. I had only nipped him a little for pleasure the night before. Then I went to one of the others while he slept. He had healed by morning. Tonight, I had intended to do something that wouldn't heal nearly as fast. And yet, when we reached his cabin, we went in and went to bed without saying or doing anything at all. I didn't bite him because he clearly didn't want me to. I fell asleep fitted against his furry back, taking comfort in his presence even though he was angry and confused. At least he didn't push me away. Finally, some time later, he shook me awake, shook me hard, saying, do it, damn it. I should get some pleasure out of all this if I don't get anything else." I put my fingers over his lips gently. When he fell silent, I kissed first his mouth, then his throat. He was so angry, so filled with rage and confusion. He rolled onto me, pushing my legs apart, pushing them out of his way, then thrust hard into me. I bit him more deeply than I had intended and wrapped my arms and legs around him as I took his blood. He groaned, writhing against me, holding me, thrusting harder until I had taken all I needed of his blood, until he had all he needed of me. After a long while, he rolled off me, sated for the moment in body, if not in mind.
"Did I hurt you?"
he asked very softly. I pulled myself onto his chest and lapped at the ragged edges of the bite. "You didn't hurt me," I said. "Were you trying to hurt me?"
"I think I was,"
he said. I went on lapping. There was more bleeding than usual. "Did I hurt you?" I asked.
"No, of course not. What you do ought to hurt, but except for that first instant when you break the skin, it never does."
He slipped his arms around me, and it was more the way he usually held me. It's good to know we don't hurt each other even when we're upset.
"I don't know how to deal with all this, Renee. Shori. It's like being told that extraterrestrials have arrived and I'm sleeping with one of them."
I laughed. That may be true, except that if we arrived, it must have happened thousands of years ago.
"Do you believe that? That your people come from another planet? I remember your father saying something about a theory like that."
According to Yosef, some younger Aina believe it, some don't. He doesn't. I don't know what to think about it. If I could get my memory back, then maybe I'd have an opinion that was worth bothering about.
"Do you believe Yosef is your father?"
I nodded against his chest. Then the sweet smell of his blood made me go on licking at the bite.
"Why? If he's a stranger to you, why do you believe him?"
I don't know. Maybe it's something about his manner, his body language, but more likely it's his scent. I kept hoping to remember something while I was with him, any little thing. But there was nothing. He introduced me to my brother Stefan, and still there was nothing. But I never doubted that they were who they said they were. And all their human symbionts recognized me.
"Yeah,"
Wright said. "You talked to 3 symbionts. Do you think they were lying?"
"No, I don't think they were lying."
He ran his hand over my head and down my back.
"They said I was lucky to have you, lucky to be your first. That was when I realized that, of course, you'd have to already have others, even though I didn't know about them. Then the woman, Brooke, told me all Aina have several symbionts."
"How much blood do you think you could provide?"
You taste me just about every day."
"Just a little. I crave you. I do. And I enjoy pleasuring you."
"That's the right attitude,"
he said. He rolled over, trapping me beneath him, and thrust into me again. This time, I was the one who let out a groan of pleasure. He laughed, delighted. Later, as we lay together, more satisfied, more at ease, he said,
"They'll be coming for us next Friday."
"Yes," I said. "I don't want to go live with them, but I think we have to."
I was going to say that.
I need to learn how to set up my own household, how to make it work. When I can do that, when I've learned the things I need to know to do that, we'll go out on our own."
"How big a household?"
he asked. "You, me, 5 or 6 others. We don't all have to live in the same house the way my brothers do with their symbionts, but we need to be near one another."
"It'll be rough to live together in your father's house."
He says he'll sell my mother's property, and when I'm older, the money will give me a start somewhere else.
And he'll hook you up with a male Ina, or rather, a group of Ina brothers. My God, a group of brothers.
I said nothing. My mothers had lived together in the same community, shared a mate, and worked things out somehow. It could be done. It was the Ina way. That will all happen in the future, I said. Next week, we'll be in rooms at Yosef's house, you and I and Theodora. She's one of our neighbors, a few doors down. You might know her. There was a long silence. Finally, he asked,
Is she pretty?
I smiled. Not pretty. Not young either. But I like her.
Are you going to tell her to join us? Or ask her?
Ask her. But she'll come.
Because she's already fallen so far under your influence that she won't be able to help herself?
She'll want to come. She doesn't have to, but she'll want to. He sighed.
I think the scariest thing about all this so far is that all three of those symbionts seem genuinely happy. What do you figure? Old Yosef told them they were living in the best of all possible worlds, and they bought it because as far as they're concerned, he's God?
He didn't, I said.
You asked?
He told me that it was wrong, short-sighted, and harmful to symbionts to do such things. I didn't ask. I had already figured that out.
So you believe that's what he believes?
I do, at least on this subject.
Shit.
I kissed him and turned over and went to sleep. During the next week, I visited each of my people, fed from them, and said goodbye. I became a dream to them, as Yosef had suggested, and I left them. Finally, on Thursday, I visited Theodora. I paid attention to her house and waited until shortly after sunset when she was alone. Then I visited her. I hadn't seen her for a while, but as I looked at her large, handsome house, it occurred to me that in spite of what I had said to Wright, perhaps I should not ask Theodora to join me until I had a home, something more than rooms in Yosef's house to offer her. The thought surprised me. It occurred to me after I reached her front door and rang the doorbell. I heard her come to the door. Then there was a long pause while, I suppose, she looked out through the peephole and tried to figure out who I might be. She had never seen me before. I had visited her in darkness 3 times and had not allowed her to turn on a light. She must have gotten an idea of my general size, but she had never seen my face, my coloring, or the fact that I looked so young. Finally, she opened the door, looked down at me questioningly, and said,
Hello there.
Hello, I said, and as she recognized my voice, as her expression began to change to one of shock, I said, Invite me in. At once, she stood aside and said, Come in. This was a bit of vampire theater. I knew it, and I was fairly sure she knew it too. She had probably been brushing up on vampires recently. Of course, I didn't need permission to enter her home or anyone else's. I did find it interesting, though, that human beings made up these fantasy safeguards, little magics like garlic and crucifixes, that would somehow keep them safe from my kind, or from what they imagined my kind to be. I walked past her into the house. There was, near the front door, a broad staircase on one side and a living room almost as large as Yosef's on the other. The walls were a very pale green, and the woodwork was white. All the furniture was, somehow, exactly where it should be, and exactly what it should be. Yosef's living room was more lived in, more imperfect, more comfortable to be in. I began to feel even more uneasy about asking Theodora to come with me. She came up behind me, and when I turned to face her, she stopped, staring at me with a kind of horror. Is it my skin color or my apparent age that's upsetting you so? I asked.
Why are you here?
She demanded. To talk with you, I said. To have you see me.
I didn't want to see you.
I nodded. It will make a difference, I said. but not as great a difference as you think." I went to her, took her arm, tried to lead her into the perfect living room. She pulled back and said, "Not here." She took my hand and led me up the stairs into a room whose walls were covered with books. There was a sofa and 2 chairs also piled high with books and papers. In the middle of the room was a large, messy desk covered with open books, papers, a computer and monitor, a radio, a telephone, a box of pencils and pens, a stack of notebooks and crossword puzzle magazines, a long decorative wooden box of compact discs, bottles of aspirin, hand lotion, antacid, correction fluid, and who knew what else. I stared at it and burst out laughing. It was the most disorderly mass of stuff I had run across, and yet it all felt familiar. Had I once had an equally messy desk? Had one of my mother's or sister's? I would ask Yosef. Anyway, it was the opposite of the living room downstairs, and that was a relief. Theodora had been clearing books off a chair so that I could sit down. She stopped when I laughed, followed my gaze, and said, "Oh, I forget how awful that must look to strangers. No one ever sees it but me." I laughed again. "No, this is who you are. This is what I wanted to see." I drew a deep breath, assuring myself that she was still free of me, still unaddicted. She was, and that was a good thing, although it felt like a flaw I should fix at once. "I write poetry," she said. She almost seemed embarrassed about it. "I've published 3 books. Poetry doesn't really pay, but I enjoy writing it." I took some of the books off the sofa and piled them on the chair she had been clearing for me, then took her hand and drew her to the sofa. She sat with me even though she didn't want to, or she didn't want to. I felt that she was teaching me about herself every moment. I turned her to face me and just enjoyed looking at her. She had waist-length dark brown hair with many strands of gray. Her eyes were the same dark brown as her hair, and the flesh at the corners of them was indented with arrays of fine lines, the only lines on her face. She was a little heavier than was good for her. Plump might have been the best word to describe her. It made her face full and round. She wore no makeup at all, not even lipstick. She had been at home, relaxing without her family around her. After a moment, I leaned against her, put my head on her shoulder, and she put her arm around me, then took it away, then put it back. She smelled remarkably enticing. "I don't understand," she said. "I don't either," I said. "But the things I don't understand are probably not the same ones giving you trouble. How long do we have before your family comes home?" "They're visiting my son-in-law's family in Portland. They won't be home until tomorrow." The moment she said this, she began to look nervous, as though she was afraid of what I might make of her solitude, her vulnerability. "Good," I said. "I need to talk to you, tell you my story, hear yours. Then I have something to ask of you." "Who are you?" she demanded. "What's your name? What am I?" "Yes." She looked away, embarrassed. I pulled her down to a comfortable level and bit her gently, then hard enough to start blood flowing on its own so that I could be lazy and just take it as it came. After a while, I said, "You told me I was a vampire." She had not objected to anything I'd done even when I climbed onto her lap, straddled her, and rested against her, lapping occasionally at the blood. She put her arms around me and held me against her as though I might try to escape. "You are a vampire," she said, "although according to what I've read, you're supposed to be a tall, handsome, fully grown white man. Just my luck. But you must be a vampire. How could you do this if you weren't? How could I let you do it? How could it feel so good when it should be disgusting and painful? And how could the wound heal so quickly and without scars?" "You don't believe in vampires." "I didn't used to. And I never thought they would be so small and like you." I've been called an elfin little girl.
That's exactly right.
In a way, it is. I'm a child according to the standards of my people, but my people age more slowly than yours, and I have an extra problem. I may be older than you are in years. As far as my memory is concerned, though, I was born just a few weeks ago.
But how can that—
Shh. I started to get off her lap, and she tried to hold me where I was. No, I said, let me go. She released me, and I sat beside her and leaned against her. 3, maybe 4 weeks ago, I began, I woke up in a shallow cave a few miles from here. I'm being vague about when and where because I don't know enough to be exact. During my first days in the cave, I was blind and in and out of consciousness. I was in a lot of pain, and I had no memory of anything that had happened before the cave.
amnesia?
Yes. I told her the rest of it, told her about killing Hugh Tang, but not about eating him, told her about hunting deer and eating them. I told her about Wright finding me and taking me in, and about finding my fathers and brothers. I told her the little I knew about the Aina and about what an Aina community was like. I told her I wasn't human, and she believed me. She wasn't even surprised.
You want me to be part of such a community?
She asked. I do, but not yet.
Not yet?
My father is having a house built for me. Come to me when the house is ready. I'll see to it that there's space for your books and other things. A place where you can write your poetry.
How long?
I don't know. No more than a year. She shook her head.
I don't want to wait that long.
I was surprised. I had been careful to let her make up her own mind, and I had believed she would come with me, but not so quickly. I have nothing to offer you now, I said. I'll be living in rooms in my father's house. He says you can come, but when I saw what you have here, I thought you'd want to wait until you could have something similar with me.
I have no patience,
she said. I want to be with you now. I liked that more than I could have said, and yet I wondered about it. Why? I asked her. I had no idea what she would say. She blinked at me, looked surprised, hurt.
Why do you want me?
I thought about that, about how to say it in a way she might understand. You have a particularly good scent, I said. I mean, not only do you smell healthy, you smell open, wanting, alone. When I came to you the first time, you were afraid at first, then glad and welcoming, excited. But you didn't smell of other people. She frowned.
Do you mean that I smelled lonely?
I think so, yes. Longing, needing.
I didn't imagine that loneliness had a scent.
Why do you want me? I repeated. She hugged me against her.
I am lonely, she said, or I was until you came to me that first time. You've made me feel more than I have since I was a girl. I hoped you would go on wanting me, or at least that's what I hoped when I wasn't worrying that I was losing my mind, imagining things.
She hesitated.
You need me, she said.
No one else does, but you do. Your family?
Not really, no. This is my home, and I'm glad to be able to help my daughter and her husband by having them come live here. But since my husband died, all I've really cared about, all I've been able to care about, is my poetry.
You would be able to bring only some of your things to my father's house, I said.
A few boxes of books, some clothing, and I'll be fine.
I looked around the room doubtfully. Wright and I will be moving tomorrow. I'll need your telephone number so I can reach you. If you don't change your mind, we'll come back for you and your things the Friday after next.
Promise me.
I have.
Will you stay with me tonight?
For a while. Have you eaten?
Eaten?
She looked at me.
I haven't even thought of eating, although I suppose I'd better. Do you eat regular food at all, ever?
No.
All right. Come keep me company in the kitchen while I microwave something to eat. I don't think I should miss very many meals if I'm going to be with you.
Exactly right, I said, and enjoyed every moment of the flesh-to-flesh contact when she bent and kissed me.
End of Disc 3. Disc 4.
Chapter 10. No one came for us on Friday. When the night was half gone, Wright tried to phone Yosef, tried each of the numbers he had given us. At first, there was no answer. Then there was a computerized voice saying that the number he was calling was out of service. He made several fruitless attempts. "We need to go there," I said. He looked at me for a moment, then nodded.
"Let's go,"
he said. I grabbed a blanket from the bed, thinking that we might have to spend part of the coming day in the car. I didn't want to think about why that might happen, but I wanted to be ready for it. Thoughts of the burned-out ruin that had been my mother's community jumped into my mind, and I couldn't ignore them. Wright was not certain how to reach Yosef's community. His maps didn't show the tiny community, of course. Yosef's card contained a sketch of a map that turned out to be hard to follow. We got on to what seemed to be the right side road, but found no turnoff where Wright had expected one. We tried another side road, then another, but still did not find the community. Finally, I did what I hadn't wanted to do. "This is no good," I said. "We're in the right general area. Find a place to park, and I'll go out and find the community. I can find it by scent, if not by sight." He didn't want me to go. He wanted to keep driving around, or, if necessary, go home and try again during the day. I shook my head. "Find a safe place and park. I need to go to them and see that they're all right. And if they're not all right, if this is anything like what happened to my mother's, you can't be there. If my father or my brothers are injured, they'll be dangerous. They might not be able to stop themselves from killing you."
"And eating me,"
he said. He didn't even make it a question. I said nothing for a moment, stared at him. Had the human symbionts told him, or had he guessed? I hated that he knew, but clearly he did know. "Yes," I admitted finally. "That's probably what would happen. Park and wait for me." He parked on the highway at a place where the road's shoulder was wide.
"This will do as well as anywhere,"
he said.
"If anyone wants to know what I'm up to, I got sleepy and decided to play it safe and catch a nap."
"If you have to move," I said, "wait for me somewhere south of here along the road. I'll find you. If you have to leave the area—"
"I won't leave you."
"Right, hear me. Do this. If you're in danger from the police, from an Ina, from anyone at all, leave me, go home. I'll get there when I can. Don't look for me. Go home." He shook his head, but he would do it. After a moment, he said,
"You honestly believe you could find your way to my cabin from here?"
"I could," I said. "If I have to, I will." I took his hand from where it was still resting on the steering wheel. Such a huge hand. I kissed it, then turned to go.
"Shori,"
he said. I had opened the door to get out of the car, but his tone stopped me.
"Feed,"
he said. He was right. I was probably going to have to cover a few miles and face I didn't know what. Best to be at full strength. I shut the door and kneeled on the seat to reach him. He lifted me over onto his lap, kissed me, and waited. I bit him deeply and felt him spasm and go hard under me. I hadn't bitten him this way for a week, hadn't taken a full meal from him. I had hoped we would share this night in our new quarters. I liked to take my time when I truly fed from him, tear sounds from him, exhaust him with pleasure, enjoy his body as well as his blood. But not now. I took his blood quickly, rocking against him, then stayed for just a few minutes more, licking the wound to begin its healing, comforting him, comforting myself. Finally, I hugged him and got out of the car. "Stay safe," I said. He nodded. "You too." I left him and began to run. We were in the right general area, but were, I thought, south of our target. Wright had turned off too soon. I ran along the road, alert for cars and for a telltale wisp of scent. I was moving in a generally northerly direction through the woods, alongside a river that sometimes veered away from the road and sometimes came close to it. I passed the occasional house, cluster of houses, or farm, but these were strictly human places. After a while, I did catch a scent. I didn't bother about finding the side road. I followed the scent cross-country through the woods, past a house that had been almost completely hidden by trees. I didn't care about private property or rugged terrain. All I cared about were the scents drifting in the air and what they could tell me. I stopped every now and then to take a few deep breaths, turning into the wind, sorting through the various scents. Running, I might miss something. Standing still, eyes closed, breathing deeply, I could sort through far more scents, plant, animal, human, mineral, than I wanted to bother with. There was a gradual change. After a while, what I smelled most was smoke. Old smoke, days old, and ash clinging to the trees, stirred up by my feet, by the feet of animals, by cars on the narrow little roads I crossed. Smoke and burned flesh. Human flesh and Aina flesh. When I found my father's and brother's homes, they looked much like the ruin of my mother's community. The buildings had been completely destroyed, burned to rubble, and then trampled by many feet. My father and my brothers had been there, but they were gone now. I could smell death, but I could not see it. I did not know yet who had died and who had survived. Someone had come for my male family, and whoever it was had been as thorough as they had been when they came for my mother's and my sister's. The place that had been Yosef's community was full of strange, bad smells. The sense of people who should not have been there, who had nothing to do with Yosef or his people. Whose scent was I finding? The arsonists, firemen, the police, neighbors? All of these, probably. I stood amid the rubble and looked around, trying to understand. Was Yosef dead? And Stefan? I hadn't even met my other 3 brothers and their symbionts. All dead? None wounded and surviving in hiding? Then I remembered that some of Yosef's symbionts worked away from the community, even lived away from it part of the time. Did they know what had happened? If they didn't, they would be coming back here soon. They would come, needing Yosef or one of my brothers. When they found out what had happened, they would have to find another Aina to bond with just to survive. Could I help? Was I too young? I was definitely too ignorant. Surely they would know of other Aina communities. If they had come home and found only rubble, they might already have taken refuge in some other community. When had the fire happened? Days ago, surely. The place was cold. Even the freshest human smells I found were all at least a day or 2 old. Who had done this and why? First my mother's community, now my father's. Even Yosef had had no idea who attacked my mother's. He had been deeply angry and frustrated at his own ignorance. If he didn't know, how could I find out? Someone had targeted my family. Someone had succeeded in killing all of my relatives. And if this had to do with the experiments that had given me my useful human characteristics, what else could it be? Then it was likely that I was the main target. I began to run again, to circle the community, stopping often to sample scents more thoroughly and hunting for fresh scents, any hint that some member of my family might be alive, hiding, healing. I found the narrow private road that led to where the houses had been, and I followed it out to a 2-lane public road. There, I closed my eyes and turned toward where Wright was waiting. I could get back to him in half an hour. But I didn't want to go back to him yet. I wanted to learn all I could, all that my eyes and my nose could tell me. I went back to the rubble. Charred planks, blackened, jagged sections of wall, broken glass, standing chimneys, burned and partially burned furniture, appliances, broken ceramic tile in what had been the kitchens and the bathrooms, unrecognizable lumps of blackened plastic, a spot where an Ina had died. I stood still at that place, trying to recognize the scent, realizing that I couldn't because it was the wrong scent, that of a dead male whom I had not met, burned to ash and bone, definitely dead. I had not known him. He must have been one of my brothers, but one I had not met. He had died in one of the 3 houses I had not entered. I stared at the spot for a long time, and caught myself wondering what the Ina did with their dead. What were their ceremonies? I knew something about human funeral services from my vampire research. I had read through a great deal of material about death, burial, and what could go wrong to cause the dead to become undead. It was all nonsense as far as I was concerned, but it had taught me that proper respect for the dead was important to humans. Was it important to Ina as well? What had been done with the remains of both my male and my female families? Had the police taken them? Where would they take them? I would have to talk to Wright about that, and perhaps to Theodora. She worked at a library. If she didn't know, she would know how to find out. But if I somehow got the remains, what could I do but bury them or scatter their ashes after perhaps a more thorough cremation? I didn't know any Ina rituals, any Ina religion, any living Ina people. I found another place where someone had died. A symbiont this time, a female. I had not met her. I was grateful for that. After a while, I made myself go to the house that had been my father's. I walked through it slowly, found 2 spots where symbionts I did not know had died. Then I found 2 that I did know. The 2 men I had met in Yosef's huge front room, Nicholas and Yale. I stood for a long time, staring at the spots where the 2 men had died. I had not known them, but they had been healthy and alive only a week before. They had welcomed me, had been friendly to Wright. It did not seem possible that they were dead now, reduced to 2 smudges of burned flesh that smelled of Yosef and of their own individual human scents. Then, in the remains of what must have been a large bedroom, I found a place that smelled so strongly of Yosef that it had to be the spot where he died. Had he tried to get out? He was not near a window or a door. I got the impression that he was lying flat on his back when he died. Had he been shot? I found no bullets, but perhaps the police had taken them away. And if there had ever been a smell of gunpowder, it had been overwhelmed by all the other smells of burning and death. Yosef had certainly burned. A small quantity of his ashes were still here, mixed with the ashes of the house and its contents. He was definitely dead. I stood over the spot, eyes closed, hugging myself. Yosef was dead. I'd hardly begun to know him, and he was dead. I had begun to like him, and he was dead. I folded to the ground in anguish, knowing that I could do nothing to help him, nothing to change the situation. Nothing at all. My family was destroyed, and I couldn't even grieve for them properly because I remembered so little.
Shori?
I jumped up and back several steps. I had been so involved with my thoughts and feelings that I had let someone walk right up to me. I had heard nothing, smelled nothing. At least I could see that I had startled the person who had surprised me. I had moved fast, and it was dark. She was looking around as though her eyes had not followed my movement, as though she did not know where I had gone. Then she spotted me. By then I understood that she was human and that she didn't see very well in the dark, that she smelled of my father, and that I knew who she was. "Brooke," I said. She looked around at the devastation, then looked at me, tears streaming down her face. I went to her and hugged her, as she had hugged me when we met. She hugged back, crying even harder. "Were you here when this happened?" she asked finally. "No. We were supposed to move in tonight." "Do you know if... did you see Yosef?" I looked back at the place where Yosef had died, where a very small quantity of his ashes still remained. "He didn't survive," I said. She stared at me silently, frowning as though I had said words she could not understand. Then she began to make a noise. It began as a moan and went on to become an impossibly long, ragged scream. She fell to the ground, gasping and moaning. "Oh, God," she cried. "Oh, God, Yosef! Yosef!" Someone else was coming. Brooke had come in a car, I realized. I had been so focused on my own distress that I had missed not only the sound and smell of a person walking up to me, but the noise of a car as well. Now someone else was coming from the car, another human female. This one had a handgun, and she was aiming it at me. I jumped away from Brooke, ran wide around her, leaping through the rubble as fast as I could. I reached the woman with the gun before she could track me and shoot me, and I knocked the gun from her hand before she could fire and grabbed her. I absolutely did not want to spend another day and night recovering from a bullet wound. This woman was also someone I'd met, Celia, one of Stefan's symbionts. She had been in his kitchen with 2 other women whose scents I was glad not to have found. "Celia, it's Shori," I said into her ear as she struggled against me. "Celia!" She lifted me completely off the ground, but she couldn't break my hold on her. "It's Shori," I repeated in her ear. "Stop struggling. I don't want to hurt you." After a moment, she stopped struggling. "Shori?" "Yes." "Did you do this?" That surprised me into silence. Celia was one of the 2 black women in the kitchen. She had seemed friendly and interesting. Now there was nothing but grief and anger in her expression. Brooke came up at that moment and said, "Celia, it's Shori. You know she didn't do this." "I know what she did to Hugh," Celia said. I let go of her. Hugh Tang was symbiont with her to Stefan. They were family. Celia jabbed her fist up, clearly meaning to hit me. I dodged the first jab, then grabbed one fist, then the other. She tried to kick me, so I tripped her and took her to the ground. She lay stunned for a moment, breathless and gasping since I fell on top of her. She glared up at me. I couldn't think of anything helpful to say, so I kept quiet. She and I lay on the ground. After a moment, she looked away from me, and her muscles relaxed. "Let me up," she said. I didn't move or loosen my hold on her. "What do you want me to do? Say please?" "I truly don't want to hurt you," I said, "but if you attack me again, I will." After a moment, she nodded. "Let me go. I won't bother you." I took her at her word and let her up. "She says Yosef's dead," Brooke said. Immediately, Celia confronted me. "How do you know he's dead? Were you here when all this happened? Did you see?" I took both their hands, although Celia tried to snatch hers away, and led them over to the place where Yosef had burned. "He died here," I told them. "I can smell that much. I don't know whether it was only the fire or whether he was shot too. I couldn't find any bullets. But he died here. A few of his ashes are still here." I looked at one woman, then the other. Both now had tears streaming down their faces. They believed me. "I don't remember anything about Aina funerals or beliefs about death," I said. "Do either of you know other Aina families? Yosef's mothers, perhaps, who would be able to do what should be done?"
His mothers were killed in Russia during World War II, Brooke said. She and Celia looked at one another. We went to Seattle to shop and visit our relatives. That's why we weren't here. The only Ina phone numbers I know from memory are the numbers of several of the people who lived here, and some of your mother's phone numbers.
She looked at Celia. I knew some of our community's numbers and Shori's mother's numbers too, Celia said. That's all. It occurred to me then, for no reason I could put my finger on, that Celia was much younger than Brooke, young enough to be Brooke's daughter. Brooke was only a few years younger than Theodora, but except for very small signs, she appeared to be the same age as Celia. That, I realized, was what happened when a human became an Ina symbiont while she was still young. Wright would age slowly the way Brooke had. I pulled my thoughts back to the rubble we stood in. When did you go to Seattle? I asked. Celia answered, 5 nights ago.
I won't be able to visit my relatives many more times, Brooke said. My sister and my mother are aging a lot faster than I am, and they keep staring at me and asking me what my secret is.
Celia and I both raised an eyebrow and looked at her in the same way. She noticed it, glanced at the spot where Yosef had died, and whispered,
Oh, God.
I took a deep breath, glanced at Celia, then left them and walked toward Stefan's house. They followed, saying nothing. Then they stood outside the site of the house while I walked through the rooms, finding 5 symbionts, including the 2 I'd met when I met Celia. And I found a misshapen bullet inside a charred plank. I had to break apart what was left of the plank to get at it, but once I had it, I found a faint blood scent. One of the symbionts. The bullet had passed through the man's body and gone into the wood. Finally, I found the place where Stefan's body had fallen and burned in one of the bedrooms near part of the window frame. Had he been trying to get out, or might he have been firing a gun at his attackers? I couldn't be certain, but it seemed likely to me that he died fighting against whoever had done this. I went back to Celia and shook my head. I'm sorry. He didn't survive either. She glared at me as though I'd killed him, a look filled with grief and rage. Where? She demanded. Where did he die? Over here. They both followed me to the place where Stefan had died, curled on his side, limbs drawn tight against his body. Here, I said. Celia looked down, then knelt and put her hands flat in the ashes, taking up some of what remained of Stefan. For a long time, she said nothing. I glanced to the east where the sky was growing a little more light. After a while, Celia looked up at Brooke. He was shooting back at them, she said. He could have made himself do it even if they came during the day. Days were hard on him, but he could wake up enough to shoot back. Brooke nodded.
He could have.
That's what I thought, I said. Celia glared at me, then closed her eyes, tears spilling down her face.
You can't tell for sure?
No, but I know there was shooting. I found a bullet that smelled of one of the other members of his household. And Stefan's position, somehow, it seemed he might have been shooting back. I hope he hit some of them. He had guns, Celia said. Yosef didn't like guns, but Stefan did. It hadn't helped him survive. It's almost dawn, I said. Will you drive me back to where Wright is waiting? I can direct you. They looked at each other, then at me. Drive me to Wright, then follow us to his cabin, I said. Although we'll have to find another place soon. The cabin is almost too small for 2 people.
Yosef owned a house outside Arlington, Brooke said. Some of us used it to commute to jobs or to entertain visiting family members. There are 3 bedrooms, 3 baths. It's a nice place, and it's ours. We have a right to be there.
I nodded, relieved. That would be better. Could other symbionts be there already? Brooke looked at Celia.
I don't use it, Celia said. I haven't kept up with the schedule. I don't think anyone's there, Brooke said. If there is, if some of us are there, Shori, they need you too.
I nodded. Take me back to Wright. Then we'll go there. During the sad, silent trip back to Wright's car, I had time to be afraid. These two women's lives were in my hands, and yet I had no idea how to save them. Of course I would take their blood. I didn't want to, but I would. They smelled like my father and my brother. They smelled almost Ina, and that was enough to make them unappetizing. And yet I would make myself take their blood. Would that be enough? Yosef had told me almost nothing. What else should I do? I could talk to them. What I told them to do, they would try to do once I'd taken their blood. Would that be enough? If it wasn't, they were dead. Chapter 11. To get to the house that my father had bought for his symbionts and my brothers, we followed the highway through dense woods, past the occasional lonely house or farm, past side roads and alongside the river. I asked Wright whether the river had a name.
That's the North Fork of the Stillaguamish, he told me. Don't ask me what Stillaguamish means because I have no idea. But it's the name of a local Native American tribe.
Eventually, we reached more populated areas where houses and farms were more visible, scattered along the highway. There were still many trees, but now there were more smells of people and domestic animals nearby. In particular, there was the scent of horses. I recognized it from the time I'd spent prowling around Wright's neighborhood. Horses made noises and moved around restlessly when I got close enough to them to be noticed. My scent apparently disturbed them. Yet their scent had become one of the many that meant home to me. Wright and I followed the women's car, talking quietly. I told him what had happened to my father's community, and that Celia and Brooke had survived because they were in Seattle. He shook his head.
I don't know what to make of this, he said. Your kind have some serious enemies. What we need to do is find someplace safe where we can hunker down, pool information, and figure out what to do. There's probably a way to tip the police to these people if we can just figure out who they are.
As he spoke, I realized that I was willing to go further than that. If we found the people who had murdered both my male and my female families, I wanted to kill them, had to kill them. How else could I keep my new family safe? My new family. Right, I said softly, and saw him glance at me. Celia and Brooke will be with us now. They have to be. There was a moment of silence. Then he said,
They're not going to die?
Not if I can take them over. I'm going to try.
You'll feed from them?
Yes. I hesitated. And I don't know what's going to happen. I don't remember anything about this. Yosef told me it had to be done when an Ina died and left symbionts, but he didn't tell me much. He couldn't know how soon I would need the information.
Maybe Brooke and Celia know.
I turned away from him, looked out the window. The sun was well up now, and in spite of the threatening rain clouds, it was getting bright enough to bother me. I reached into the back seat, grabbed the blanket I had brought, and wrapped myself in it. Once I had done that, except for my eyes, I was almost comfortable.
Look in the glove compartment there,
Wright said, gesturing.
There should be a pair of sunglasses.
I looked at the glove compartment, decided how it must open, opened it, and found the glasses. They were too big for my face, and I had to keep pushing them up my nose, but they were very dark, and I immediately felt better. Thank you, I said, and touched his face. He needed to shave. I rubbed the brown stubble and found even that good to touch. He took my hand and kissed it, then said,
"Why don't you want to ask Brooke and Celia what they know?"
I sighed. Of course he had not forgotten the question. Embarrassment, I said. Pride. Imagine a doctor who has to ask her patient how to perform a life-saving operation.
"Not a confidence builder," he said. "I can see that. But if they know anything, you need to find out."
I do. I drew a deep breath. Brooke is older. Maybe I'll feed from her first and find out what she knows.
She can't be much older. They look about the same age.
Do they? Brooke is older by about 20 years.
That much?
He looked skeptical.
How can you tell?
I thought about it. Her skin shows it a little. I guess it's as much the way she smells as the way she looks. She smells much more Ina than Celia does. She's been with my father longer than Celia's been with my brother. I think Celia is about your age. He shook his head.
Brooke doesn't have any wrinkles, not even those little lines around the eyes.
I know.
No gray, either. Is her hair dyed?
It isn't, no.
Jesus, am I still going to look that young in 20 years?
I smiled. You should. He glanced at me and grinned, delighted. I think we're here, I said. The car ahead of us had turned and pulled into the driveway of a long, low ranch house. There were no other houses in sight. We turned down the same driveway, and when Brooke stopped, Wright said, "Hang on a moment." He jumped out and went to speak to the two women. I listened curiously. He wanted them to pull into the garage that I could see farther back on the property. It bothered him that this house was connected with Yosef's family. He thought the killers might know about it.
You heard that, didn't you?
He asked me when he came back. I nodded. You may be right. I hoped we could settle here for a while, but maybe we shouldn't. Even the police might come here to look for information about Yosef. He pulled the car into the garage alongside Brooke's. The garage had room enough for 3 cars, but there was no other car in it.
True,
he said.
But we won't be able to use my cabin for long either. I already told my aunt and uncle that I was leaving.
He hesitated.
Actually, they sort of told me I had to go. They know, well, they think that I've been sneaking girls in.
I laughed in spite of everything.
My aunt listened at the door a few nights ago. She told my uncle she heard sex noises. My uncle told me he understands, said he was young once. But he says I've got to go because my aunt doesn't understand.
I shook my head. You're an adult. What do they expect? He pulled me against him for a moment.
Just be glad they haven't seen you.
I was. I got out of the car and stood waiting, wrapped in my blanket, in the shadow of the garage until Brooke had opened the back door. Then I hurried inside. There was, even from the back, not another house in sight. There were other people around. I could smell them. But they were a comfortable distance away, and the many trees probably helped make their houses less visible. Inside, the rooms were clean, and there were dishes in the cupboard. There were canned and frozen foods, towels, and clean bedding. The rule, Brooke said, is to leave the place clean and well stocked. People tend to do that. Tended to do that. Let's settle somewhere, I said to Celia and Brooke. I need to talk with you both. Wright had walked down the hallway to look out the side door. Now he was wandering back, looking into each of the bedrooms. He looked up at me when I spoke. I shrugged. I changed my mind, I told him. About what? Celia demanded. I looked at her and noticed that she was beginning to sweat. The house was cool. As soon as we got in, Brooke had complained that it was cold. She had reset the thermostat from 55 to 70, but the house had not even begun to warm up. Yet Celia was hot, and she was afraid. I waited until we'd all found chairs in the living room. About our becoming a family, I said. Both women looked uncomfortable. If you know any other Aina and you would prefer to go to them, you should do it now while you can, I said. If not, if you're going to join with me, then I need your help. We're here, Celia said. She wiped her forehead with a hand that trembled a little. You know we don't know anyone else. And you know I have amnesia. I have no memory of seeing or hearing about the handling of symbionts whose Aina has died. Yosef told me a little, but anything either of you know, anything at all, you should tell me for your own sakes. Brooke nodded.
I wondered what you knew.
She took a deep breath.
It scares me that you're a child, but at least you're female. That might save us.
Why? I asked. She looked surprised.
You don't know that either?
She shook her head and sighed deeply.
Venom from Aina females is more potent than venom from males. That's what Yosef told me. It has something to do with the way prehistoric Aina females used to get and keep mates.
She smiled a little.
Now females find mates for their sons and males for their daughters, and it's all very civilized. But long ago, groups of sisters competed to capture groups of brothers, and the competition was chemical. If a group of sisters had the venom to hold a group of brothers, they were more likely to have several healthy children, and their sons would have a safe haven with their fathers when they came of age, and their daughters were more likely to have even more potent venom. The sons would have more potent venom, too,
Wright said.
Yes, but among the Aina, the females competed. It's like the way males have competed among humans. There was a time when a big, strong man might push other men aside and marry a lot of wives, pass on his genes to a lot of children. His size and strength might be passed to his daughters as well as his sons, but his daughters were still likely to be smaller and weaker than his sons. Aina children, male and female, wind up with more potent venom, but the females is still more potent than the males. In that sense, the Aina are kind of a matriarchy, and a little thing like Shori might be a real power.
She took a deep breath and glanced at Celia.
Aina men are sort of like us, like symbionts. They become addicted to the venom of one group of sisters. That's what it means to be mated. Once they're addicted, they aren't fertile with other females, and from time to time, they need their females. Need. Like I need Yosef.
She knew more about Aina reproduction and Aina history than I did. She should, of course, after so many years with Yosef. But still, hearing it from her made me uncomfortable. I tried to ignore my discomfort. You were with Yosef a long time, I said.
Yeah.
She blinked and looked off into the distance at nothing.
22 years,
she said. She covered her face with her hands, curled her body away from me on the chair, crying. Like Celia, she was a lot bigger than I was, but for a moment, she seemed to be a small, helpless person in deep distress. Yet I didn't want to touch her. I would have to soon enough. She said through her tears,
I always knew that I would die before him, and that was good. I was so willing to accept him when he asked me. God, I loved him. And I thought it meant I would never be alone. My father died when I was 8. I had a brother who drowned when he was 7. And my sister's husband died of cancer when they'd been married for only 2 years. I thought I had finally found a way to avoid all that pain, a way never to be alone again.
She was crying again. I'm Yosef's daughter, I said. I hope that my venom is strong and that you'll come to me. It won't be the same, I know, but you won't be alone. I want you with me. Why should you? Celia demanded. You don't know us. With my amnesia, I don't know anyone, I said. I'm getting to know Wright. And there's a woman named Theodora. I'm getting to know her. And Celia, I'm only beginning to know myself." She looked at me for several seconds, then shuddered and turned away. "I hate this," she said. "Damn, I hate this." And this was the way a symbiont behaved when she was missing her Ina. Or at least, this was the way Celia behaved. Suspicious, short-tempered, afraid. Brooke and Celia were both grieving, but Celia must have been longer without Stefan than Brooke had been without Joseph. I got up and went to Celia, trying to ignore the fact that she clearly didn't want me to touch her. She was sensible enough not to protest when I took her hand, drew her to her feet, and led her away into one of the bedrooms. "I hate this," she said again, and turned her face away from me as I encouraged her to lie down on the huge bed. She smelled more of Stefan than she had before, and I truly didn't want to touch her. Where I would have enjoyed tasting Theodora or Wright, I had to force myself to touch Celia. She turned back to face me and caught my expression. "You don't want to do it," she said. She was crying again, her body stiff with anger. "Of course I don't," I said, and I slid into bed next to her. "Stefan has posted olfactory keep-out signs all over you. Didn't you ever wonder why Ina can live together without going after one another's symbionts? It happens sometimes, but only with new symbionts, right? You have amnesia, and yet you know that? I'm alive, Celia. My senses work. I can't help but know." I unbuttoned her shirt to bare her neck. "What I don't know is how this will be for you. Not good, maybe." "Scares me," she admitted. I nodded. "Bear it. Bear it and keep still. Later, when I can, I'll make it up to you." She nodded. "You remind me of Stefan a little. He told me I reminded him of you." I bit her. I was more abrupt than I should have been, but her scent was repelling me more and more. I had to do it quickly if I were going to be able to do it at all. She gave a little scream, then frantically tried to push me away, tried to struggle free, tried to hit me. I had to use both my arms and my legs to hold her still, had to wrap myself all around her. If she'd been any bigger, I would have had to knock her unconscious. In fact, that might have been kinder. I kept waiting for her to accept me, the way strangers did when I climbed through their windows and bit them. But she couldn't. And strangely, it never occurred to me to detach for a moment and order her to be still. I would have done that with a stranger, but I never thought to do it with her. She managed not to scream anymore after that first strangled sound, but she struggled wildly, frantically, until I stopped taking her blood. I had only tasted her, taking much less than a full meal. It was as much as I could stand. I hoped it was enough. I gave her a moment to understand that I had stopped, and when she stopped struggling, I let her go. "Did I hurt you?" I asked. She was crying silently. She cringed as I leaned over to lick the bite and take the blood that was still coming. She put her hands on my shoulders and pushed, but managed not to push hard. I went on licking the bite. She needed that to help with healing. "I always liked that so much when Stefan did it," she said. "It should be enjoyable," I said, although I wasn't enjoying myself at all. I was doing what seemed to be my duty. "And it helps your wounds heal quickly and cleanly. It will be enjoyable again someday soon." She relaxed a little, and I thought I might be reaching her. "Maybe," she said. "Maybe you've got some kind of keep-out sign on you, too. As far as I'm concerned, I mean." I panicked. I couldn't control myself. "Your bite didn't hurt, but it was horrible." She drew away from me with a shudder. "But do you feel better?" I asked. "Better?" "You've stopped shaking." "Oh, yeah, thanks. I guess." "I don't know exactly how long it will be before we can take pleasure in one another. But I think it's important that you do feel better now. Next time will be easier and more comfortable. Now that I'd bitten her, it would. It seemed best to tell her that. Hope so. I left her alone in the huge bed. She wouldn't have been able to sleep if I'd stayed. I wouldn't have been able to sleep if I'd stayed. I went to the bathroom, washed, and then just stayed there. I knew I had to go to Brooks soon. The longer I waited, the harder it would be. Maybe Brooke would have an easier time since she hadn't seemed so needy. Or perhaps it would be worse, because she'd been with Yosef for so long. Was 22 years a long time when she would live to be maybe 200? If only I knew what I was doing. I sat on the side of the bathtub for a long time, hearing Celia cry until she fell asleep, hearing Wright moving around the kitchen, hearing Brooke breathing softly in one of the bedrooms. She was not asleep, but she was not moving around either. She was sitting or lying down, probably waiting for me. I got up and went to her.
"I thought you could wait," she said when she saw me. "If you wanted to, you could wait until tomorrow. I mean, I'm all right now. I'm not getting the shakes or anything."
I didn't sigh. I didn't say anything. I only went to the bed where she lay atop the bedspread and lay down beside her. Her scent was so much like my father's that if I closed my eyes, it was almost as though I were lying in bed beside Yosef, and even though I had begun to trust Yosef and even to like him, I had not found him appetizing in any way at all. "We will get through this," I said. "What you feel now will end." She sighed and closed her eyes.
"I hope so,"
she said.
"Do it."
I did it. And when I was finished, I left her crying into a pillow. She was no more able to take comfort from me than Celia had been, and there was no comfort for me in either of them. I went out, hoping to find the comfort I needed with Wright. He was in the living room, eating a ham sandwich and a bag of microwave popcorn and watching a television that I had not noticed before. He aimed the remote and stopped the program as I came in.
"No cable," he said, "but movies and old TV shows galore."
He gestured toward the shelves of tapes and DVDs in the cabinet. Then, after a moment, he asked,
"How are things?"
I shook my head and went to sit next to him on the arm of his chair. I had worried that he would draw away from me, resent my bringing two strangers into our family. But he reached up, lifted me with a hand under one of my arms, and put me on his lap. I made myself comfortable there, his arms around me. I sighed with contentment. "Things were horrible," I said. "But they're better now." That was when I heard the people outside. First, 2 of them. Then, as I sat up and away from Wright's chest and the beat of his heart, I heard more. I couldn't tell how many. Then I smelled the gasoline. Chapter 12. I turned to speak very softly into Wright's ear. "The killers are here." I covered his mouth with my hand. "They're here now. They have guns and gasoline. Go wake Brooke and Celia, quietly. And look after them. Keep them safe. Watch the side door. When I clear away, get them out of here. Don't worry about me. Don't try to help me. Go, now." I slid off his lap, avoided his grasping hands, grabbed my blanket and glasses, and ran for the side door. There were men, human males, at the front and back doors, and at least one was heading for the side door at the end of the hall, but no one reached it before I slipped out of it and down the 3 concrete steps to the ground. The men were spreading gasoline all around the house, quietly splashing it on the wood siding so that it puddled on the ground. I threw my blanket on the ground alongside an oak tree that was losing its leaves. It was probably overhanging the house too much to survive what was to come. It gave me shade, though, and kept me from burning. I put the glasses on, then turned toward the sounds of a man who was approaching from the front yard,
spreading his gasoline as quietly as he could. He was like the deer I had killed, just prey. He was my first deer that day. Before he realized I was there, I was on his back, one hand over his nose and mouth, my legs around him, riding him, my other arm around his head under his chin. I broke his neck, and an instant later, as he collapsed, I tore out his throat. I wanted no noise from him. He'd had a gun, a big, strange-looking one. I picked it up by the barrel, thrust it into the house through the door I'd come out of. Then I moved the dead man's gasoline can to the oak tree. Another man was coming around from the backyard, and he was my second deer, as quickly dispatched as the first. It was almost a relief to use my speed and strength without worrying about hurting someone. And it was good to kill these men who had surely taken part in killing my families. Someone in the house opened the side door a crack, and I beckoned with both hands, calling them out. That same instant, someone threw something through 2 or 3 of the windows, smashing them. Someone in the backyard lit the gasoline, and flames roared around the house on every side but the one I had cleared. Through a window, I could see that there was fire inside the house, too. Wright, Celia, and Brooks spilled noisily out of the house, but the roar of the fire probably drowned out the noise they made, at least as far as the gunmen were concerned. Wright had the gun I had left for him. I snatched up the second man's gun and thrust it into Celia's hands. Of the 2 women, I thought she would be more likely to know how to use it. She started to say something, but I put a hand over her mouth. She nodded and positioned herself so that she and Wright had Brooke and I between them. She watched the front, while Wright watched the back. I went to Wright, who was edging away from the heat of the fire, but still looking toward the backyard. He glanced back at me. I touched his mouth briefly with my fingers to keep him silent, then stepped ahead of him, acting on what I had heard and he had not. For the second time that day, I had to evade his hands. One more gunman was coming around the house, around the fire at a run, perhaps to see what had happened to his friends. He was my third deer. Best not to make noise until we had to. How many gunmen were left? How many had there been? There hadn't been time for me to listen and estimate, but I tried to think back to what I had heard. Then my concentration was shattered by the sudden, deep, quick spitting of Celia's gun. She had shot a man who had come around the house from the front. The man fell, and even if no one had heard the strange spitting sound of Celia's gun, someone must have seen him go down. The element of surprise was gone. I snatched the gun of the man I'd just killed, shouted to the others, and all of us sprinted for the shelter of trees. They would give us cover when the other gunmen came to see what the shooting was about. We all reached the trees in time. I was with Brooke behind the oak, which, high above, was already catching fire where it overhung the house. I gave her the gun, and she frowned, studying it. Meanwhile, Wright and Celia were already firing. I could see men firing back from both the front and the backyards, but they could not aim very well because they lacked cover where they were. We had trees, but they had only the burning house. If they had tried to reach trees that might have shielded them, Wright or Celia would have gotten a clear shot at them. If we survived, I would get Wright and Celia to teach me to shoot. Then there was the sound of sirens in the distance. I heard it and froze, wondering how we could avoid being caught either by the gunmen or by the police. Then Brooke looked up from her gun, and I realized she was beginning to hear the sirens too. And the gunmen heard them. The shooting from the other side dribbled away to silence. Wright and Celia stopped their very careful firing, because suddenly they had no targets. I could hear the remaining gunmen running, their footsteps going away from us toward the street. I showed myself, walking out away from the tree, providing a target for anyone who had stayed behind. No one shot me. I ran to the garage, lifted one of the doors, and glanced toward the side of the house where I hoped Wright, Celia, and Brooke were paying attention. They were coming, all 3 of them, at a run. I opened the other garage door and waited until they were all in the cars. Then I got in, and we fled. We fled slowly. Wright said we shouldn't speed, shouldn't do anything that might make us memorable to anyone who saw us or bring us to the attention of the police. He was leading this time, so his judgment kept Brooke's speed down. There were no neighbors near enough to see the house or report that we'd left it, and left several corpses, just after the fire began. In fact, the guns had made so little noise that I wondered whether human ears had heard them, with the houses so far apart. It was almost certainly the smoke that had caught someone's attention. That meant the emergency call probably went to the fire department. Firemen would arrive, begin to put out the fire, find the bodies, and then call the police. They would also find the gas cans. We had to avoid getting involved in the investigation that would surely follow. I had seen too many police programs on Wright's television to believe there was any story we could tell the police about this that would keep us out of jail. "Where are we going?" I asked Wright.
"God,"
he said.
"I don't know. Back to the cabin for now, I guess."
"No," I said. "Your relatives are there in the front house. Let's not lead anyone to them."
"Do you think that's likely? Whoever these people are, they don't know anything about me."
He shook his head. What he had been through seemed to be too much for him suddenly.
"Whoever they are, who the hell are they? Why did they try to kill us? I've never shot at anyone before. Never even wanted to."
"We're all alive," I said. He glanced at me.
"Yeah."
"We should find a place to stop when we've gotten a few miles farther away. We need to talk with the others, find out if they know of another place where we can stay for a while."
"Any place they know is probably as dangerous as the place we just left."
I sighed and nodded. "We need to be far away from all this," I said. "I can't believe that Brooke was with Yosef for 22 years, and yet she knows of no relatives but my mother's, no friends or business associates."
"I was wondering about that,"
he said.
"Do you think she's lying?"
I thought about that for a moment, then said, "I don't think so. I just think she knows more than she realizes she knows. Maybe Yosef told her not to remember or not to share what she knows with anyone outside his family. I mean, as things are, I don't know where to begin a search for more of my kind. I don't even know whether I should be looking for them. I don't want to get people killed, but I have to do something. I have to find out who these murderers are and why they want to kill us. And I have to find a way to stop them." I paused, then fidgeted uncomfortably. I already had the beginnings of a burn on my face and arms, and had left my jacket in the house. "Right. Would you be cold if I used your jacket?"
"What?"
He glanced at me, then said, "Oh." I helped him struggle out of his jacket, pulling it off of him while he drove. Once I had it, I covered myself with it as though it were the blanket that I had lost, probably leaving it beside the oak tree. The jacket was warm and smelled of Wright, and was a very comfortable thing to be wrapped in.
"You and I are conspicuous together,"
he said.
"But you could go into a clothing store with Celia and pass as her daughter. You could get yourself some clothes that fit and another jacket with a hood. Maybe a pair of gloves and some sunglasses that fit your face."
"All right. We should get food, too, for the three of you. It should be things you can open and eat right here in the car. I'm not sure when we'll dare to settle somewhere."
"I should be back at work on Monday."
I looked at him, then looked away. "I know. I'm sorry. I don't have any idea when this will be over." He drove silently for a few minutes. We were, I realized, still headed southwest toward Arlington. Once we arrived in Arlington, he seemed to know his way around. He took us straight to a supermarket where we could buy the food we needed. Once we were parked, we moved over to the larger car to talk with Celia and Brooke.
"Don't you need to sleep?"
Brooke asked me as soon as we got into the back seat.
"Doesn't the fact that it's day bother you at all?"
"I'm tired," I admitted. "You're probably all tired."
"But don't you sleep during the day?"
Celia asked. It occurred to me that they had been discussing me.
Better that than terrifying themselves over the fact that several men had just tried to murder us. I prefer to sleep during the day, I said, but I don't have to. I can sleep whenever I'm tired. Brooke looked at Celia.
That's why we're not dead,
she said.
They came during the day, thinking that any Ina in the house would be asleep, completely unconscious.
Why didn't it help her save her mothers? Celia asked. Brooke looked at me. I don't know, I said. Have either of you ever heard of a community being destroyed the way my parents' communities were? I mean, has it happened before anywhere else? Both women shook their heads. Brooke said,
Not that I know of.
Maybe that's it then. I thought for a moment. If no one was expecting trouble, probably no one was keeping watch. Why would they? I don't know whether I usually slept during the day. My mothers did, so I probably did too, just because it was more convenient to be up when they were. I'll bet the symbionts had adapted to a nocturnal way of life, just as symbionts had in Yosef's community. But I don't know. That's the trouble. I don't know anything. I looked at Brooke. You must have spent time at my mother's community. Wasn't everyone nocturnal?
Pretty much,
she answered.
Your elder mothers had 3 or 4 symbionts who did research for them. They were often awake during the day. I guess it didn't help.
I looked at Celia. Did Stefan always sleep during the day? He said he got stupid if he didn't, she answered. He got sluggish and clumsy.
Yosef had to sleep,
Brooke said.
He would go completely unconscious wherever he happened to be when the sun came up. And once he got to sleep, it was impossible to wake him up until after sundown.
Wright put his arm around me.
You're definitely the new, improved model,
he said. I nodded. I think maybe someone's decided there shouldn't be a new, improved model.
We were talking about that,
Brooke said.
About how maybe this is all because someone doesn't like the experimenting that your family was doing, or someone envied your family for producing you and Stefan. I don't know. How could it be about her?
Wright wanted to know.
Those guys were human, not Ina.
They may be symbionts, Celia said.
Or one of them might be a symbiont and the rest hirelings,
Brooke added. Wright frowned.
Maybe. But it seems to me they could just as easily be ordinary human beings who imagine they're fighting vampires.
And who have focused only on my family, I said.
We don't know that. Hell, we're in the same boat as you are, Shori. We don't really know anything.
I nodded and yawned. We probably know more than we realize. I think we'll be able to come up with at least a few answers after we've gotten some rest.
Why are we in this parking lot?
Brooke asked. To get food for you, I said. After that, we'll find a place to park in the woods. We can get some sleep in the cars. Later, when we're rested, we'll see what we can figure out. I thought we would go to your house, Celia said to Wright. His relative's home is too close by, I said. I don't want them to get hurt or killed because someone's after us, or after me. I don't want that to happen to anyone. So no hotel for now. The two women exchanged another look, and this time I had no idea what they were thinking.
Let's go buy what we need,
Wright said.
Celia, while Brooke and I shop for food, can you be Shori's mother or her big sister? There's a clothing store.
He opened the glove compartment, found a pencil and a small wire-bound notebook.
Here's the address,
he said, writing.
And here's how to get there. I did some work here in Arlington last year. I remember the place. This clothing store is only a few blocks from here, and it's a good place for buying cheap, casual clothes. She needs a couple of pairs of jeans, shirts, a good hooded jacket, gloves, and sunglasses that will fit her face, okay?
Celia nodded. No problem if you have money. I spent most of what Stefan gave me in Seattle. He's gonna... She stopped, frowned, and looked away from us across the parking lot. She wiped her eyes with her fingers, but said nothing more. After a moment, Wright got his wallet out of his pocket and put several 20s into her hand.
I see an ATM over there,
he said.
I'll get more. Enough for a few days.
We need gas, too, Brooke said. She looked at me, then looked past me.
I have my checkbook and a credit card, but they're both Yosef's accounts. I don't know whether using them will attract the attention of the police or of our enemies. I have enough money to fill our tank, but if this lasts, if we're on the run for more than a few days, money is likely to become a problem.
There was an oddly false note in her voice, as though she were lying somehow. She smelled nervous, and I didn't like the way she looked past me rather than at me. I thought about it, and after a moment, I understood. Money will not be a problem, I said, and you know it. Brooke looked a little embarrassed. After a moment, she nodded.
I wasn't sure you knew what to do,
she said. And Wright said,
What do you expect her to do?
Steal, I said. She expects me to be a very good thief. I will be. People will be happy to give me money once I've bitten them. He looked at me doubtfully, and I reached up to touch his stubbly chin. You should get a razor, too, I said.
I don't want you getting in trouble for stealing,
he said. I won't. I shrugged. I don't want to do it. I don't feel good about doing it, but I'll do what's necessary to sustain us. I glanced at Brooke, feeling almost angry with her. Ask me questions when you want to know things. Tell me whatever you believe I should know. Complain whenever you want to complain. But don't talk to other people when you mean your words for me, and speak the truth. She shrugged.
All right.
My anger ebbed away. Let's go buy what we need, I said.
Hang on a minute,
Wright said. He wrote something else in the wire-bound notebook. Then he tore out the page and handed it to Celia.
Those are my sizes. If you can, get me a pair of jeans and a sweatshirt.
She looked at the sizes, smiled, and said, Okay. We left them. Celia and I took her car, one of Yosef's cars, she said, and drove to the clothing store. She found it easily, following Wright's directions, and that seemed to surprise her. I usually get lost at least once and have to stop and ask somebody for directions, she said. And then, listen, you're my sister, okay? I refuse to believe I look old enough to be your mother. I laughed. How old are you? 23. Stefan found me when I was 19, right after I'd moved out of my mother's house. 23, same as Wright. Yeah, and he's your first. You did very well for yourself. He's a decent-looking big bear of a guy, and he's nice. That jacket of his looks like a way too big coat on you. When he found me, when he stopped to pick me up, I couldn't believe how good he smelled. My memory was so destroyed that I didn't even know what I wanted from him, but his scent pulled me into the car with him. Celia laughed, then looked sad and stared at nothing for a moment. Stefan would say things like that. I've always wondered what it would be like to be one of you, so tuned into smells and sounds, living so long and being so strong. It doesn't seem fair that you can't convert us like all the stories say. That would be very strange, I said. If a dog bit a man, no one would expect the man to become a dog. He might get an infection and die, but that's the worst. You haven't found out about werewolves yet, then? I've read about them on Wright's computer. A lot of the people who write about vampires seem to be interested in werewolves, too. I shook my head. Ina are probably responsible for most vampire legends. I wonder what started the werewolf legends. I've thought about that, Celia said. It was probably rabies. People get bitten, go crazy, froth at the mouth, run around like animals, attacking other people who then come down with the same problems. That would probably be enough to make ancient people come up with the idea of werewolves. Shori, what did you get mad at Brooke about a few minutes ago? I looked at her, and after a moment decided that she had asked a real question. She touched my pride, I think. She worries that I can't take care of the three of you. I worry that I won't always know how to take care of you. I hate my ignorance. I need to learn from you since there is no adult Ina to ask. Before I saw what you did today, I figured we'd be the ones taking care of you. You will. Yosef called it mutualistic symbiosis. I think it's also called just mutualism. Yeah, those were his words for it. Before Stefan brought me to meet him, I'd never even heard those words used that way before. I thought he had made them up until I found them in a science dictionary. So you want us to be straight with you, even if you don't always like what we say? Yes. Works for me. Let's get you some clothes. I wound up with 2 pairs of boys' blue jeans that actually fit, 2 long-sleeved shirts, one red and one black, a pair of gloves, a jacket with a hood, sunglasses, and some underwear. Then Celia used the last of her own money as well as the last of what Wright had given her to get him a pair of jeans and a hooded sweatshirt. Then we headed back to the supermarket to meet Wright and Brooke. Brooke and I are lucky we left our suitcases in the back of the car, Celia said. A laundromat would be a good idea for us, but otherwise we're okay. Did you hear that saleswoman? She said you were the cutest thing she'd seen all day. She figured you were about 10. I shook my head. I'd said almost nothing to the woman. I had no idea how to act like a 10-year-old human child. Does it bother you that I'm so small? She grinned. It did at first. Now I kind of like it. After seeing you in action today, I think you'd be goddamn scary if you were bigger. I will grow. Yeah, but before you do, I'll have time to get used to you. She paused. How about you? Are you okay with me? You mean, do I want you? Yeah. You didn't exactly choose us. I inherited you, both of you, from my father's family. You're mine. You want us? I smiled up at her. Oh, yes.
End of Disc 4. Disc 5.
Chapter 13. We turned northeast again and drove until we found a place where we could go off a side road and camp in the woods, far enough away from the road and the highway to be invisible. I took a look around before I went to sleep, made sure there was no one near us, no one watching us. After I got back, I asked Celia to stay awake and keep one of the guns handy until dark. She was a good shot, she'd had some rest, and she said she wasn't very tired. We had the 3 guns I had taken from the gunman and Celia's handgun, a semi-automatic Beretta. She told me the gunman had used silenced Heckler & Koch submachine guns. She said she'd never seen one before, but she'd read about them. The gunman meant to kill us all, but to do it quietly, she said. I don't think anyone heard the shooting over the noise of the fire and the distance between the houses. We need to avoid these people, at least until we find a few more friends. I agreed with her, but at that moment, I just wanted to sleep. I went to sleep in the back seat of Wright's car and woke briefly as Wright lifted me out and put me down in Brooke's car, where someone had folded the back seats down and spread clothing on them to make them less uncomfortable. Where are you going? I whispered. He climbed in, lay down beside me, and pulled me against him. Go back to sleep, he said into my ear. I did. The makeshift bed turned out to be not so uncomfortable after all. Then Brooke lay down on the other side of me, and her scent disturbed me, made me want to get up and go sleep somewhere else. I tried to ignore it. Her scent would change, was already beginning to change. I slept. Sometime later, after dark, I bit her. She struggled. I had to hold her to keep her still and silent at first. Then, after a minute, she gave a long sigh and lay as I'd positioned her, accepting me as much as she could. She didn't enjoy herself, but after that first panic, She at least did not seem to be suffering. I had only tasted her before. Now I took a full meal from her. Not an emotionally satisfying meal, but a physically sustaining one. Afterward, I spent time lapping at the wound until she truly relaxed against me. She eased back into sleep and never noticed when I got up, stepped over her, and got out of the car. I closed the door as quietly as I could and stood beside it. Not being fully satisfied made me restless. I paced away from the car, then back toward it. I found myself wondering whether Brooke, Celia, and Theodora would be better able to sustain me when they were as fully mine as Wright was. Would they be enough? I was much smaller than my father, who had preferred to have 8 symbionts. My demands must be smaller. Mustn't they? I shook my head in disgust. My ignorance wasn't just annoying, it was dangerous. How could I take care of my symbionts when I didn't even know how to protect them from me? I stopped beside the car and looked through its back window at Brooke and Wright, now lying next to each other, both still asleep. Both had been touching me. Now that I had moved, they were almost touching one another. My feelings shifted at once from fear for them to confusion. I wanted to crawl between them again and feel them both lying comfortably, reassuringly against me. They were both mine, and yet there was something deeply right about seeing them together as they were. Celia came up behind me, looked at me, glanced into the car, then drew me away from it. We went to the other car and sat there. "I long for a shower," I said. "Me too," Celia said. "You mind if I go to sleep now?" "Go ahead." She had already climbed into the back seat of Wright's car. She put her handgun on the floor and lay on her back on the seat. "I think I need to say something you won't like hearing," she said. "All right." She closed her eyes for several seconds, then said, "Stefan told me what happened to Hugh Tang. He told me, and he told Oriana Bernardi, because he knew we both loved Hugh." Loved? I listened to her with growing confusion. I didn't know what to say, so I said nothing. "The relationship among an Aina and several symbionts is about the closest thing I've seen to a workable group marriage," she said. "With us, sometimes people got jealous and started to pull the family apart, and, well, Stefan would have to talk to them. He said the first time that happened, he was still living with his mothers and one of them had to tell him what to do. And even then, he could hardly do it because he was feeling so confused himself. He didn't say jealous. He said confused." I nodded. Confused. I don't really understand that, but then we are different species. "How did you wind up with Hugh?" She smiled. "Hugh had been with Stefan for a few years when Stefan asked me to join him. When I'd been there a while, Hugh asked for me. Stefan said that was up to me, so Hugh asked me. It scared me, because I didn't understand at first how an Aina household works, that everyone went to Stefan, fed him, loved him, but that we could have relationships with one another too, or with other nearby symbionts. Well, I didn't go to Hugh when he first asked, but after a while I did. He was a good man." "I'm sorry," I said. "I wish he hadn't found me when he did." "I know." I looked at her lying there, not looking at me. "Thank you for telling me," I said. She nodded and looked at me finally. "You're welcome. I didn't just say it for your benefit, though. I figure I might want to have a kid someday." I wanted that. A home in which my symbionts enjoyed being with me and enjoyed one another and raising their children as I raised mine. That felt right. Felt good. I left Celia alone so she could sleep, and I checked the area again to make sure we were still as alone as we seemed to be. Once I was sure of that, I set out at a jog, then a run to find out who our nearest neighbors were. I followed my nose and found a farm where 2 adults and 4 children lived, along with their horses, chickens, geese, and goats. I found 3 other houses widely separated along the side road, but without farm fields around them. I found no real community on the territory I covered. It seemed we had privacy and a little more time to recover and decide what to do. I could question Celia, and in particular, Brooke. I went back to the cars and used some of the disposable wipes that Wright and Brooke had bought to clean up as best I could. Then I put on clean clothes. As I got my jeans on, I heard Brooke wake up and slip out of the car behind me. She made slightly different noises breathing and moving around than Wright or Celia did.
God, it's dark out here,
she said.
If I weren't a symbiont, I don't think I could see at all. Aren't you cold?
I wasn't, really, but I pulled on an undershirt, then put my long-sleeved shirt on, buttoned it, and pulled on my new jacket. I'm all right, I said. I'm glad you're awake. I need to talk to you.
Sure.
Eat first. Do whatever you need to do. This will probably take a while.
That doesn't sound good.
I hope it won't be too bad. Your neck okay? She pulled her collar aside and showed me the half-healed wound.
It wasn't so bad this time.
It will get better.
I know.
She pulled open the white styrofoam cooler they had bought and filled with ice and food. She took out a plastic packet of 4 strips of pepper-smoked salmon and a bottle of water. She made a sandwich with the salmon and some bread from one of the grocery bags. When she'd eaten that and drunk the water, she got more water from the chest and dug out a blueberry muffin and 2 bananas from one of the bags. It didn't seem to bother her that I sat in the car watching her, that I enjoyed watching her. Finally, she took the plastic can of wipes and went away into the trees to make her own effort to clean up. While she did that, Wright awoke and stumbled off in a different direction. A few moments later, he came back and got another plastic can of wipes, scrubbed his face and hands, then got into the food.
You okay?
He asked me. I'm fine. I'm going to see what I can learn from Brooke. I need some idea where to find adult Ina. Now that I know what my parents' communities faced, humans with gasoline and guns, I think I can ask for help without endangering other Ina or their symbionts.
You didn't think so yesterday.
I do now. I still don't want to stay at the cabin near your relatives. Anyone I go to will have to post guards, stop shutting down during the day, be willing to fight and kill, be able to plant false stories in the memories of any witnesses, and be able to deal with the police. Ina families with symbionts can do that if they know they should. They can survive and help remove a threat. He shook his head.
I just can't figure out why human beings would be killing your kind, plus a hell of a lot of their own kind. Unless it's some kind of misguided vampire hunting.
It may be, I said. I don't know. But I'm pretty sure it's something to do with my family's genetic experiments. Will you sit with us and speak up whenever you think of anything useful?
Sure. Not that I'm going to know what's useful.
Unless something she says shakes loose some part of my memory, you'll know as much as I do.
Scary thought,
he said. Then,
here's Brooke.
I'm cold, she said, rubbing her hands together.
Let's get back into the car.
Once we had moved the clothing we'd slept on and put the back seats up, we all climbed in, Brooke in front and Wright and I in the back.
Okay,
she said.
What do you want to talk about?
We need help, I told her. We need to find adult Ina who will help me get rid of these assassins and then help me learn what I need to know to do right by the family I seem to be building. So I need you to tell me whatever you can about Yosef's Ina friends and relatives.
I told you. I don't know how to contact any of them. Outside of our community, the only ones I had phone numbers for were your mother's.
But you would have heard of others, I said. Whether or not you know how to reach them, you would have heard their names, maybe met them. She shook her head.
Yosef was unusual because he was so alone. He was too young to take part in the various Aina council meetings, and he had no elder fathers to represent his family. His brothers and his fathers, like his mothers and sisters, are all dead. Most of his relatives used to be scattered around Romania and Russia and Hungary. They died during the 20th century, most of them during and after World War II, when a lot of European Aina were killed. His sisters died with his mothers during the war. The Nazis got them, and his brothers and fathers were killed later by the communists. They were some kind of nobility, had a lot of land taken from them before the war. Afterward, with all the destruction, I guess there was nothing left to take but their lives. Yosef was barely able to get out. They all should have left well before the war, but they were stubborn. They said no one would drive them from their homes.
Were all Aina originally based in Romania? Transylvania?
No, they've been scattered all over Europe and the Middle East for millennia, or so their records say. They claim to have written records that go back more than 10,000 years. Yosef told me about them. I think he believed what he was saying, but I never quite believed him. 10,000 years?
She shook her head.
Written history just doesn't go back that far. Anyway, now Aina are scattered all over the world. You just happen to be descended from people who lived in what Yosef used to call vampire country. I think some of your ancestors there were outed and executed as vampires a few centuries ago. Yosef used to joke about it in a bitter way. He said that, physically, he and most Aina fit in badly wherever they go. Tall, ultra-pale, lean, wiry people. They usually looked like foreigners, and when times got bad, they were treated like foreigners, suspected, disliked, driven out, or killed.
He told Wright and me that there is an Aina theory that claims the Aina were sent here from another world.
Yes, that's something young Aina have come up with. They read and go to movies and pick up and adapt whatever's current. For a while, there was an idea that Aina were angels of some kind. And there's the old standby legend of the Aina being sent here by a great mother goddess. You're all supposed to be stuck here until you prove yourselves, she said. Did Yosef tell you that one? He did,
Wright said.
It's a little like Christianity. It isn't, really,
Brooke said.
They're not supposed to go home in some spiritual way after they die. Some future generation of them is supposed to leave this world en masse and go to paradise, or back to the home world. It might be mythology, or it might be that you and I have finally found and joined those extraterrestrial aliens that people keep claiming to spot on lonely back roads.
Wright laughed. Then he stopped laughing and shook his head.
There's another intelligent species here on Earth, and they're vampires. What am I laughing at?
I took his hand and held it, looking at him. He looked at me, put his head back against the seat, and curled his fingers around my hand. Didn't other Aina visit Yosef? I asked. Did you ever meet others? She nodded.
That was scary sometimes.
Why?
Because not everyone treats symbionts as people. I didn't realize that until I'd been with Yosef for a few years, but it's true. I remember one guest. Actually, he came back recently to negotiate with Yosef for an introduction to you and your sisters. You weren't old enough yet, but he hoped to win all three of you for himself and his brothers when you came of age. That was never going to happen because your father was smart enough to see what he was.
There were 3 of us? I said, my mind latching onto this new bit of information about my past, about my family. I didn't know that. I asked Yosef, but I was asking him so many questions, he never got around to answering that one.
There were 3 of you. This was not a man Yosef would ever have introduced to you or your sisters. This man liked to amuse himself with other Aina's symbionts. He was very careful and protective of his own, but he liked sending them among us with instructions to start trouble, raise suspicions and jealousies, start fights. He liked to watch arguments and fights. His symbionts were so good, so subtle, that we didn't realize what was happening at first. It excited the hell out of him when 2 of Radu's symbionts almost killed one another. He got something sexual out of watching. The symbionts would have died if they hadn't been symbionts. But then, they never would have been endangered if they hadn't been symbionts.
Radu, I said, remembering that Yosef had mentioned the name.
Your brothers were Stefan, Vasile, Mihai, and Radu. It was your father's right to name them, and he named them for the dead. His 2 brothers and 2 of his fathers who died in Romania. Your mothers liked plainer, American-sounding names. Your sisters were Barbara and Helen. You were lucky. Your human mother claimed the right to name you.
She smiled.
Shori is the name of a kind of bird, an East African crested nightingale. It's a nice name.
Oh,
Wright said. We looked at each other, then I reached into my shirt and pulled out the gold chain with the crested bird. Was this mine before? I asked, showing it to her. Wright found it in the rubble of my mother's houses. She turned the car's interior light on and looked at the bird, then looked at me.
Your human mother gave you this. I think she loved you as though she had given birth to you herself. Her name was Jessica Margaret Grant.
Jessica Margaret Grant. I shut my eyes and tried to find something of this woman in my memory. Something. But there was nothing. All of my life had been erased, and I could not bring it back. Each time I was confronted with the reality of this, it was like turning to go into what should have been a familiar, welcoming place and finding absolutely nothing. Emptiness. Space. After a moment, I said, I wouldn't want to meet the Ina you described. What about others? Who's visited Yosef or one of my brothers recently? Brooke frowned.
There was one a few months ago. He and Vasile owned some sort of business together. He was interested in joining with you and your sisters, and Vasile thought it might be a good match. Yosef was willing to be convinced, so this man, what was his name? One of the Gordon family. Daniel Gordon. He had his brothers come see us. Their ancestors were English, I think. They immigrated first to Canada, then to the United States. All the symbionts of Yosef's community were told to notice them, notice their behavior, talk to their symbionts, and listen to them. We did, and no one spotted anything bad. They seemed to be good, normal people. Shori, you met them yourself and liked them, even though it was way too soon for you to mate. They had heard about you, and they wanted to meet you. Yosef went down, collected you, and brought you to stay with us for a few days.
All because of my dark skin? I said.
That's the most obvious reason. You're not only able to stay completely awake and alert during the day, but you don't burn.
I burn.
You didn't yesterday.
I blistered a little. I tried to keep covered up, and it was cloudy yesterday. Did the brothers like me?
Have you healed?
Wright asked, interrupting.
I meant to buy you some sunscreen, but I forgot.
I healed, I said, and wondered what all this talk of my mating was doing to him. I looked at him but couldn't read anything more than mild concern in his expression as he examined my face, probably for burns.
The Gordon brothers were delighted with you,
Brooke said.
They wished you were a little older, but they were willing to wait. They planned to go down to meet your sisters and your mothers. I don't know whether or not that had happened, but it would have been necessary. Your mothers would have to meet the whole Gordon family, and then give or refuse their consent.
Where do the Gordons live? I asked. She hesitated, frowned.
Somewhere on the coast of Northern California.
You don't know exactly where? She shook her head.
Their community has a name, Punta Nublada. But it's not a real town. It's only the 4 brothers and their 3 fathers and a couple of elder fathers who were born in the 1600s. It's amazing to meet people like that. You met them?
Wright asked.
I went with Yosef and one of Shori's mothers and some other symbionts to visit them. I loved the trip, but I didn't know where I was most of the time. I know we flew into San Francisco Airport, at night, of course, and a couple of symbionts from Punta Nublada met us in vans and drove us up. It was more than 2 hours north of San Francisco Airport and on the coast. That's all I know. They have a lot of land. Inland, away from their community, they own vineyards. They have a wine-making business, which is kind of funny when you think about it.
Wright laughed.
Yeah, I'll bet they still don't drink it.
What? I demanded.
Old joke from a vampire movie,
Wright said.
From the Bela Lugosi version of Dracula. Someone offers the Count a glass and he says, "I do not drink wine."
I shrugged. Maybe I'd watch the movie someday and see why that was funny. We'll go to Punta Nublada, I said. You'll find it for us, Brooke. She looked distressed.
I don't know where it is, I swear.
Did you sleep while you were being driven?
No, but it was dark.
You can see in this darkness, here, under the trees. Your night vision is good.
It is. But most of what I saw was headlights and taillights.
I nodded. They can be a problem. But I think you saw more than you realize.
I didn't, she said. I really didn't.
We need help, Brooke, I said. Can you think of anyone else, anyone other than the Gordons, who might help us? She faced me and shook her head.
But these people may not help us, even if we find them. I don't know whether there was a confirmed agreement between your family and theirs. And even if there was, I'm sorry, Shori. They might not want you without your sisters. It's hard for only children to find mates. Yosef said it would have been hard for him, but he was already mated when his brothers were killed. His mates were just smart enough to get out before he did.
I shrugged. All right. Even if the Gordons still don't want to mate with me, they should be willing to help find and stop the assassins. That's what I really need help with, after all. Human gangs wiping out 2 whole communities of Aina. Any Aina should be willing to do something about that. Out of self-preservation, if nothing else.
They should.
Then you find them, and I'll put it to them in just that way. Self-preservation. Yosef must have seen some good in them. I looked at her, and she looked away. I feel as though I know humans better than I know my own kind. Not that that's saying much. Am I missing something here? Is there some reason these people might not help us? She shook her head.
I think they will help, even if they don't want you as a mate. I'm just scared I won't be able to find them for you.
Yes, you will, I said. You'll find them. Then, once we get some peace, we can begin to assemble a household. The Gordons should be able to give us phone numbers and addresses of other Aina. My mother's brothers, perhaps. Are they alive?
Your mother's brothers? Yes. I've never met them, but you have.
Suddenly, she put her hands into her face. She didn't cry, but she looked as though she wanted to.
How can I do this?
She demanded.
You can't depend on me. I don't really know anything.
You can, I said. You will. Don't worry about it. Just know that you will. Wright said,
We can drive down, all the way to San Francisco Airport if we have to. From there, we can turn north again, and maybe Brooke can find the way.
We'll start tonight, I said. He nodded.
What about Celia? She might know something.
She needed to sleep. We'll tell her when she wakes up, and I'll find out what she knows.
We need maps,
Wright said.
I don't know the way, except that we'll be going south, probably on I-5. We'll make San Francisco Airport our destination, so when we reach California, we should stick to a coastal route, probably US 101, until we reach the airport or until Brooke recognizes something.
We should go back to your cabin first, I said. Or if you don't want to do that, you can let me out a few blocks from there. I need to talk to Theodora and see whether or not she should come with us. He nodded.
I need to talk to my uncle anyway, to let him know that I haven't just disappeared on him and that I want my job. I want him to be willing to hire me again when this is over. I want to get some of my stuff, too. Hell, I was all packed to leave anyway.
Let's go now, I said. We've got hours of darkness left. By daybreak, we should be well on our way. Chapter 14. Once we got back to Wright's cabin, I went to visit Theodora. I slipped into her bedroom by way of her balcony, woke her, and told her what had happened and what we were going to do. Her scent was still mostly her own, so I knew I could leave her, lonely but safe. "I want to go with you," she protested. "I know," I told her, "but it will be better if you wait. I can't protect you now. I don't even have the prospect of a home now, and I have no Aina allies. It was only luck that none of us was hurt or killed at the Arlington house." "You protected them." "Luck," I said. "They could so easily have been burned or shot. Wright could have left the television on, and I might not have heard the intruders until it was too late. I want you with me, and you will be. But not yet." She cried and wanted me to at least stay the rest of the night with her. I bit her a little, only to taste her, then held her and lapped at the wound until she was focused on the pleasure. She was like Wright. She had some hold on me beyond the blood. At last, I knew I had to go, so I told her to sleep. She resisted briefly, took something from the very back and bottom of the middle drawer in her night table, and put it in my hand. "You might need this," she whispered. "Take it. I've got more." Then she kissed me and let herself drift off to sleep. She had put money into my hand, a thick roll of $20 bills with a rubber band around it. I took it back to Wright's cabin. He was in the main house talking to his uncle. He and the two women had each had a shower. By the time Wright came back, I was having one, and the women were eating the meal they had prepared. We were all wasting time, and I knew it, but I enjoyed my shower and let them enjoy their microwaved mugs of vegetable soup, slabs of canned ham, and dinner rolls heated in the convection oven. Simple, quickly prepared food. They finished, cleaned up, took out the trash, and made sandwiches of the last of the ham and some cheddar cheese Wright had had in his refrigerator. Meanwhile, I put Wright's 2 suitcases and the canvas travel bag he had given me for my things into his car. Wright already had a book of maps called The Thomas Guide, King and Snohomish Counties. We were in Snohomish, and a map of Pierce County. We would get whatever else we needed as we traveled, although, according to Wright, all we really had to do was get on I-5 and stay on it until we got to California, then switch over to US 101. None of that meant anything to me. I meant to look at the relevant maps in the Thomas Guide while we traveled. I needed, for my own comfort, to have some idea of where we were going. Wright came out ahead of the two women, and I put the money Theodora had given me into his hand. "Take this," I said. "If I get separated from the rest of you, you take care of Brooke and Celia. All of you would have to find other Aina as quickly as possible." His hand closed around the money. Then he looked at it in the light from the back door of the cabin. His mouth dropped open.
"Where did you get this?"
"From Theodora. She said we might need it, and we might." He put the money in an inside pocket of his jacket and zipped the pocket.
"I'll use it to keep us all as safe as I can," he said. "But don't imagine I would just drive off and leave you, Shori. I wouldn't. I couldn't."
"I hope it won't be necessary. But if it is necessary to keep you safe, to keep Celia and Brooke safe, you'll do it. You will do it." He drew back from me, angry, wanting to dispute, yet knowing he would obey.
"Sometimes I forget that you can do that to me,"
he said. "I do it to save your life," I said. After a while, he sighed.
"You're a scary little person,"
he said. I had no idea what to say to that, so I ignored it. "Theodora wanted to come too," I said. "I couldn't let her, even though I wanted her to. The only person I want more is you. I need you to be safe, and I need you to keep Brooke and Celia safe." He shook his head, then put his arm around my shoulders, his expression going from angry to bemused.
That is the most unromantic declaration of love I've ever heard. Or is that what you're saying? Do you love me, Shori, or do I just taste good?
You don't taste good, I said, smiling. You taste wonderful. I grew more serious. I would rather be shot again than lose you.
More and more romantic,
he said, and shook his head. He bent, lifted me off my feet, and kissed me. I nipped him, tasted him, and heard him draw a quick breath. He held me hard against him, and I closed my eyes for a moment, submerged in the scent, the feel, and taste of him. Then Brooke came out with her own suitcase. She had taken it from the back of her car to get at her toiletries.
"We'd better get going,"
she said, noticing the way Wright and I held each other, then looking away. We sighed. Wright put me down, and we let each other go. Celia came out carrying the sandwiches, each bagged with the apples and bananas that Wright had had in the cabin. She handed a bag to Wright and one to Brooke, then said, "You guys got everything?" We nodded, and Wright went to turn off the lights and lock the door. We drove, Wright with me in one car, and Celia with Brooke in the other. We drove through what was left of the night and into the day. By daybreak, we had reached Salem, Oregon. We were still, according to the maps, hundreds of miles north of San Francisco Airport. We got 2 motel rooms at a place that did not force us to park our cars where they could be seen from the street, just in case someone was hunting us. We picked up a map of the area, the others ate the food they had brought, and we all went to bed. I lay awake for a while next to Wright, wondering whether I should even be in bed. Perhaps I should stay awake, keep watch. But I couldn't quite believe that humans would have been able to follow us without my noticing them. And I couldn't believe they would be willing to kill a motel full of humans unrelated to Ina if they did find us. Also, the motel was filled with windows, eyes, and perhaps with curiosity. Our enemies liked concealment and quiet. I could sleep. In fact, this was an excellent place to sleep. I let myself drift off. Once Wright had slept off some of his weariness, he woke me up and told me to try biting him now and see what happened. I laughed and bit him. I didn't take much blood because I had taken a full meal from him only 2 days before. Still, I was eager to see what happened, and he didn't disappoint me. After a few hours, we got up and got on the road again. We didn't hurry. We stopped for meals, stayed within the speed limit, and as a result, spent one more night in a motel. This time I was hungry enough to leave the room while Wright was asleep, and wait until I spotted a stranger letting himself into his room. I slipped in with him before he realized I was there. I bit him and had a nourishing but unsatisfying meal. Afterward, I told him to keep the bite mark hidden until it healed, and to remember only that he'd had an odd dream. Sometime later, after we got underway on our 3rd night, I realized that I should be riding with Brooke to do what I could to encourage her memory. I didn't really know whether she would remember more clearly or focus her attention more narrowly if I were there to prod her, but I meant to find out. When we stopped for gas, I switched cars. "Do you want me to send Celia to keep you company?" I asked Wright. "Or would you rather have some time to yourself?" He hesitated, then said,
"Send her. I'll ask her questions and find out more about this symbiont business."
I looked at him and saw that he wasn't asking me to send Celia to him. He was daring me, and he was smiling a little as he did it. "Ask," I said. "I'm afraid for you to talk to them and learn what they know, because I know so little. But you should talk to them. We're a family, or the beginnings of one. We'll be together for a very long time."
"It's all right,"
he said, immediately contrite.
"A little solitude might be good for me."
"No," I said. "Talk to her. Get to know her. Ask your questions. It isn't all right, but it will be." I walked away to where Brooke was putting gas into her car.
"What?"
she asked. "I'm switching cars," I said. "I want to do what I can to prod your memory." She sighed.
I'm still afraid I won't remember.
I'll drive then, Celia said through her open window. We're more likely to survive the trip if the driver isn't looking all around trying to remember stuff. She was right. Brooke hadn't been driving when she visited these people before. Best for her not to be driving now. I went back and told Wright he would be driving alone after all, and told him why. He grinned.
Decided you didn't want me to know everything then,
he said. I grinned back at him. That must be it. They went into the store that was attached to the gas station and bought more maps, food, bottled water, and ice. Then Wright and Celia consulted over the new maps. Somewhere in Sonoma or Mendocino County in California, we decided to use State Route 1 instead of US 101 as we'd planned, because Brooke said State Route 1 felt like the right road. This apparently had to be discussed again. Then finally, we were on our way. Celia led off. Brooke and I sat in the back seat, and she studied a huge, sheet-like map. Finally, she put the map down and looked at me.
We're close enough, she said, but I don't recognize anything yet.
Are you still worried about your memory? I asked. She nodded.
Of course I am.
You will remember, I said. When you see things you've seen before, you're going to recognize them. You've been to this place before. You've seen the way, going and coming. Now you'll see the way a third time, and you'll get us there. Look out the windows. Don't worry about the map. She took a deep breath and nodded. And yet we drove all the way to the Golden Gate Bridge before she began to see things that looked familiar to her. By then we had to cross the bridge, then find a place to turn back. On our way back, though, she kept seeing familiar landmarks, businesses, signs.
I think I paid more attention when we traveled to Punta Nublada from the airport, she said. We were headed north, the way we are now, and I know this place now. It all seemed so new to me when I came this way with Yosef. I hadn't been anywhere far from home for a long time. I was so excited.
Just over 2 hours later, a newly confident Brooke had us turn down a narrow paved road that took us to a gravel road that led, finally, to Punta Nublada, a community of 11 large houses with garages and several other buildings scattered along either side of the road. It was almost a village. Behind some of the houses, I could see the remains of large gardens, most of them finished for the year, stark and empty. The community was dark and still, as though it were a humans-only place and everyone were asleep. I wondered why. I could smell Ina males nearby. Which house belongs to the oldest son, or perhaps we should see one of the elder fathers? I asked, then had another thought. Wait. Which is the home of Daniel Gordon, the one you said first approached Yosef?
Daniel?
Brooke asked.
He is the oldest son.
Show me which home is his.
Third house on the right.
We stopped there. I got out and understood something interesting and frightening at once. There were people, human and Ina, watching us with guns. I smelled the guns. I saw some of the people hiding in the darkness. I smelled them and knew they were all strangers to me, but I sorted through them anyway. The scents of the Ina were very disturbing. These people were nervous. Some of the humans were frightened. At least none of the humans present had been among those who attacked Wright, Celia, Brooke, and me. That possibility had not occurred to me until I smelled all the guns. Don't get out yet, I said to Celia and Brooke. But behind us, Wright had already gotten out and come to stand beside me. It frightened me how vulnerable he was, how vulnerable we all were. But if these people wanted to shoot us, surely they would already have done it. I took Wright's hand, or rather, I touched one of his huge hands and allowed it to swallow mine, and we walked to the front porch of Daniel Gordon's house.
This is the guy who wants to be your mate? He asked in a soft voice that I thought he tried hard to keep neutral.
Things have changed, I said. knowing that he was not my only listener. I don't know what they want now, but for the sake of the past, I hope they will speak with me and not just point guns at me. Wright froze, drew me closer to him, and I realized he had known nothing of those who watched us. He saw no one until the tall, male Ina stepped into view on the broad front porch.
"Shori,"
he said, making a greeting of my name. Of course, he was a stranger to me. "You're Daniel Gordon?" I asked. He frowned. "If you and your people are this alert," I said, "you must know what's happened to my family, to my mothers, my sisters, my brothers, and my father. It almost happened to me, too. I had a serious head injury. Because of it, I don't remember you at all. I don't remember any part of my life before getting hurt. So I have to ask, are you Daniel Gordon?" After what seemed to be a long while, he answered,
"Yes, I'm Daniel."
"Then I need to talk with you about what's happened to my family, and very nearly to me and my symbionts." Daniel looked at Wright, at our joined hands, at the two women in the car. Finally, he nodded.
"You and your people are welcome here,"
he said. There was an almost silent withdrawal of armed watchers. I saw a few of the humans around Daniel's house and the houses of his nearest neighbors lower their guns and turn away. I turned to the car and beckoned to Brooke and Celia. They came out of the car and up to us, and Daniel looked at them, lifted his head and sampled their scent, then looked at me again. He recognized them. I could see that in his expression. Realization and surprise.
"Those two,"
he frowned.
"They aren't yours, Shori."
"They were my father's and my brother Stefan's. They're with me now." I knew they smelled wrong, but if he knew what had happened to my family, he must know why they smelled the way they did, of both the dead and the living.
"We must question them,"
he said.
"We've heard what happened on the radio, read about it in the newspaper, seen it on television. Two of my fathers even went up to look around, and yet even they don't understand any of this. Who did these things?"
"We'll share everything we know," I said, "although that isn't much. We came here because we need help against the assassins."
"Who are they? Do you have any idea?"
"We don't know who they are, but we killed some of them when they attacked us." And I repeated, "We'll tell you all we can."
"How did you survive?"
I sighed. "Call your brothers and your fathers from the shadows, and let's go into your house and talk." His fathers and brothers had gathered around us in near silence, and just far enough away to prevent my symbionts from seeing them. They were listening and sampling our scents and looking us over. I didn't see that it would do them any harm to examine us in comfort and with courtesy. Perhaps Daniel thought so too. He turned, opened his door, switched on a light, and stood aside.
"Come in, Shori,"
he said.
"Be welcome."
We went up the steps into the house, into a large room of dark wood and deep green wallpaper. A large, flat-screen television set covered much of one end wall. Beneath it on shelves was a large collection of tapes and DVDs. At the opposite end of the room was a massive stone fireplace. Along one side wall, there were 3 windows, each as big as the front door, and between them and alongside them, there were tall bookcases filled with books. On the other side wall, there were photographs, dozens of them, some in black and white, some in color, most of them outdoor scenes, woods, rivers, huge trees, rock cliffs, waterfalls. They would have been beautiful if they had not been so crowded together. There were a great many chairs and little tables around the room. We and the brothers and fathers who came in after us found places to sit. Wright, Celia, Brooke, and I sat together on a pair of 2-person seats at the fireplace end of the room. The fathers and brothers Gordon sat around us, surrounding us on 3 sides, crowding us. Our world was suddenly filled with tall, pale, vaguely menacing, spidery men, and I was annoyed with them for being even vaguely menacing and scaring my symbionts. I watched them, wondering why I was not afraid. They seemed to want me to be afraid. They stared at the four of us in silence that was as close to hostile as silence could be. Or maybe they only wanted my symbionts to be afraid. My symbionts were afraid. Even Wright was afraid, although he tried to hide it. He couldn't hide his scent, though. Celia and Brooke didn't try to hide their fear at all. I looked at Daniel, who sat nearest to me. "Do you believe that I or my people murdered my families?" He stared back at me. "We don't know what happened." "I didn't ask you what you knew. I asked whether you believe that I or my people murdered my families." He glanced back at his fathers and brothers. "I don't. I don't even believe you could have." "Then stop scaring my symbionts. If you have questions, ask them."
"You're a child,"
one of the older men said,
"and the two women with you are not your symbionts."
I looked at him with disgust. He had already heard me answer this. I repeated the answer exactly. "They were my father's and my brother Stefan's. They're with me now."
"You don't have to keep them,"
he said.
"They can have a home here, if you took them only out of duty."
"They're with me now," I repeated. The older man took a deep breath.
"All right,"
he said.
"Tell us what you know, Shori."
And the pressure on us eased somehow, as it had when the guns were lowered outside. I felt it, even though I hadn't been afraid. I looked at my symbionts and saw that they felt it too. They were relaxing a little. I turned back to face the Gordons and sighed. After a moment of gathering my thoughts, I summarized the things that had happened to me. I talked about awakening amnesiac in the cave, about Hugh Tang, finding the ruin, finding Wright, and later finding my father, who told me that the ruin had been the community of my mother's, then losing my father and all of his community except Celia and Brooke, going to the Arlington house and almost dying there, discovering that our attackers were all human. One of the Gordons interrupted to ask,
"Were you able to question any of them?"
I shook my head. "We killed several of them. The rest escaped. We only just escaped ourselves. The fire had attracted attention, and I didn't want to have to deal with firemen or the police."
"You weren't seen," Daniel said, "or if you were, it's being kept very secret. There's been nothing in the media about cars escaping the scene, and none of the sources my father's created have phoned to tell us about anyone escaping. The police seem very frustrated."
"Good," I said. "I mean, I didn't know whether or not we were seen. We spent the next night in our cars in the woods. Then, because Brooke had been here once, I thought I could get her to bring us back here." A Gordon who looked about 50 and who was almost certainly one of the two oldest people present spoke with quiet courtesy.
"May we question your symbionts?"
He had a British accent. I had heard BBC reporters on Wright's radio back at the cabin talking the way this man did. I looked at Celia and Brooke, then at Wright. "It's all right," I said. "Tell them whatever they want to know." They looked alert, but not afraid or even uncomfortable. I nodded to the older man. "All right," I said. "By the way, what's your name?"
"I'm Preston Gordon,"
he said.
"I'm sorry. We should all introduce ourselves."
And they did. Preston and Hayden were the two oldest. They were brothers and looked almost enough alike to be twins, except that Hayden was taller and Preston had a thicker mop of white blonde hair. Their sons were Wells, Manning, Henry, and Edward, and they in turn were the fathers of Daniel, Wayne, Philip, and William. William was, I suspected, only 15 or 20 years older than I was. Although no one said so, I got the impression that I'd met most of them, perhaps all of them before. What did it say to them that I couldn't remember any of them now? It embarrassed me, but there was nothing I could do about it. Preston directed his first question to Brooke.
Did you recognize anyone among those your group killed? Had you seen any of them before?
No,
Brooke told him.
I didn't get to see all their faces, but the ones I saw, I had never seen before.
William asked,
How many did you kill, Shori? You personally, I mean.
3, I said, surprised. Why?
3 men,
he said and grinned.
You must be stronger than you look.
I frowned because that was a foolish thing to say. Of course I was stronger than I looked, just as he was stronger than he looked. Daniel said,
Shori, we didn't know about your mothers. There was apparently no news coverage. Do you know why that was?
Yosef and 2 of my brothers covered it up. He said they did. And even so, there was some local coverage. He convinced local reporters and apparently the police that my mother's community had been abandoned, that someone burned a cluster of abandoned houses. That's news, but it's not important news. And he saw to it that some of my mother's neighbors kept an eye on the place. He thought the killers might come back to gloat. Preston shook his head.
I see. Yosef must have worked very hard to keep things quiet. Brooke, did he say anything to you about his effort to cover up, and perhaps about his effort to investigate?
He told me what happened,
she said.
He didn't understand how it could have happened. Who could have been powerful enough to do it? He said it must have happened during the day, that was the only way Shori's mothers could have been surprised, and he thought Shori might have survived if anyone did. But I don't believe he thought of it as something that would happen again. I never got the impression that he was worried about it happening to our community.
Celia nodded. Stefan flew down with him to help with the neighbors. They took Hugh Tang and some other symbionts with them to search for survivors. They really did think it was just a single terrible crime. I mean, you hear about people committing mass murder, shooting up their schools or their workplaces all of a sudden. Or you hear about serial murders where someone kills people one by one over a period of months or years. But serial mass murder? I don't think I've ever heard of that, except in war. Yosef didn't know anything, I said. I talked to him about it. He was frustrated, grieving, angry. He hated not knowing at least as much as I hate it. There was a brief silence, then Daniel spoke to Wright.
What about you? You're the outsider brought into all this almost by accident. What are your impressions?
Wright thought for a moment, frowning a little. Then he said,
Chances are, this is all happening for one of 3 reasons. It's happening because some human group has spotted your kind and decided you're all dangerous, evil vampires. Or it's happening because some Aina group or Aina individual is jealous of the success Shori's family had with blending human and Aina DNA and having children who can stay awake through the day and not burn so easily in the sun. Or it's happening because Shori is black and racists, probably Aina racists, don't like the idea that a good part of the answer to your daytime problems is melanin. Those are the most obvious possibilities. I wondered at first whether it could be someone or some family who just hated Shori's family, an old-fashioned Hatfields and McCoy's family feud. But Yosef and his sons would have known about anyone who hated them that much.
Philip Gordon, younger than Daniel, older than William, said,
You're assuming that if Aina did it, they used humans as their daytime weapons. I am assuming that,
Wright said.
We don't do that,
Preston said, his mouth turned down with disgust.
I'm glad to hear it,
Wright told him.
Of course, I didn't think that anyone Yosef would introduce to his female family would do that. But there are other Aina. And your species seems to be as much made up of individuals as mine is. Some people are ethical, some aren't.
I watched the Gordons as he spoke. The younger ones listened, indifferent, but the older ones didn't much like what he was saying. It seemed to make them uncomfortable, embarrassed. I wondered why. At least no one tried to shut Wright up. That was important. I wouldn't have wanted to stay in a community that was contemptuous of my symbionts. I also liked the fact that Wright wasn't afraid to say what he thought. The Gordons talked among themselves about the possibilities Wright had offered, and they didn't seem to like any of them, but I suspected that their objections came more from wounded pride than from logic. Aina didn't use humans as daytime weapons against other Aina. They hadn't done anything like that for centuries. And Aina were careful, both Preston and Hayden insisted. No Aina would leave evidence of vampiric behavior for humans to find, and according to Daniel, Aina families all over the world were happy about my family's success with genetic engineering. They hoped to use the same methods to enable their own future generations to function during the day. And the Aina weren't racists, Wells insisted. Human racism meant nothing to the Aina because human races meant nothing to them. They looked for congenial human symbionts wherever they happened to be, without regard for anything but personal appeal. And of course, there was no feud. According to Preston, nothing of that kind had happened for more than 1,000 years. Nothing of the kind could happen without a great many people knowing about it. Yosef certainly would have known, and he and his mates would have been on guard. "Speaking of being on guard," I said loudly. The Gordons stopped, and one by one turned to look at me. "Speaking of being on guard," I repeated. "It's good that you have people guarding this place now, but are you also keeping watch during the day?" Silence.
"We haven't been,"
Edward said at last. He was probably the youngest of the fathers.
"We'll have to now."
He paused.
"And Shori, you'll have to stay with us until this business is over, until we've found these killers and dealt with them."
"Thank you," I said. "I came here hoping for help and refuge. If I stay, I might be most useful as part of your day watch." That seemed to interest them.
"You can stay awake all day, every day, and sleep at night?"
William asked me. I nodded. "I can as long as I get enough sleep," I said. "If I'm allowed to sleep most of the night, I should be all right during the day. And it will keep me out of your way." There was an uncomfortable silence. I had noticed that a couple of the unmated sons were already beginning to fidget as my scent worked on them. And Daniel tended to stare at me in a way that made me want to touch him. I liked his looks as well as his scent. I wondered whether I had liked him before, when my memory was intact. "I'll need you to tell your day watch symbionts to listen to me. When the killers attacked the Arlington house, they were fast and coordinated. If I'd been just a little slower, or if Wright had been slower to wake up Celia and Brooke and get them out, we might have died."
"We'll talk to our symbionts,"
Preston said.
"We'll introduce them to you and tell them to obey you in any action against attackers. But Shori—"
He stopped talking and just looked at me. "I'll do all I can to keep them safe," I said. Chapter 15. The Gordons had a guest house at Punta Nublada. It was a comfortable, 2-story, 5-bedroom house, smaller than the sprawling family houses, but easily large enough for us, and as ready to be lived in as Yosef's guest house had been. It was usually used by visiting Aina and their symbionts, or visiting members of the Gordon symbionts' families. Daniel said such people imagined that their relatives lived in a commune that had somehow survived from the 1960s. Then he had to tell me something about the 1960s. I might not have asked, but I found I enjoyed hearing his voice. My symbionts and I moved our things from the cars into the house and relaxed for the rest of the night. There was canned and frozen food, as there had been in the Arlington house, and Wright, Celia, and Brooke put together a meal. A short time later, we were all asleep. Just before dawn, though, I left the bed I was sharing with Wright and went to the room Celia had chosen. I was hungry, but didn't want to be in too much of a hurry with her. I slipped into her bed, turned her toward me, and kissed her as she woke. Once the surprise and stiffness had gone out of her, I found the place on her neck where I could feel her pulse most strongly. I licked the dark, salt and bitter skin where I would bite her. She didn't struggle. Her body jerked once when I bit her. Then it was still. Afterward, she dozed off easily, resting against me while I licked the wound I had made. Like Brooke, she still wasn't enjoying herself, but at least she was no longer suffering. When she was asleep, I got up, showered, dressed, and went outside while it was still comfortably dim. I meant to wander around, take a look at the place, but I found Preston sitting on a seat that swung from chains attached to the ceiling on the front porch of the guest house. He looked up at me, smiled, and said,
"I hoped you would get up before I got too drowsy. I'm here to speak with you on behalf of the son of one of my symbionts."
I sat down next to him. "All right," I said. He smiled.
"We love our mates,"
he said.
"Their venom never lets us go. We would be lost if it did. But our symbionts, they never truly understand how deeply we treasure them. This boy, I still miss his mother."
I waited, very curious. I liked him. That was interesting. I didn't know him, but I liked him. He smelled good somehow, not in the slightest edible, not even sexually interesting, but good, comfortable to be with.
"One of my symbionts had a son,"
he said.
"Then about 10 years ago, she was killed in a traffic accident in San Francisco. She had gone there to visit her sister. I might have been able to help, but I wasn't notified until she was dead. Her husband is still alive, still here. He's one of William's symbionts. But in this matter, well, I promised father and son I would speak to you. The son is 22 and just out of college. He's heard about you and seen your picture. Last night, when you arrived, he saw you for the first time. He says he would like to join with you if you'll have him. He has a degree in business administration, and I think you'll eventually need someone like him to help you manage the business affairs of your families."
I drew a deep breath and smiled sadly. I don't know about that, but I think I need more symbionts soon. I don't believe 3 is enough, and I'm worried about hurting the ones I have.
"I wondered whether you were aware of the danger,"
he said.
"You do need more people quickly. In fact, you need 3 or 4 more symbionts."
I left one back in Washington. We have an emotional connection, but that's all so far. I refused to bring her because I didn't know what I would find here, and I didn't know whether I could protect her.
"With our help, you should be able to do that."
"And I have no home," I said. "I'll have to start from nothing. I'll do that, but with my memory gone, I'll need a lot of information from you. I don't really know how to be Ina."
"You do, I believe, even though you don't realize that you do. Your manner is very much that of an intelligent, somewhat arrogant young Ina female. I think you learned long before you lost your memory that you could have things pretty much your own way."
He smiled. "You see that in my behavior?" I asked, surprised.
"Yes, I do. Don't worry about it. A little self-confidence may be just what you need right now."
"I have nothing to be confident about," I said. "I really do need to learn all I can from you and your family."
"Of course you do. Ask us any questions you like. Best to only ask the fathers. You won't torment us quite so much."
I nodded. "I'm sorry about that. I know my scent bothers you."
"Do you remember?"
"No. Yosef told me."
"I see. Will you have my symbiont son?"
"Of course I will, if it turns out he and I like each other. What's his name?"
"Joel Harrison. I think you'll like him, and as I've said, he's seen you, and he wants to be with you. And as a bonus, his father saw you last night too. They were both on guard. He got a look at you and liked the way you stood up for your symbionts. He said you would take care of Joel."
"As best I can," I said. "But
You're with us now. You aren't alone. And what you said earlier about having nothing, that probably isn't true. Your mothers and your father owned large tracts of land, several apartment buildings in Seattle run by a management company, and interests in several businesses. They had substantial incomes. Daniel was involved in some sort of business venture with one of your brothers. He knows something about their affairs, and we can find out more. Eventually, what they owned will be yours.
Thank you, I said. I knew they owned the land they lived on, but I didn't have any idea what else there was or how to find out about it. I frowned, remembering something I had read on Wright's computer. Would they have left wills? He frowned.
Well, yes, but they would never have foreseen being so completely wiped out. We'll find out. Somewhere along the line, there will be a lawyer or two who's been bitten and who, as a result, will be very helpful and very honorable about seeing that your rights are respected.
I nodded and repeated, "Thank you." He stood up, and it was as though he suddenly unfolded, tall and lean.
You're welcome, Shori. Now I think I'd better introduce you to Joel so that I can get to bed.
He raised his arm and beckoned. A young man emerged from one of the houses across the road. The man was as tall as Wright, but not as heavily muscled. And this man was as dark-skinned as I was, and had hair like mine. He walked toward me with a little smile on his face. I got the impression he was excited, both happy and very nervous. I liked the way he looked, strong and wiry and healthy and brown, striding as though there were springs in his legs.
You will have to talk to your first,
Preston said. I glanced up at him, startled.
You don't want them fighting or competing with one another in ways that make the rest of you miserable. Each must find a way to accept the other. Each must find a way to accept the other's relationship with you. You must help them do this.
I sighed. The young man came up to me, towering over me, smiling down.
Shori Matthews, this is Joel Harrison,
Preston said.
I believe the two of you will be very good for one another.
Thank you, I said to him, and to Joel, welcome.
I've been looking forward to meeting you,
Joel said. Slowly, deliberately, he extended his arm, wrist up, clearly not so that we could shake hands. I laughed, took the hand, kissed his wrist, and said to him, "Later."
Date,
he said.
Is there room for me over here?
There's room.
I'll get my stuff.
I watched him walk away, then said to Preston, "He smells wonderful." Preston crooked his mouth in something less than a smile.
Yes, he's been told that, I'm afraid. Be good to each other.
He had started to walk away from me when I stopped him. Preston, do you know whether I had my own family of symbionts before the fire? He looked back.
Of course you did. You can't remember them at all?
Not at all.
Good.
I stared at him.
Child, you have no idea how much it hurts when they die, and you've lost all of yours, all 7. If you remembered them, the pain would be overwhelming, unbearable.
But they were mine, and I don't recall their scents or their tastes or the sounds of their voices, or even their names.
Good.
Preston repeated softly.
Let them rest in peace, Shori. Actually, that's all you can do.
He walked slowly away to the house Joel had gone into. I watched him go, wondering how many symbionts he had lost over the years, over the centuries.
End of Disc 5. Disc 6.
The sun was rising now and growing bright enough to be uncomfortable even through the low clouds. I went back inside and found Celia frying frozen sausages from the refrigerator. "How are you?" I asked. "I'm good," she said.
How about you?
You didn't hurt me.
But you filled up on me, didn't you?
I did.
I looked at the sausages.
Do you need more food? You can get things from one of the other houses. That felt right. No one here would wonder why a symbiont needed to eat well.
Some butter?
She asked.
There are frozen waffles in the refrigerator, and there's syrup in the cupboard, good maple syrup.
But no butter. Go to the house next door and tell whoever answers that you're with me. If they don't have what you want, they'll tell you who does. She nodded.
Okay. Don't let my sausages burn.
And she ran off to the nearest house, introduced herself, and asked not only for butter, but for fresh fruit and milk as well. I listened while turning her sausages. Wright hadn't managed to teach me to cook, but he had cooked food around me often enough for me to be able to keep pork sausages from burning. The symbiont who greeted Celia just said, sure, introduced herself as Jill Renner, put the things Celia wanted into a bag, and told her to have a good breakfast. Celia thanked her and brought them back to the guest house kitchen. Brooke came in just then, and she dove right into the bag, took out a banana, and began to peel and eat it. A new symbiont will be coming in sometime soon, I told her. Offer him breakfast, would you?
Ooh,
Brooke said.
Him?
Damn, Celia said and sighed.
See, now here's where I don't envy you guys. You're going to go upstairs and kick that nice hairy man of yours right in his balls, aren't you? A new man already. Damn.
Keep the new guy down here until I come back, I said. I left them and went up to talk to Wright. Wright had showered and was shaving. There was another sink in the bathroom, one that had a chair in front of it and a large low mirror with lights around it. I sat down in the chair and watched him shave before a similar, higher mirror. He had collected his electric razor from his cabin when we stopped there and was using it now to sweep his whiskers away quickly and easily. Then he looked at me.
Something wrong?
He asked. Not wrong, I said, but perhaps something that will be hard for you. I frowned. Hard on you. And I don't want it to be.
Tell me.
I thought about how to do that and decided that directness was best. Preston has offered me another symbiont, one whose mother, when she was alive, was one of Preston's symbionts. The new one's name is Joel Harrison. He turned off his shaver and put it on the sink.
I see. Is Preston the father?
I stared at him in surprise. Right, that's not possible.
I didn't think it was, but I thought I'd ask since you didn't mention the father.
I don't know who Joel's father is, but he's here. He's one of William's symbionts. Joel's mother was killed in a traffic accident 10 years ago.
What does the father think about his son coming to you?
He wanted his son to come to me. He asked Preston to introduce us.
So he's pimping his own son.
I hesitated. I don't know what that means, but your voice says it's something disgusting. Joel's father hasn't done anything disgusting, right? He and Joel both looked at me and decided I would be good for Joel. He's been away at school. He could have stayed away, could have come back now and then to visit his father, but he chose a life with the Ina, with us. I'm glad of it. I need him.
For what? You need him for what?
I looked at him, wanting to touch him, knowing that at that moment he did not want to be touched. 3 of you aren't enough to sustain me for long without harm to you. I'm going to try to have Theodora brought here too. He shook his head angrily.
I don't mind the women so much, I guess. I kind of like the 2 downstairs. I was hoping you'd get all women, except me. I think I could deal with that.
He turned around, filled with energy and violence, and punched the wall, breaking it, leaving a fist-sized hole. And he had hurt his hand. I could smell the blood. But he did not seem to notice.
Hell, he said, you don't even know Harrison. Maybe you'll hate him.
I shrugged. If I don't like him, I'll have to find someone else, and soon." He looked at me sadly.
My little vampire.
"Still," I said. He stepped over to me, picked me up with a hand under one arm, sat down and sat me on his lap. I took his injured hand and looked at it, licked away the blood, saw that he hadn't done himself much damage. It would heal overnight, like a shallow bite.
I could get a lot more pissed with you if you were bigger,
he said softly. "I hope not," I said. He wrapped both arms around me, held me against him.
I don't think I can do this, Shori. I can't share you.
I leaned back against him. "You can," I said softly. "You will. It will be all right. Not now, perhaps, but eventually, it will be all right."
Just like that.
The bitterness and sorrow in his voice was terrible. I turned on his lap, straddled him, and looked up at him. After a moment, he said,
"I want you for myself. It scares me how much I love you, Shori."
I pulled his head down and kissed him, then rested my forehead against his chest, savoring his scent, his wonderful furry body, the beat of his heart. "Preston says our symbionts never know how much we treasure them," I said.
You treasure me?
"You know I do." He held me away from him and looked at me.
"You've taken over my life,"
he said.
"and now you want me to share you with another man."
"I do," I said. "Share me. Don't fight with him. Don't hurt the family by fighting with him. Accept him." He shook his head.
"I can't."
"You can," I repeated. "You will. He's part of the family that we must form. He's one of us." When I left him and went down to the kitchen, I found Joel sitting at the table drinking coffee with Brooke and Celia.
"Hey,"
he said when I came in. He had 2 large rolling suitcases parked near his chair. "Hey," I said reflexively, "come talk to me." I took his hand and led him to the other end of the house, to what I had been told was the family room.
"Don't you mean that you're going to talk to me?"
Joel asked as he sat down in one of the large leather-covered chairs. I sat on the arm of his chair. "First things first," I said, and took the wrist he had offered earlier. He watched me raise it to my mouth and kiss it a second time, and he smiled. I bit him. He was delicious. I had intended only to taste him and get a little of my venom into him, but he was such a treat that I took a little more than a taste. And I lingered over his wrist longer than was necessary. Finally, I looked up at him and found him leaning back bonelessly in the chair.
"God,"
he said,
"I hit the jackpot."
"How have you managed to stay unattached?" I asked. "Didn't anyone here want you?" He smiled.
"Everyone wanted me. Everyone except Preston and Hayden. They said I was too young to join with them. The others, they left me alone when I asked them to. But before that, they were all after me. And I didn't want to join with a man. There's too much sexual feeling involved when you guys feed.
I wanted that from a woman.
Preston said he would check with nearby female families after I finished college, and he's taken me to see a couple of them, but I wasn't interested. You are the only Ina I've ever been attracted to."
"After seeing me only once?"
"Yeah. I didn't even see you when you were here before your parents died. I had gone to San Francisco to spend time with some friends from college."
He shook his head.
"I liked your looks when I saw the pictures the Gordons had of you and your sisters. When I saw you last night, I didn't have a chance."
I didn't know what to make of that. "I'm only beginning to form my family," I said. "You would probably have an easier life with anyone here, or any of the female families you've seen. You know my memory only goes back a few weeks."
"I heard."
And when I leave the Gordons, I'll be alone. He nodded.
Then let me help you make a new family.
I looked at him and saw that his expression had changed, had become more serious. Good. I want you to be part of my new family, I said. More than that, I need you. But you and my first will have to accept each other. You will accept him. There will be peace between you. No fighting. No endangering the rest of us with destructive competitions.
All right. I doubt that your first and I will ever be anything like friends, but I know how it is. I suppose you told him the same thing.
Of course. I paused. He helped me, Joel. When I had no one else, when I had no idea who or what I was, he helped me.
I wish I had had the chance to do such a thing.
He reached up and touched my face.
Like I said, let me help you make a new family.
A little later that morning, I put on my hooded jacket, sunglasses, and gloves, and walked around to each of the houses of the community. I spotted the guards from outside, then went into the houses to do what I could to help them be less easily spotted. Being easily spotted by the kind of attackers my symbionts and I had faced would mean easily shot. The Gordon symbionts greeted me by touching me, my shoulders, arms, hands. I found that I was comfortable with that, although I had not expected it. It was as though they had to touch me to believe that I could be Ina and yet be awake.
You aren't drowsy at all?
A woman named Linda Higuera asked. She was a nervous, muscular brown woman, at least 6 feet tall, and leaning on a rifle. We were on the 3rd floor of William's house, and she was one of his symbionts. From what I had seen, William preferred big, powerful-looking symbionts, male and female. Wise of him. I'm not drowsy, I said. As long as I don't get too much sun, I'm fine. She shook her head.
I wish William could do that. I would feel safer if he could at least wake up if we needed him.
I shrugged. Your turn to keep him safe. She thought about that, then nodded.
You're right. Damn. He's so strong, I've just gotten used to depending on him. Guess it ought to work both ways.
She stopped and thought for a moment.
Do you have a phone?
There are phones in the guest house.
I mean a cell phone.
No, I don't. I wasn't entirely sure what a cell phone was.
You should have one so we can talk to each other if something happens. The house phones are easy to disable.
That made sense. Is there one I can borrow? She set me down to wake up a huge man named Martin, a man so brown he was almost black. Martin not only supplied me with a charged cell phone, but saved several numbers on it and made me repeat the names that went with them and whose house each person was in. Then he showed me how to make a call, and I made a practice call to the guard at Daniel's house. Finally, he dug out a charger and showed me how to use that.
Here's your number, he said, making it flash across the phone's small screen, just in case you have to give it to somebody.
Thank you, I said, and he grinned.
No problem. How's Linda doing up there?
Doing well, I said, alert and thoughtful.
And how about my son?
He asked in a different tone.
How's he?
I looked at him, startled. You're Joel's father?
Yup, Martin Harrison. Joel move into the guest house yet?
He has, yes. I like him.
Good. You're what he wants. If you take care of him, he'll take care of you.
I nodded and left him feeling much better about the safety of the Gordon community. With or without me, these people would not be caught by surprise and murdered, and now I could communicate with them in a quiet, effective way. I walked around the community once more, stopping now and then to listen to the activity around me. There were symbionts eating meals, making love, discussing children who were away at boarding schools, discussing the vineyards and the winery, pruning nearby trees, washing dishes, ordering audiobooks by phone, typing on computers. There were little children playing games and singing songs in a room at Hayden's house. It seemed that here some symbionts still carried on most of their activities during the day, while others had switched to a nocturnal schedule to spend more time with their Ina. As I wandered back toward the guest house, I found myself paying attention to a conversation that Wright and Brooke were having there.
"They take over our lives,"
Brooke said.
"They don't even think about it. They just do it as though it were their right. And we let them because they give us so much satisfaction and just pure pleasure."
Wright grunted.
"We let them because we have no choice. By the time we realize what's happened to us, it's too late."
There was a long pause.
"It's not usually that way,"
Brooke said.
"Yosef told me what would happen if I accepted him, that I would become addicted and need him, that I would have to obey, that if he died, I might die. Not that I could imagine him dying. That seemed so impossible. But he told me all that. Then he asked me to come to him anyway, to accept him and stay with him because I could live for maybe 200 years and be healthy and look and feel young, and because he wanted me and needed me. I wasn't hooked when he asked. He'd only bitten me a couple of times. I could have walked away, or run like hell. He told me later that he thought I might run. He said people did run sometimes out of superstitious fear, or out of the puritanical belief that anything that feels that good must have a huge downside somewhere along the line. Then he had to find them and talk them into believing he was a dream or an ordinary boyfriend.
Wright said,
"By the time Shori asked me, or rather, by the time she offered to let me go, I was very thoroughly hooked, psychologically if not physically."
That was probably because of her memory loss.
Wright made a sound of agreement.
"I suppose. She's shown herself to be a weirdly ethical little thing most of the time. It still bothers me, though. And now there's this new guy she told me about."
"Joel,"
Brooke said.
"You haven't met him yet?"
She didn't hang around to introduce us. I met him in the upstairs hall. He had the nerve to ask me which bedrooms were empty. You know, she never even told me he was black.
"They're not human, right? They don't care about white or black."
"I know. I even know she needs the guy, or at least she needs a few more people. But I hate the bastard. I'm not going to do anything to him. I'll deal with this somehow, but Jesus God, I hate him."
"You're jealous."
"Of course I am."
"You aren't sure you want her, but you don't want anyone else to have her."
"Well, it's not like I can leave. Hell, I can feel the hold she's got on me. I can't even think of leaving her without getting scared."
"Would you change that?"
Brooke asked.
"If you could escape her, would you?"
"I don't know."
"I think you do. I've seen you with her."
"I can't imagine being without her, but I'm not sure I would have begun if I'd known what I was getting into."
There was a silence. Then he asked,
"What about you? How do you feel about the way she claimed you?"
"Better,"
Brooke admitted.
"Better?"
"She got us out of the Arlington house alive, and she shouldn't have been able to do that. And she stood her ground last night. The Gordons were pushing her, trying to intimidate her a little just to see what she would do, what she was like. Well, she's strong, and it matters to her how other Ina treat us. We can trust her. Celia said we could, but I wasn't sure."
"You're saying you want to be her symbiont, not some man's? I mean, I thought that after choosing to be with Yosef."
There was another short silence. Then Brooke said,
"I would probably have chosen a man if I'd had a choice initially, but I'm okay with Shori. I can find myself a human man if I need one. I can't believe what she's done for Celia and me. I've seen symbionts who've lost their Ina. An old Ina who was visiting died while he was with us. I saw his symbionts in withdrawal,
and I heard them screaming when other Aina tried to save their lives by taking them over. It was bad. Convulsions, pain, helpless fear, and revulsion for the Aina who was only trying to help. It went on for days, weeks. It was really horrible. One of the symbionts died. But with Shori, she's fed from me twice, and already it doesn't hurt anymore. It's not fun, but it's not bad. I can't wait to know what it will be like when I'm fully her symbiont. So, they don't all feel the same when they bite? No more than we all look the same. Their venom is different, very individual. I suspect her bite is spectacular. That's why she was able to get you the way she did. And she's only a kid, he said. They said nothing more. I listened for a few moments for more conversation, then for outsiders, intruders. When I knew that the community was safe for the moment, I thought about what Brooke and Wright had said. What they had said, overall, was that, except for Wright's problem with Joel, they were content with me. It felt remarkably good to know this. I was relieved, even though I had not realized I needed relief. Wright would have to find his own way to accept Joel, and Joel would have to do the same with Wright. There would be a period of unease that I would have to pay attention to, but we would get through it. Other families of Aina and symbionts proved that it could be done. That day, there were no intruders. The symbionts kept watch, with fresh guards arriving every 3 hours or so, that no one got too tired or drowsy. I met a few more of them and liked their variety. A dentist, an oceanographer, a potter, a writer who also worked as a translator, Mandarin Chinese, a plumber, an internist, 2 nurses, a beautician who was also a barber, and of course, farmers and wine growers. And those were just the ones I met. Some no longer did the work they had trained to do except on behalf of the people of Punta Nublada. Some worked in nearby towns or in the Bay Area 2 or 3 days out of the week. Some worked in the vineyards and the winery that the Gordons owned. Some, who were self-employed, worked in Punta Nublada. 3 of the buildings I had mistaken for barns or storage buildings proved to be full of offices, studios, and workshops. "We fill our time as we please," Jill Renner told me during her watch at Wayne Gordon's house next to the guest house. "We help support the community whether we have jobs away from it or stay here, whether we bring in money or not." She was the daughter and granddaughter of symbionts and had been much relieved when Wayne Gordon took an interest in her and asked her to accept him. She had a half-healed bite just visible on the side of her neck. I realized that she wanted it to be seen. She was proud of Wayne's obvious attentions to her. Interesting. That night, Wayne and Manning, one of Wayne's fathers, drove to a local airfield where they kept a private plane. Each took 2 symbionts with him, so I assumed they expected to be gone for 2 full nights. Not that they couldn't graze on strangers if they had to. The Gordons called it grazing. It was what I'd done when I lived with Wright at his cabin, except for Theodora. Ina often found new symbionts when they grazed. Wayne and Manning came to the guest house before they left to tell me that they were going up to Washington to begin to work out the legal affairs of my male and female families, and to look at the ruins of their former communities, in the hope that they would see something that we had missed. I had Brooke tell them the exact address of Yosef's guest house near Arlington. Let them look at that, too. "Shall I go?" I asked them. "Won't you need me as daughter and only survivor? Anyway, I think I'd like to collect Theodora." "We won't need you yet," Wayne said. He was tall even for an Ina, the tallest in his family. He towered over even his tallest symbionts. "We'll have to produce you eventually, but for now, we just want to find out who handled Yosef's and your mother's legal affairs. Then we'll bite them and see how quickly all this can be sorted out. The land should be yours whether or not you want to live on any of it. If you like, you can sell one parcel and use the money to get a couple of houses started on the other. And your parents owned apartment houses in Seattle, and quite a bit more than just the land their community stood on. We need to learn all we can about their business affairs before you can even begin to decide what to do.
I nodded. Can you collect Theodora?
Give us her address.
I called Wright, described Theodora's location 3 doors east of his uncle's house, and he told Wayne how to find her. Theodora Hardin, I said. I'll phone her and tell her you'll be there. When? They worked that out. They would pick up Theodora on their way home on the 3rd night. Thank you, I said. Be careful. Someone should always be awake and on guard. They nodded and went out to their huge, boxy car. Joel told me it was called a Hummer and that it cost more money than some houses. Then they were gone. The next day, Punta Nublada was attacked. Chapter 16. The attackers arrived just after 10 the next morning. Except for me, all Ina were asleep. I had spent nearly an hour on the phone with Theodora and was thinking about her, wanting her, looking forward to seeing her. Then I heard the cars. They drove into the community in 3 large, quiet cars, each almost as big as the Gordons' Hummer, and I heard them before I was able to see them from my perch at one of the dormer windows in the guest house bedroom that Wright and I shared. I didn't know who the newcomers were. They weren't talking among themselves. They weren't making much